Good morning. I declare open this hearing of the Environment Communications Legislation Committee into the 2022-23 supplementary budget estimates. Begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land and pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging. The committee has fixed Friday the 31st of March 2023 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The proceedings today will begin with corporate matters and general outcomes of the communication and arts portfolio. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearing. Any question going to the operational or financial position of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committee unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind all senators that as we continue our work implementing the Set the Standard report, as chair, I will ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer asked to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and your mobile phones should be switched to silent. I welcome Senator the Honourable Carol Brown, Assistant Minister for Infrastructure and Transport, representing the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Arts. Minister, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. I welcome Mr Jim Betts, the Secretary of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communication and the Arts. Mr Betts, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay. So before we commence with the corporate matters and general questions, I remind senators that this part of the program relates to matters concerning central departmental administration, such as building services, ICT, staffing levels and media procurement. Questions relating to individual policies and programs should be addressed to officials when specific programs are considered in subsequent sessions. Senator Hughes, would you like to kick off?
Chair, good morning all. Mr Betts, yesterday there was an article in The Australian with regards to a firm run by Mr Ben Hubbard for consulting work. I'm just wondering whether or not your department has hired Mr Hubbard or his firm or engaged them for any consultancy or contracting work since the election.
Okay, I might ask my Chief Operating Officer, Marie Bridger, to answer that question.
Good morning, Marie Bridger, Chief Operating Officer. I'm not aware that any contracts have been awarded to him at this point. I'll have to take that one on notice.
Okay, so are you aware, though, of any contracts that have been given to consultancies or individuals whom are former senior Labor staff? And if you need to take that on notice, if you could please provide the names of each consultant and firm that may have been engaged.
I will take that one on notice and will do.
Okay, so we learnt yesterday with the DQ department that they had provided over $1 million for strategic planning consulting services to Deloitte. Does your department currently employ Deloitte or contract to Deloitte any services, consulting services?
If you could just give me a moment, I will check my folder because I'm sure there is some information here that will go to your question. So from 1 July to 31 December 2022, which is the information that I have on hand,
So the 1st of July to...
31 December, to Deloitte, no contracts have been awarded to Deloitte.
Right, okay. And can you take on notice then to check whether there's any that have been given since the 1st of January this year?
I can. Between 21, for the financial year 21-22, to Deloitte, there were...
21, no, for 1st of January
since
23.
then, my apologies. Yes,
Yeah.
will do.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry, yeah. We don't need to keep going back.
No,
That's okay.
when you said either side...
No, sorry, if I wasn't clear. Okay. That's fine. I might leave that one there if you can take those on notice.
Will do.
And I might come back, but I'll leave those ones at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Senator Waters.
Thanks for joining us today. Look, I've got some questions about the Minister. So, Minister representing at the table, you might need to take some of these. In response to a question from one of my colleagues at the last estimates, Minister Rowland's office advised that as at the 7th of November of 2022, she'd met with gambling companies on 7 occasions, and she met with harm reduction advocates on 1 occasion. And in perhaps a coincidence, the gambling companies and industry groups donated more than $678,000 to the big parties in the lead up to the election. While it doesn't look like harm reduction advocates have made any donations. Now, I understand from the advocates that there haven't been any further meetings with the Minister since November of 2022. Can you confirm whether that's correct?
I obviously am not aware of the day-to-day diary of the Minister, but I would say that there are all political parties accept donations from gambling. Well, certainly the Greens are not have accepted money from gamblers. So, but I can't answer that question because I don't have access to the Minister's diary. But happy to take it on notice.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the department that might be able to answer that?
Senator Richard Windeyer, Deputy Secretary, Media and Communications. I think we'd have to take it on notice as well, Senator. We don't have the diary details of the Minister.
Well, along the same lines, I'm interested in how many more meetings with gambling companies the Minister's had since November of 2022.
I can take that on notice.
Again, on
for
notice.
you.
Okay, because at the moment
Senator.
Thank you. It's looking like the Minister's got a ratio of 7 to 1, and that's clearly unacceptable for a Minister in charge of regulating a sector.
Senator, the Minister's track record on harm minimisation is very strong. So if you're going to the intention as to the work that the Minister does on gambling policy reform and harm minimisation, her record and the Labor Party's record is very strong.
Okay, I'm just going off what the harm reduction advocates have said, and clearly they'd like some more meetings with the Minister.
Sure, I'll take that on
under advisement.
on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, it was revealed last week that Minister Rowland had received a $10,000 donation from Sportsbet during her election campaign, and that Sportsbet had also paid nearly $9,000 to attend a dinner with the now Minister. Can anyone tell me how many times Minister Rowland has met with representatives of Sportsbet since taking on the role of Communications Minister overseeing gambling policy?
I'll take that question, Senator. My name's Pauline Sullivan. I'm First Assistant Secretary, Online Safety, Media and Platforms Division. We will take that on notice in terms of number of meetings that the Minister has taken with Sportsbet. I would add, however, in regards to both many as gambling advocates as well as internet wagering providers across the Commonwealth, gambling policy is actually split across 2 portfolios. Mm-hmm. So the Minister for Social Services is responsible essentially for the gambling harms piece, so that is the social policy piece. The Minister for Communications is responsible for things such as Internet Gambling Act, Interactive Gambling Act and the Broadcasting Services Act. Those are essentially the mechanisms under the communications power that regulate online gambling. And I think it's quite important. So in terms of who people are meeting with and so forth. A lot of the anti-gambling advocates are more likely to actually be meeting with Minister Rishworth, because she is the primary lead on gambling policy. And it's worth noting that Minister Rishworth, she's part of an intergovernmental forum with her state and territory gambling ministers at the state and territory level who are also responsible for gambling regulation.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll look to see whether she went out for tea with the gambling companies either before or after the election. So can I just confirm that given that Sportsbet is an online betting agency, that would fall under the Communications Minister's responsibility?
They're regulated under the IGA. They're also regulated
by Minister Rowland?
Yes, they're also regulated by state and territory regulators.
Sure.
So they're
Okay.
actually registered. I can't recall if it's in the Northern Territory, or licensed, I should say, either in the Northern Territory or somewhere else, which I can come back to you on that. But they, and this goes to the nature of gambling regulation across Australia, it is actually split across both a number of regulators within the Commonwealth. I should also add that sports integrity through health and also anti-money laundering under the Attorney, and then also the state and territory regulators.
Okay, thank you. Has the Minister provided any declaration to the department regarding the $19,000 she received from Sportsbet?
No,
Is
that's
there
a
any-
matter of, campaign financing and so forth is a matter for the Australian Electoral Commission.
Okay, so there's no sort of conflict of interest in-house rules that the Minister has to comply with?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and has the department met with gambling companies as part of consultation regarding online wagering and advertising regulation?
I have had one meeting since there's been change of government. I personally have had one meeting with Responsible Wagering Australia. There was a new CEO at the time, so that was a general, I guess, meet and greet is how I'd describe it, as well as going through a number of their issues. Through the course of the National Self-Exclusion Register, which the ACMA is currently overseeing the implementation of, there have been a number of discussions that my staff have had with gambling companies, but that has been very much focused on implementation issues. It's not the question of whether the NSER should happen or not, because that was a decision taken in 2017 and now we're in implementation phase.
Okay.
And ACMA, who is on later today, can certainly go through the detail of implementation.
Thank you. Well, if you could take on notice for me to check whether any of your other senior folk in the department have met with gambling companies, not so much as part of the ACMA process that you just referenced, but as part of any other online wagering and advertising regulation policy development proposals. And lastly, does the department require any gambling companies that are consulted to declare whether they've made political donations?
No. Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is that something that you might consider doing?
Senator, it's just not, the question of how corporates operate with respect to donations or other interact with political parties or politicians is not something that we ask of any stakeholder
Okay,
in any
why not?
industry sector.
We don't think it's legitimate to take into account people's donations to political parties when we engage as an impartial public service with them. In fact, it's a very double-edged sword, and if people were seen to be getting access on the basis of donations, that would be very problematic. So
Indeed.
It's something that needs to be handled on a political level, and we engage with stakeholders on their merits.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Following up on Senator Waters' questions on online gambling. So, just for my own peace of mind, the Minister is responsible in some sort of regulation of online gambling because it is an online platform, is that correct? And separately, she would also be responsible in some way for the advertising rights of that company under the advertising codes and ACMA and stuff like that, is that correct?
Advertising only in terms of the Broadcasting Services Act, so that is only advertising of their services or products on television. Other questions of advertising, so obviously gambling advertising is both through sponsorship of football teams, etc., and
when my
billboards,
8-year-old who goes to bed at 8:30 regularly, when we're talking about netball and we ask, taking the kids to netball and we're saying who's going to win, he goes, oh, ask Sportsbet. It's obviously that the ads aren't working because he's
So, Senator, I guess I'd also point out there's currently a House of Reps inquiry on into this very matter. So that was referred by the government to the Social Affairs Committee. That inquiry commenced, I think, late last year. And they're planning to report in May, and it has quite an extensive terms of reference, which certainly includes gambling, advertising and its impact on children, that type of thing.
But the one minister here has responsibility, some regulatory responsibility for online gambling and advertising separately.
Just the important point, Senator, I think is, I mean, so your instance that you referenced with respect to your child and advertisements they see on television. The key point is simply that Ms Sullivan made is the Commonwealth and the Minister for Communications' responsibility for advertising is solely with respect to broadcast, as opposed to generally advertising of gambling, if that makes sense.
Any more questions in the corporate section?
More to file for me.
All good? Oh,
Thank you. I'm just wondering, just following up from Senator Waters' questions about the minister's meetings with those involved with the gambling industry, of which she is one of the regulators. Do you know whether the minister's taken any donations or whether the government has taken any donations from other industry bodies or sectors that the minister regulates? Because her powers are pretty broad.
I'm not sure, Senator. We don't spend our time checking
Does the Labor Party take donations from Village Roadshow?
I couldn't comment, Senator. I just don't know.
And there is, and perhaps this is a question for Senator Brown representing the minister, but it is becoming a bit of a theme that the communications minister is seen to be better friends with the industry than the community when it comes to things like the broadcasting issues, streaming services. Do you know whether the minister's had any meetings with, or dinners or fancy events with Netflix?
Well, first of all, Senator Hanson-Young, I do not accept your characterisation of that you've just put then. And as I said to Senator Waters, I'm not across the minister's diary, and I'm happy to take on notice and ask the minister's office to respond or to add anything more if they can to your question. But in terms of declaration of donations, the Labor Party complies with the relevant legislation in terms of declaring donations.
Thank you. I'll move on to some other questions, but I would like on notice if there are any other companies, businesses that the minister has had financial support or donations from that she now is the regulator of, and I'm thinking in particular in the broadcasting space. I think that would be important for it to be on the public record, whether it is within the rules or not. And sometimes things are within the rules, but it doesn't actually mean that it's a good look. I want to go on to the issue of legislation. We know the cultural policy, and we'll get into that a bit later today, of course, when we get to that section. But just generally speaking, I'm wondering, there's a bunch of proposed and flagged legislation out of the cultural policy, but there's also some other bits and pieces. I just wondered if across the communications portfolio, could you give us a sense of what is expected over the next 12 months in terms of legislation in the works?
Senator, we can probably, happy to take that on notice and give you a more complete answer if you like. I mean, I think in a sense, there are quite a lot of bits of legislation that we are working on across the department that you would have seen public reference to we've seen recently, obviously, the references with respect to the cultural policy that you talk about, but then there is also government's indicated an intention to legislate with respect to prominence, for example. There are a number of reform legislative proposals that have been consulted on in the telecommunications space. In terms of exactly how they flow through the year, to some extent that's a feature of when we are, in a sense, when we are ready, when we have done the appropriate consultation, and then obviously we're in the hands of the government in terms of timing and bringing forward the exact timing of the legislation being introduced. I suppose is not completely in our hands. What we can do is on notice is give you a list of legislative proposals that are known to be underway, which we expect
That would be helpful.
to be in a position to introduce this year.
There's things that have been promised, and there's things that I know were already in the works under the previous government. I'm trying to work out. I just want a bit of a stock take, really.
Yes. No. We'll give you a stock take.
And it would be helpful to, seeing as there are two ministers in this space, it'd be helpful to know which minister is responsible for which piece of legislation. Because sometimes that's not particularly clear. So if it's not clear, you can indicate that they both have responsibility. If it is clear, it'd be nice to know.
Well, Senator, what we would do, I think technically the clarity is provided in the administrative arrangements orders, which does specify ministers with respect to pieces of legislation. That's not to say there can't be joint ministers or multiple ministers with interested in the policy that might ultimately need to be put into a piece of legislation, but we will in providing you information on what we can tell you in terms of legislation that's being developed, we'll indicate who owns the legislation, as it were.
Thank you. Could I just ask, for clarity's sake then, for the questions for later on in the day, the regulation of streaming services, which minister is responsible for that?
I think it's been, I think both ministers have made it quite clear that both of them are jointly leading that. Most recently, Minister Burke made that very plain when he was talking about the upcoming consultation at the National Press Club, in which he was very to the point in saying the consultation will jointly be led by Minister Rowland and myself. So it's very much both ministers on that particular piece of policy.
So that's one where it's not so clear then. Who will table the legislation? Will it be Minister Rowland or will it be Minister Burke?
I don't know the answer to that.
That hasn't been decided? Okay.
But I understand, Senator Hanson-Young, that the consultation in regard to streaming services is going to be led by both ministers, and that should be commencing in the coming weeks, is my understanding, if that helps.
Two ministers can't jointly table legislation, and someone needs to make final decisions. So I think it's important we get clarity on who's responsible.
Final decisions.
Because it also means where we ask questions, and we had a few problems yesterday that parts of the day have moved on. So it's very important that we know.
What you're saying there, Senator Hughes, and we've taken it on notice as the Deputy Secretary's taken on notice to come back.
Perhaps the ministers can get back to us during one of the breaks.
But it's quite common, actually, that consultation is led where there's crossover in responsibilities or joint responsibilities, that consultation is led by the various ministers. And in this case, Minister Rowland and Minister Burke work closely, as you would expect, on this issue.
Are they on the same page, though, on this particular issue? Is there a uniform view from both Minister Burke and Rowland as to the requirement to...
There'll be a uniform view brought forward, yes.
But there's not yet?
No,
they're open to the consultation, Senator. So I think I don't think they're, that's precisely the point for going through the consultation, to help us identify and then land a position of government, which, just to sort of, I suppose, make the point that important policy and ultimately legislative decisions are complicated exercises which usually involve decisions by Cabinet rather than individual ministers. The actual final point of what happens in the chamber of the Parliament and who introduces it may well depend upon whether a bill is introduced in the Senate or the House and where the relevant minister is, etc. So I think the important point is that to say that the two ministers are working jointly on this particular issue, and it will ultimately then be decided. Propositions will be taken to Cabinet, decisions will be made, and ultimately legislation will fall out the far end. In terms of how that's introduced, which chamber it's introduced in, etc., is obviously something I can't comment on at this point.
Are we expected to see any legislative reforms to the Copyright Act this year?
Senator, copyright's not in our portfolio. It's an Attorney General's portfolio matter, so we couldn't. I don't
Yes,
think we know
but
the
there
answer.
there is a link to the stakeholders and the industries by which your two ministers are responsible for.
Well, Senator, I'm not aware. I think those would be questions better directed to the Attorney General's portfolio. It is possible.
So just to be clear, your department's not doing any work on the issue of copyright.
Senator, I was just about to say it might be a question you could we could put to at outcome 6 later tonight, but not that I am personally aware of at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that. I'd just like to ask about the NBN. What's the government's view of NBN executives getting bonuses?
I'll ask my colleagues to comment further. I mean, I think the government is on the record has indicated that it is written to. Well, the first point to make is I think the government's view is consistent with the way the arrangements are set up in all of the governance frameworks that exist around government business enterprises, and that is ultimately remuneration as a matter which is a decision of the board. However, it is the case that the Minister did seek some information from NBN with respect to its remuneration arrangements, and I'll just ask my colleagues if they've got anything particular to add on the nature of that request.
Matthew Bryan, First Assistant Secretary, Communication Infrastructure Decision. So NBN Co has released a statement on its website providing more transparency about employee remuneration and changes that have been made to its bonus schemes in 2021, which were put in place to remove eligibility for its short-term incentives program for the majority of staff. So that supplement is over and above the information that's published in NBN Co's annual report. So shareholder ministers did write to NBN Co in October of last year to ask that the incentive frameworks be reviewed to ascertain if any improvements could be made, including to improve transparency. NBN Co responded in November 2022, outlining its approach so far. It's an undertaking to examine future plans for governance of its incentive scheme. I don't know, Ms. Power, if there's anything additional to add there.
No, I think that probably covers it for now. So the letter, are these letters public?
Those letters have not been made public, no.
Could you table them, please?
Yep, take that on notice.
It'd be good if we could have them before NBN Co is here this afternoon.
That shouldn't be a problem, Senator.
Thank you. Is there a tipping point by which the Minister believes it's unacceptable in terms of the amount of a bonus to an executive at NBN Co? I mean, these are, they're not government departments, but they are public companies, community taxpayer companies. Is there a point by which the Minister goes, you know what, that is too much? That is ridiculous.
Senator, I think that's, in a sense, I think that's sort of hypothetical, and I don't really know that we've got a. There isn't such a concept, I suppose, that exists, and it's slightly hypothetical. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the key, as I said earlier, the key point there are a couple of pieces here. One is in some instances when there are concerns about remuneration levels with respect to key positions, namely CEO positions, in some instances, but not all, governments have looked to use the Remuneration Tribunal to set those CEO remuneration arrangements. In terms of broader remuneration arrangements inside the organisations, as I say, I think the fundamental and key part, or a key part of the governance frameworks that we operate in and those businesses operate in, is that they are operate with an independent board, and the board is responsible for those decisions. One of the things, however, that, you know, obviously recognising that, as you say, they are government businesses. One of the things that obviously we are interested in, and I think, you know, successive governments have been interested in, is to make sure that those businesses are taking their remuneration responsibilities seriously and are doing appropriate work to benchmark them and make sure their salaries are in line with the sort of market they're operating in, enables them to attract appropriate talent, etc. And that's the sort of thing that I think, as a general proposition, ministers are keen to make sure those boards are doing when they set remuneration.
I guess, looking towards the budget, which will be the next time we have you in front of this committee, we're already hearing from the Treasurer and the Prime Minister that the Australian public shouldn't expect a big spending budget because there's, you know, not a lot of money in the kitty, notwithstanding stage 3 tax cuts, I might say, but anyway. We're hearing that people's wages are, as we know, everyday working people, their wages are stagnant. Living costs are going through the roof. And surely it's not a good look for tens of thousands of dollars to be given in bonuses to people who work for a government business. It's just not it's not a good look, is it?
I don't think we can express opinions on matters like that. You're entitled to your opinion, as is the Minister, but I don't think it's expected of public servants to make value judgments like that.
Fair enough. Senator Brown, what is the Labor government going to do to crack down on excessive executive bonuses within the NBN Co?
Right. There's a few things to say about that, and of course bonuses should be linked to performance, obviously, and taxpayers' money needs to be well spent, and incentives should be appropriate and proportionate. And going to your question about the fact that about there's constraint in terms of funds, we expect boards and the executives shouldn't be indifferent to community expectations, but also the Communications Minister and the Finance Minister are continuing to engage with NBN Co with a view to the company providing further information about how performance targets and bonus levels are set and benchmark, how target setting and rewards for performance exceed a business as usual expectations, and suggestions for areas to improve transparency.
Do you think that the
that's
Australian community thinks that NBN Co is performing particularly well enough for their executives to get bonuses? I mean, do you ever hear anybody saying, NBN, great job?
Well, as I've already said, the Minister and the Finance Minister are engaging with NBN Co, and the government expects boards and executives cannot and should not be indifferent to what of community expectations.
That might be helpful.
Yes, Mr. Bryan.
The shareholder ministers did write to NBNCO on the 19th of December, I should have mentioned before, in their statement of expectations, just outlining the government's expectation that the remuneration for executive be restrained.
For audio, please.
I beg your pardon, Senator?
Sarah, you're unmuted. If you'd just like to mute yourself for a moment, that'd be great. Sorry, please continue.
Sorry, Mr. Bryan, can you start that again? This is the letter that the government has written to NBNCO.
This was a second letter I should have mentioned. This was the statement of expectations.
So just to be clear, you wrote in October, you got
That's
a
correct.
response in December, you've written back again.
This is the statement of expectation
Yep.
covering all the government's expectations,
Yep.
not just remuneration. But in relation to remuneration, the shareholder ministers did state that NBNCO should put in place a remuneration structure that is transparent, ensures executive remuneration is aligned to key performance indicators with fit for purpose targets. It should be restrained and justifiable to the Parliament, and the Australian public should be appropriately governed and not inconsistent with industry benchmarks. So those are the criteria. I've cut some of the text out there, but again, we could table that letter with the other two letters, just explaining the different factors that the government expected the board to take into account in setting the remuneration frameworks.
That letter would be helpful, thank you. And is it the government's view that those expectations have been met?
Well, that letter was sent out in December. So the company responded with its corporate plan, explaining how it would act on the statement of expectations. We'll continue to monitor that and continue to have a dialogue with the company about how it's implemented.
When's the next round of bonuses due? Do you know?
I think the next reporting would be in their annual report, which comes out after mid-year.
And what type of bonuses, what quantum of bonuses has the NBN been giving its executives to date?
To see what detail we've got to hand, Senator. Otherwise, we can take that on notice. It's a matter of
I think we do
it's
have
publicly reported.
the figures here,
Yes.
and Ms Power might be able to take us through those.
Yes, Nicole Power, Assistant Secretary, Broadband Policy Branch. So NBNCO's 21-22 annual report outlines the bonuses and short-term incentives that were made to NBNCO senior executives. So for reference, that's on page 99 of the annual report. So the payment for Stephen Rood, the CEO, for instance, the total, the STI award component was $697,808.
$697,000 as a bonus.
As a, short-term incentive payment, yes.
$697,000.
Yes, that's correct.
How much does a Prime Minister get paid?
I'm sorry, I couldn't answer that.
Less than that.
Yeah, definitely less than that.
$697,000 in bonuses for performance. And I'd put it to you that I don't think there's many Australians who think that NBNCO are doing a particularly good job.
I think, Senator, there are
Surely that is
performance
out of the realms of public expectation.
Senator, I don't think we can offer a comment on that. I think it is worth, but I mean, the question, as I say, questions of remuneration set by the board, expected to be benchmarked. As Mr. Bryan's laid out, the expectations have been set pretty clearly. Similar things are done for CEOs through the context of remuneration tribunal set salaries, but I'm not sure we can comment on the quantum.
Thank you. Ms Power, sorry, I was a bit shocked by the exorbitant amount of that. Could you were going to tell us the next level down of bonuses?
So I have details for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the senior executives for NBNCO. As outlined in the annual report, Ms Dyer has a STI component of $203,593. And then Mr Irving had a component of $187,306. I can continue, or I can provide a copy of this. It's in NBNCO's annual report.
If you can table that, that would be helpful. But that is extraordinary. I mean, that is $1 million just for amongst 3 people in bonuses.
And Senator, I think what you will find in there, the other piece of information relevant in there is I think the annual report indicates the methodology or the approach by which these are calculated for NBN, and those would have been for the period, the year prior, in effect.
Yeah. Senator Brown, is $700,000, $697,000, is that appropriate?
As I've already indicated, Senator, the ministers have already engaged and continue to engage with NBNCO around bonuses and performance, and whether, bonuses and rewards for performance exceed a business as usual expectations, and have made suggestions, and you will get copies of both of those letters as to in areas of improvement, and that engagement is ongoing. Yes, but if you're asking me, would the community expect better? Yes.
Yeah, I think they would too. Well, if you could table those letters, that would be helpful, and I'll come back to that later this afternoon. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I do not believe there are any further corporate questions. Senator Henderson. Sorry, I had messaged you. I hadn't heard back. Please go ahead, Senator Henderson.
I apologise. We've had a few technical issues. Look, I just wanted to raise with the department some questions about the low orbit satellite working group in the context of NBN. Could we get an update on that work, please? Particularly, and I raise this particularly from the point of view of many people living in regional Australia, and particularly farmers, are opting for Starlink, Elon Musk's Starlink, rather than...
Senator Henderson, can I just stop you for a minute? I don't think this is a corporate question.
It's a general question, Chair.
Yes. I wonder if we would move on into the next section. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yep.
If you want me to raise it in the next section, that's...
And you can just keep going straight away. So we will now conclude the examination.
If I may,
sorry.
I just want to ask Ms Bridger to give some clarification on an answer she gave earlier on, just for completeness while we're still in the corporate section.
Of course.
Okay.
Certainly, Mr Betts.
Senator Hughes, you asked about Deloitte, and I just have had some follow-up information from my team.
Yeah.
Within the period that I outlined earlier, which was from 1 July to 31 December, we actually have 2 what we call non-consultancy contracts with Deloitte, which was why I hadn't flagged them for you earlier, and that's where we use them for short-term expertise as opposed to providing us with independent advice. So there were 2 of those.
The first that was from 1 July?
1 July to 31 December. Yeah.
And what was the value of those?
The first one was where we were seeking some finance expertise, and that was for $118,718. And the second was related to a project that we've got underway whereby we are moving to different legislation for regulation for road safety in our road vehicle space. And that contract will help us do that transition because the new legislation comes in from 1 July this year, and that contract was $1.4 million.
Right. Wow. And have we heard of any from the 1st of January? Do we know this?
Nil from 1st of January to date, to today.
And was Mr Phillip involved in any of those consultancies?
As in Pradeep Phillip?
Yes.
Highly unlikely, I think, given he's an
Well, can we
economist.
double check? Because even in the pitching of those or how those things, like who was on the panel to select Deloitte?
I can certainly take that one on notice.
And can you come back on how many firms tendered for that role and confirm if Deloitte was the highest scoring firm across all the different criteria?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And you also asked about Mr Hubbard being involved, any awarding...
Mr Hubbard's consultancy? Yeah.
And I can confirm nothing has been awarded to him.
Okay. Thank you for getting back so quickly.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So yes, that now concludes the examination of corporate matters of the Communication and the Arts portfolio. And we will now move to Outcome 1, Program 5.1, Digital Technologies and Communication Services. And I invite questions, beginning with Senator Henderson.
Chair, thank you very much. You can hear me loud and clear?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Henderson.
Thank you so much. Look, obviously I am no longer the Shadow Minister, but here as a Senator. But over many months I've been raising concerns about the government's failure to act on online safety, including in relation to children. Can I please ask why the government hasn't done anything meaningful in this space at all? This is an issue of profound concern to many families right across this country. So I am keen for a response on why the government has been essentially, in my view, missing in action on online safety, particularly for children.
Senator, I'll pass to my colleagues in a second to talk about what is going on. I mean, I think as a preface, I would say that there is, we are in the midst of implementing a pretty powerful and significant piece of legislation that does allow an online safety regulator to be able to tackle a range of harms and issues with respect to children. And so there is an awful lot of work underway, often by in the area of the E-Safety Commission themselves, with respect to bedding down and using those the new powers they have got. But I will hand over to Ms Sullivan and Ms Gannon to add to that.
Can I just clarify what's the preparation being undertaken in terms of new legislation? Could you outline the proposed legislation, please?
Senator, I was referring to the new Online Safety Act, which is now just over 1 year old, but a whole lot of the work required to operationalise the new powers that exist in that is currently on foot, and that's what...
So, sorry, just to clarify, that's actually the Coalition's Online Safety Act that was brought in under our government. You indicated that there was new legislation, but that's not actually the case?
Senator, that was exactly... I was referring to that very piece of legislation, and I was referring to the fact that there is an awful lot of work that is currently underway that is being made possible by that Act, but it is we are still in the period of bringing all of the power, for want of a better term, of that Act into force. And so the amount of work being done by the e-safety regulator with respect to that Act currently is quite extensive. And will be...
Sorry to interrupt, but I just need to make it very clear that the Act came into force last January.
I understand that, Senator.
So when you talk about the powers, this legislation has been enacted. The E-Safety Commissioner has all of those powers. Why is the government not doing anything more in relation to the online safety of children? So what is stopping the government from ensuring that all children in Australia are safe online? So I really do need to understand what you're saying here. And it's Mr Windeyer, isn't it? Sorry.
It is, Senator Henderson.
Sorry.
Look, Senator, let me pass to my colleagues who will be able to give you an outline of what is underway. I accept your point. I wasn't trying to be to suggest anything other than we're talking about the Online Safety Act that was passed 12 months ago. But I'll pass to Ms Gannon to...
Support it from by Labor in opposition.
So the task now is to operationalise that legislation. Ms Sullivan.
Ms Gannon.
Hello, Senator. Bridget Gannon, Assistant Secretary, Online Safety Branch. You're right, the legislation, the Online Safety Act, commenced in January last year. And since then, we've seen the eSafety Commissioner bring into effect the new adult cyber abuse scheme. There's also a lot of work ongoing to implement other aspects of that legislation. So basic online safety expectation reporting notices have gone out, and the Commissioner has reported on those, and the Commissioner is currently working with industry on industry codes that are focused on illegal content, and in particular, there's a particular focus there on child exploitation content. The department is
Ms.
also...
Gannon, just on that point, and the eSafety Commissioner did issue the legal notices, and Apple and Microsoft and Meta responded to those legal notices. I understand there was quite a legal fight behind the scenes. So the eSafety Commissioner has given the Minister an alarming report about the horrific proliferation of online child sexual abuse, the worst sort of online behaviour one could imagine. This report was handed down now a number of months ago. What is the government doing about it?
Senator, the basic online safety expectation notices serve two purposes. In the first instance, they are about providing advice to government on how the system is working. And given the legislation commenced 12 months ago, that it's early days and we are monitoring that closely. It's also designed to provide transparency about what industry is doing and push industry to do more to protect its own users and make its system safer.
Ms Gannon, I'm sorry, industry is failing. 85 million streams of child sexual abuse are coming out of this country, predominantly into the Philippines, every year. It's an absolute disgrace, and I have not heard the Minister rein in this horrific conduct which is being facilitated by Apple, Meta and Microsoft. Apple on FaceTime, Meta on Instant Messenger and other platforms and WhatsApp, and Microsoft on Skype. This is disgraceful. Why is the Minister not screaming from the rooftops, calling these platforms in, these global tech giants, and saying we will not tolerate it? Because I can tell you what, Ms Gannon, we did not tolerate it when we were in government.
Senator, I'd also note that, as I said, these notices are in part to push industry to do more to make their own system safer, and that this area of policy is shared with the Attorney General's portfolio. As you note, it is a criminal matter and it is a criminal law enforcement matter, and we work across government to keep the system safer and try and push good outcomes.
I just want all Australians listening or reading the Hansard to understand that, as from my knowledge, the Minister has not made one critical comment about Apple or Meta or Microsoft facilitating this horrific child sexual abuse. I cannot believe it. If I was the Minister, I would be screaming from the rooftops, reining these platforms in, demanding action, demanding they detect, block and protect children. What the hell is going on in your department and within the Minister's office?
Please moderate your
Senator Henson, all we can tell you is the amount of work that is being undertaken, which we are working with the eSafety Commissioner on, and working with the and in our role as the policy agency and advising government on. An awful lot of work is going on by the eSafety Commissioner within the constraints or the powers that were granted to it by the Parliament 12 months ago. And that work is extensive. That work is being undertaken by the Online Safety Commissioner and in working with industry. But I think, and there is clearly the possibility that there could be new issues that require changes to the law down the track, and I think that is why when we brought in the Online Safety Act, there is an expectation that it will be subject to review, but it is 12 months in and we are trying to work with the powers that the Parliament has given in that Act and that is what the eSafety Commissioner is currently doing in conjunction with industry through the BOSE mechanisms that Ms Gannon has mentioned, and also through the work being done with industry on those codes. It is not an exercise which is being done to, it is an exercise which industry is feeling uncomfortable in. It is not about...
Mr Windeyer, could I please ask, has the Minister made any demands of those 3 global tech giants that I mentioned in relation to urgent action to detect, prevent child sexual abuse so as to protect Australian children?
Senator, I think the Minister is quite...
Could you just answer my question, Mr Windeyer, please?
Well, I would have to take on notice, Senator, comments made by the Minister, unless Ms Gannon has
Senator, I
information.
would point that the Minister has been publicly supportive of eSafety's work on industry codes, which is where the eSafety Commissioner is working with industry to raise the standard of what industry is doing.
Ms Gannon, I appreciate that, but the question was a different question. Has the Minister made any demands in private or in any submission or correspondence to any of the major global platforms to rein them in? Because that's one of the parts of the Coalition's work of which I am very proud, is that we worked extremely hard to stand up to these global tech giants to protect Australians online. I want to move to the funding of
Senator,
the eSafety Commissioner.
if I can just respond on that to say we will see, obviously you've asked us a question which we don't have the answer to here. The comment I would like to sort of add to that is, as Ms Gannon has said, there is work going on led by the Commissioner with respect to the powers that have been granted by the Parliament. And it is quite important that the regulatory powers are able to be operated by the regulator, and hence the Minister has been very supportive of the work of the regulator to discharge their responsibilities.
Mr Windeyer, could you please table or provide on notice the correspondence between the Minister's Office, the Department and the global tech giants, the subject of these legal notices? All correspondence, email submissions, messages, please, so Australians can properly understand the nature of the communications between your department, the Minister, and Apple, Meta, Microsoft and Omegle, I think was the other one.
We can certainly take that on notice.
Thanks very much, Mr Windeyer. Just wanting to move...
Henderson, we might just rotate the call, and thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young? You're fine.
Senator Payne. Thank you, Chair. I would like to just talk a bit about, or ask questions around broadband. So reliable internet is essential to a family's success to basic services, including a child's education. Unfortunately, overwhelming majority of Australian families and their children have access to internet at home. However, there is unfortunately a small proportion that do not, including in my home state of Western Australia. While the digital divide in Australia has narrowed through the rollout of the national broadband network, for those who remain unconnected, the divide has regrettably gotten deeper. Can you please outline to the committee how many Australian families out there are currently without internet?
Yes, Senator, I'll pass to my colleagues to respond to that question.
Thank you, Senator. Jason Ashurst, Assistant Secretary, Digital Inclusion and Sustainable Communications Branch. Your question was about the number of families. Look, historically the data can be challenging, but the ABS has in the past run a household use of information technology analysis. The last one was in 2016-17. That surveyed approximately 20,000 Australian householders, and on the basis of that survey and analysis, they estimated that about 76,600 households with children under 15 did not have internet access. There is more recent research, but not able to actually support the follow-up to those figures, but it does show, as you've indicated, Senator, that digital inclusion in Australia, while it has improved, those that remain unconnected have worsened in the terms of the divide, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. And what is the government doing to bridge this divide?
Senator, earlier this month, the government launched the School Student Broadband Initiative. This is a target affordability measure providing up to 30,000 unconnected families with 12 months of free internet. The government's asked NBN to implement this initiative, and it's supporting it with delivery of $4.5 million in funding. NBN is currently partnering with education authorities, national charities, to identify and nominate students that would most benefit from this assistance, and the free services under the initiative are expected to commence in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Cadell.
This time, I think in November, October, when we were here, I had an email from Link telling me about a scam, and I received one yesterday, so I thought I'd move on to potential scams. This is a complex area between comms, carriage of things, I imagine finance with banking regulations and AG and stuff. What are we doing? Where do the reliability and the buck stop with scam? Are we working across departments? Are we doing on this because is it the carrier's fault that they get their IDs hacked? Is it the bank's fault for their stuff? Where, as a department, do we see this going forward?
Senator, I'll pass to my colleagues to talk about that, but I mean, in a sense, you're absolutely right. It is complex and there are lots of bits of government involved, and as a consequence, lots of bits of government are working very closely together on what they can do in their part of the space. But I'll throw to Ms Saleri to offer you some more information on what is happening and how we're working with other bits of government.
Thank you, Senator. Kathleen Saleri, Assistant Secretary, Consumer Safeguards Branch. I think, as we mentioned at the last hearing, particularly on the linked scam, that it is one that is quite prevalent. It relies on impersonating a trusted sender ID. There are many. Since that hearing, we've been working with the ACMA on what measures we could put in place to address this sort of hijacking of trusted sender IDs. And one of the things we're wanting to explore with the ACMA is the establishment of a sender ID register. And the Minister and the ACMA have had correspondence on this over the last few weeks, and the ACMA has commenced work on exploring how a register would work. The register would look to either block known IDs that do not match the trusted ID, or allow. So there's a number of different models in operation around the world, and the ACMA is exploring those at the moment.
Are we looking at the UK model where it's put onto banks, where they've got to, I think...
Yeah, the businesses would need to join.
Yeah, okay.
That's one model. There are a number of models in operation. So we're not leaping to one model at this stage. We're exploring what's the most feasible, what's the quickest, and what's the most effective for our community.
Yeah. Senator Lachlan Patterson, First Assistant Secretary, Communication Services and Consumer Division. I'll just expand on that a little bit. I mean, whatever model you adopt, you need industry engagement and involvement, but you have options between mandatory and opt-in. You can have schemes run by industry, oversighted by government and legislative powers behind that, or you could have a register that's actually run by government itself. They all have costs associated with them, and advantages and disadvantages, and that's the sort of work the ACMA is working on at the moment. But what we do know is there's different ID registers operating in different countries overseas using different models, and they all have an impact.
And just more broadly on scams, the government announced in October the establishment of a national anti-scam centre, which will look more broadly across all portfolios, banking, finance, technologies, and that work is being undertaken by Treasury at the moment. So it's broader than just the comms portfolio.
And that's, so I was watching Mel and Koshy the other day, and I think it was James and Sam who lost $100,000. It was almost anti-scam. They got hit with an Uber scam originally, and then it was fake hijacking of Westpac's line, where Westpac came on and had a call centre answer that.
Yeah.
Is that a more sophisticated? Are we seeing scammers more sophisticated?
Scams are, they're evolving, and there are some scams that deliberately impersonate something quite sophisticated. So you and I might think, hey, we're very savvy and we'll never fall for this, but it's exactly the people like us that it's targeting because we think we're so savvy about it. Yeah. But I think the thing with any scam reduction activity is there is no silver bullet. You have to keep evolving, you have to keep layer upon layer, matching step by step with the scammers. And unfortunately, there is a level of reactivity to that. But I think with things like a register, things like the National Anti-Scam Centre, we will be starting to catch up. And I guess the overall goal is to make Australia very unattractive to overseas scammers.
Yeah, Senator, so I mean, we can't underestimate the benefit of consumer behaviour in regards to never hitting a link, but that's where the ID register comes in. I myself have seen SMSs coming in that I thought was from Australia Post and it wasn't, because it's come in and it's looked legitimate, and I would consider myself reasonably savvy in this area. But that's one of the things I think the government's looking for the Scam Centre to do, is to lean in very heavily on that communication part. But then we're trying to do some work around the cleverness of the scammers, if you like. Yeah.
And in relation to the link scam specifically, we've had many meetings with the ACMA on these broad issues, but they have done some great work in this area, and I think that they're appearing later today. I think they've got some really good stats about the amount that they've reduced in that area. Of course, it's not all. I also got one of those texts over the weekend, but it is that they are making inroads.
How far will the ID register go? Because we're talking about banks, we're talking about things like link, because...
It will be as it's just an idea at this stage and the model is being explored, it will be anyone who has a trusted ID, like if you, AusPost, MyGov, Westpac, whoever, they usually have an alpha identifier at the start of the text. You won't get it from a number, you'll get it from an alpha identifier. Those things will be registered, and it will be up to businesses to choose to register those.
So help me understand. Greg, the guy I mentioned in my maiden speech, Hanson late last year, his solicitor on a property transaction, the email was intercepted between his solicitor to him for the deposit of where that would go. That wouldn't capture those things.
That sounds like something quite different. It's given it's about emails, so yeah.
And I'll give you an example on the alphanumeric identifier very quickly, Senator. So if you had an alphanumeric trusted ID on Australia Post, capital AUST, capital POST, that would work under the ID register. But if you don't implement it properly and say it's a lowercase p, then it could get through.
It's like the .mums on the WhatsApp scam at the moment, rather than mum on the phone.
It's like ABC, instead of abc.net.au, it could be abc.net. These type of things can come through.
Okay.
And Senator, just to make a quick comment on the fact that the other thing that the government is looking at as part of, there's a current consultation out on the latest Digital Platform Services Inquiry report from the ACCC, and Treasury is consulting on the recommendations of that at the moment. And one of the things it touches upon is looking at scams not just on the telephone system, which is in a sense largely where we've been to date, telephone and SMS, but looking at what might be able to be contemplated with respects to scams on digital platforms and, in a sense, in the internet space. So that's also recognised, or has been recognised by the ACCC as an area that needs to be looked at, and there's consultation underway on that very issue at the moment.
Yeah. Just on that point there, you've raised it. As I got my link scam the day before this last time and 2 days before it this time, that report dropped like the day of estimates, I think, last time, the ACCC report, that 5th gen thing. It wasn't announced for 2 months that was there. What is going on in detail? I know Treasury's doing stuff. Where does that go? Why are we not hearing more on that publicly?
Well, Senator, I think the next stage, in a sense, consistent with the way, in fact, previous reports from the ACCC in the digital platform space have been handled by previous governments. The next stage is a consultation around the recommendations it has made. In some respects, I think that you will start hearing things after that consultation is closed and government has a chance to consider the sorts of submissions it's got, and therefore the appropriate approach to the recommendations being made. But it is a comprehensive inquiry that raises some really significant issues, and I think it's important to be able to, in a sense, go through the consultation process and then take sensible, steady steps on the way forward. And so I suppose what I'm saying is I think you will hear more once we've got to the end of the consultation, which I think closes in possibly even as soon as later this week.
Though, and this is a position of the government, Chair, has Minister Rowland endorsed any of the ACCC recommendations? I know the department's just answered, but I'm very interested because one of their calls was for an urgent call for action from the ACCC. So that wouldn't have been a call for the government to sit on its hand and look at a process through the department. So I'm interested whether you can advise us as a member of the government whether those recommendations have been endorsed, any of them, by the Minister.
I'll have to take that on notice.
Maybe during the break you could just text Michelle and ask her.
Yes, I'll try to get that information to you as soon as I can.
Yeah, because I appreciate the department's talking about a process they're going through, but there was an urgent call for action.
Just to be clear, Senator, in a sense I'm talking about a process that Treasury's running through. So it's actually, they're not actually recommendations, it's not a report to or recommendations that at this point are the Minister Rowlands to respond to. I mean, they're the government's to respond to, but the lead is actually through the Treasury portfolio. So I'm not sure we would have a lot to add. It'll be largely, it's in the Treasury portfolio at this juncture.
At the moment it seems like we're just bumping things between portfolios rather than doing anything. So I just think if Minister Rowland can just confirm whether she has...
If I've got any information to add,
that would be great.
Senator Hughes,
Thank you.
I will do so, but it's following the normal processes as I understand.
Because I note in that report, everyone's talking about a $2 billion number on scams. In that, I think the ACCC went up to $4 billion that they think it could be costing the economy and said action is urgent. Is that my understanding in that report?
I can't remember the number, Senator, but
okay, we look forward to hearing
and there's
back.
been like 5 interim reports, so I think by this stage we could probably start to get some clarity on which way the government's moving.
Okay.
Chair, could I just intervene on that point, on one issue?
We're going to Senator Hanson-Young, and then we'll come to you shortly.
Yeah, you can go to...
Thank you. One of the things, of course, that the ACCC has been looking into is responsible for with a connection to this department is the Media Bargaining Code. There was obviously a review in relation to that released. It was almost at the end of I think it was the last sitting day or the second last sitting day of the year by Minister Jones, if I'm correct. What responsibility, given that review, does this department now have? Is there a monitoring? Is there a consultation? Are we worried that some of these deals are about to expire? We're hearing that Facebook, for example, or Meta are not engaging in renegotiating with media agencies. So I want to know what the government's doing to keep an eye on this.
Pauline Sullivan, thank you, Senator. In terms of, as you're well aware, the News Media Bargaining Code is the responsibility of the Treasury portfolio. However, within the communications portfolio and as part of the government, as part of their election campaign, they committed to what they call the News Media Assistance Program. So this is taking a broader look at how, recognising that we are dealing with an industry that's in transition, to develop a framework to guide future interventions into the news media market. So the News Media Bargaining Code and the review coming from that, there was obviously a range of recommendations. Assistant Minister Jones released that report. The government has not yet responded to it, so that is a process that's underway. However, more broadly, the department has had a number of funding programs that are looking at assisting the media industry, and also under the NewsMap program, we are looking at what interventions, what evidence we can build in terms of how to have targeted government interventions to assist the industry. I'll ask Mr Hales to comment on that further.
So Andrew Hales, Assistant Secretary of Platforms and News. So as Ms Sullivan said, the work that's underway at the moment is around developing the framework for the potential future support of the industry or policy interventions. So we're doing work internally on that at the moment, also having discussions with ACMA as well about their thoughts on that. And yeah, that's a work in progress, and we'll provide advice back to the government.
Is this the new government's, or the starting from scratch? I mean, we had the Green Paper under the previous government. There was lots of recommendations that came out of that. I'm just I feel like this whole issue just continues to get kicked down the road.
So, no, it's not starting from scratch. And in fact, part of what the government has said is that in developing this news media assistance framework, it's actually looking at recommendations from a range of previous reviews. So, as you'd be well aware from having been on this committee for quite some time, there have been a number of reviews over a number of years. So part of what Mr Hyles's team is doing is actually pulling together all those recommendations and seeing which of those we can progress, put advice to government on how we may progress some of those, noting that a number of them don't actually sit in this portfolio, so there may be questions around DGR status, that sort of thing. But it is certainly not starting from scratch. And in terms of the framework and the principles that we've developed and how we're thinking about this, it's also recognising that there are already a range of things that government does, such as funding our two national broadcasters. So that is clearly supporting public interest journalism and so forth. The News Media Bargaining Code, introducing that legislation has been another intervention, and they're looking at the success of that, noting that, as the report identifies, there's a number of issues around the confidentiality agreements and so forth that those commercial agreements are wrapped up in. We're also undertaking evaluation of a number of the programs that we have undertaken to date. So the PING program, obviously we've just finished, we're in the process of finalising a lot of the payments, first round of payments under the regional news and local news publishers program. Once that program is finished, we'll do an evaluation of that, and also the Journalist Fund. So that's probably a long-winded way of saying, no, we're not starting from scratch. And in fact, the desire, it's recognition that there has been an awful lot of, a lot of minds turned to these issues, and how do we actually bring it together in a cohesive way to actually assist the industry. I think some of the concerns has been, so particularly PING and the regional news publishers programs, they have been in response to external shocks. So PING was in response to COVID. The Regional News Publishers Program has been in response to the rapid increase in newsprint prices. So they've been good interventions that served a point in time. However, if we are going to look at dealing with the longer term issues and sustainability of the industry, we do need to take a longer term approach to it. So I guess almost like an industry policy structural adjustment piece around that. And I guess it's worth noting there's also some interesting it's described as green shoots of how certain publishers are dealing with transition. They're looking at different business models of how they reposition themselves, recognising the new market.
Yeah. So just to be clear, the working title of this, and Mr Hyles, this is your key job, your number one priority.
Amongst other things.
Amongst other things, okay. Well, I'm just trying to, I like to be able to chase up things, so I just want to know who I'm going to be calling on. You're referring to this as the News Media Assistance Framework. Is that the official working title?
The official working title is actually News Media Assistance Program, but we've got to develop the framework first before we can kind of look at the policy interventions that come out of it. Mm-hmm. If I could add just what Ms Sullivan said, a couple of the other key things that we're looking at as well. So ACMA's out consulting at the moment on their diversity and localism news measurement framework. So the outcomes of that will inform the development of the framework, and we're also working with ACMA to examine ways to improve the scope and integration of current data. So there is data out there that's been collected by a number of organisations. Mm-hmm. They're including ACMA. We're looking at ways that we can leverage that to better inform sort of policy interventions in future.
Mm-hmm. We still haven't. I say this as the chair of the References Committee. We still haven't had a response from government to our media diversity inquiry. So, are you looking at some of the recommendations and evidence from that?
Yes.
Yes.
Good. What's the time frame that you're working to, Mr Hyles?
This year, essentially, so the work is underway at the moment. The team is actively working on it. There's a couple of elements that have to fall into place first. So, for example, as I mentioned before, the ACMA's consulting on the diversity and localism news measurement framework. We need to get the outcomes of that to inform the development of the framework. So, yeah, later this year.
And what about beefing up the regulatory and accountability elements? One of the key issues that continues to be raised is that ACMA is pretty toothless when it comes to enforcement of breaches. Is that going to be an element that you're looking at?
Not under this program.
Okay.
That would, any questions around, I guess, what is essentially the BSA framework, we would consider in the context of broader media reform and so forth.
And just to be clear, the regional news publishing program and the Ping Fund are exhausted in terms of their buckets of money?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in terms of the regional news publishers program, we're in the process. There were 208 successful grantees, and we've executed certainly 195. I think I do have an updated number, but we've just about executed all the agreements with those.
And the Journalist Fund?
Yes, so we're in the process of awarding those grants. So I'm the decision maker for those, so I have signed off on those, and the team is in the process of.
And can you remind us how much was that worth? That bucket of money?
It was. It's $5 million.
Okay, and $5 million is not going to go very far, is it? I can't imagine there's an awful lot of players in that.
So, the original amount was actually undersubscribed, and so it's the current subscription based on qualifying applications was $5 million.
Okay. And so what's the criteria for that? Remind us.
The core criteria is be located in a regional area of Australia, and having learnt from the Ping process, we do use an ABS categorisation for that, which has been well received by most. Eligible regional media organisation, provide core news content to local communities, so core news drawing on the criteria under the News Media Bargaining Code, annual turnover of less than 30 million, so obviously targeting small publishers. ABN,
So no News Corp or acquired regional papers?
No, I guess the other thing in regards to specific organisations such as News Corp, there is also, we use the definition used in the Tax Act, which is about Australian-based companies.
Yes.
That's not the specific language, but we do.
Yes.
And
Yes,
we have
reminding
done
us that News Corp isn't actually an Australian company.
No, I'm just saying that we use the definition in the Tax Act.
It's good to remember. It's good to remember.
Just use what's in the Tax Act, as we have for programs dating back to Ping as well. An ABN and registered for the purposes of GST.
Okay.
Have I missed anything, Mr. Carver?
No, other than the usual about being a member of the National Redress Scheme. You're also ineligible.
Yeah, okay.
That reference that Ms Holland was making was to a foreign-controlled entity.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Hanson, we might just rotate the call and come back unless you're about to finish up a line.
I'm just nearly finished this section, if that's okay. So this is for, by the end of the year, we should have some framework for this news media assistance program. Then, Ms Sullivan, you also then mentioned the broader media reform agenda. Can you just, I would really like to have a sense of the timeframes on this.
So in terms of the broader media reform piece, the government has indicated that its priorities are particularly in regards to its election commitments around prominence and anti-siphoning. So that work is underway now. And we will be, in terms of anti-siphoning, there was the anti-siphoning scheme. There was a consultation paper released in October last year with an 8-week consultation which ended in December. 25 submissions were received, and those that weren't confidential are up on the website. We also held a series of roundtables in November. So consideration is being given to those submissions, and obviously the next stage will be providing advice to government on that. The anti-siphoning list, as opposed to the scheme, lapses on the 1st of April, sorry.
This year?
Yes.
So we're going to have to move pretty quick then.
Correct. And so that is about the list. So it would be envisaged that there will need to be a decision by government on the list before then. A question around the broader scheme is obviously, the list is the priority, then there's also the scheme that government will need to consider what it wants to do with that. So that's the anti-siphoning scheme. In regards to prominence, so there was a discussion paper released on the 23rd of December, but I can assure you that despite that date, it is open for a 9-week consultation.
For the record.
Sorry?
It's my birthday, for the record.
Yeah. Should have phoned you as well as all the stakeholders to tell them the paper was coming. You probably didn't want to hear from me.
I'm always happy to take your call.
I could have given you the prominence paper. So that was released on the 23rd of December. It is open for a 9-week consultation, and that will close on the 24th of February. Obviously, that will then form advice to government in terms of where the government may wish to go. It was an election commitment that the government would legislate for that, so we would be looking at legislating at some stage, the government, not we, later in the year. I guess on the broader media reform piece, the Minister for Communications did give a speech to CAMLA late last year, which was titled Media Policy Priorities for a New Government. And in that she flagged that, that she is keen, setting out immediate, medium and long-term priorities, noting prominence and anti-siphoning, which I've just touched on. And the third piece in the immediate priorities are the decisions around the streaming services, which obviously have already been touched on and will be discussed later on. So they're the immediate priorities, but doing all that work in the context of anticipating medium to long-term reform as well.
I know I said almost, just one final follow-up. The prominence element, just to be clear, is that purely in the Communications Minister's purview, or is this one of those, like streaming will cover?
No, it's being dealt with it's being led by the Minister for Communications.
Okay, all right. And anti-siphoning by the Minister for Communications as well. Okay. And then streaming, of course, is a combination at this point. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I'm just going to run through a number of issues as quickly as possible, so if I could ask everyone to just address my questions quickly. First of all, there was reference to public interest journalism. I can't recall who made that particular reference. But can I just clarify, perhaps with the Minister, isn't all journalism in the public interest?
I'm not really sure. Well, we hope so.
Well, it's a fundamental pillar of our democracy, isn't it, Minister?
Senator, it's Pauline Sullivan here.
Sorry, Ms Sullivan, I wasn't asking you, I was asking the Minister.
What was the question?
You want the definition of public interest. Sorry, what was your question?
No, well, you've already answered that. I asked, we talk about public interest journalism, isn't all journalism in the public interest?
And I answered that question.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay.
And my follow-up question is, isn't it a fundamental tenet of our democracy of free and robust media?
Yes.
Thanks, Minister. Just quickly to prominence.
I guess it depends whether we're talking about the Daily Mail or not.
Just now to prominence, and if I could just maintain the call. I appreciate the important work the government is doing on prominence on our television screen, supporting our free-to-air networks and our Australian public broadcasters to make sure Australians can find these stations, for want of a better word, on their smart TVs. But I am concerned that the government has not addressed the issue of prominence on radio in cars to make sure that our local radio stations can be found. Minister, what is the government doing about prominence on radio?
We'll have to, unless the department can provide me with some information,
Certainly, Senator, Assistant Minister, I'm happy to take that. I'll start off and then pass to Mr Penpraise. We are certainly...
Just quickly, Ms Sullivan.
Just quickly.
Oh, okay. The government is certainly aware of the issues around radio prominence, and we have been in discussions with the commercial radio and CBA and radio sector more generally. At this stage, what we're proposing is that we are moving forward with the television prominence issues. We expect that through that process we will no doubt learn quite a lot around this issue as we get through the detail of it, and that will then inform the work that we undertake with radio prominence.
But Ms Sullivan,
Penrose?
the government made a clear commitment in relation to prominence on television. Why has the government failed to make that same clear commitment to prominence on radio? Aren't our local radio stations and Australian radio stations just as important, a vital part of our media sector?
James Penpraise, Assistant Secretary, Media Reform Branch. Look, the election commitment was around a legislative prominence framework for television, but the government is conscious and cognisant of the issues that have been raised by radio broadcasters as well. The intent, as Ms Sullivan indicated, was to consider those processes and to learn from the work and the exploratory work that's going underway in relation to the television prominence framework, and to utilise those learnings when considering the radio issues.
Well, I would just suggest that radio stations in Australia are not second-class citizens, so I hope and trust that they are given the same weighting in consideration as the issue of prominence on television. I'll move to my next question.
The government doesn't consider radio listeners as second-class citizen, and as the department has indicated, the minister has consulted with the radio sector.
Minister,
Sorry, Senator.
The Communications Minister needs to do more than consult. I would put it to you that the government has failed by not providing the same level of commitment to Australian radio stations and radio networks.
We'll take that as an opinion, Senator Henderson.
I don't wish to be partisan, but I'm not sure how much work was conducted over the last 9 years. But anyway, I will get the information you asked for Senator Henderson. Yes, but I will get as much information as I can, Senator Henderson, so we can continue our conversations.
Thank you very much, Minister. I want to address online safety funding. The Coalition committed to a very strong package of additional online safety funding, in contrast to the paltry $6 million in additional funding provided by your government minister. Most importantly, there was no additional funding for the eSafety Commissioner. She raised at the last estimates the need for this additional funding. Have you been able to make that commitment to her and to her office, which is, of course, vitally important in ensuring the eSafety Commissioner, a world-first initiative by the former Coalition government? That funding is vital to ensuring that the office can do its job.
Well, the government, it will fund the regulator so it can administer the Online Safety Act, and will continue to do its important work in keeping Australians safe online. And as you would know, Senator Henderson, eSafety's current funding reflects decisions taken by the previous government, and the vast majority of that funding is non-ongoing or terminating and starts to decline from 2023 to 2024. The regulator had not been set up on a reliable and sustainable funding base, as you've indicated, and the government is considering eSafety's ongoing funding in a future budget.
Minister, I would take issue with your characterisation. The former government provided very strong recurrent funding, and I'm pleased that hopefully you will continue that operational funding. So I take exception to that partisan comment, but you haven't answered my question. We committed an additional $10 million by way of an election commitment because of the urgent need of the E-Safety Commissioner. Are you going to provide that additional urgent funding need for the E-Safety Commissioner?
I think I did actually answer the question, and
No.
that
You talked
I
about
believe Senator Brown has answered the question.
but I'm happy to
Maybe
have
she'd
another
like to
go
answer
at
it again.
Senator Henderson. As
Are you going to provide the additional funding, Minister? That's what I'm asking. Not the funding in the budget, the additional funding that the E-Safety Commissioner.
what I said, sorry. So, what I said is that we will consider funding in the coming budget.
Minister, I'll turn to the News Media Bargaining Code. I've raised profound concerns that Minister Rowland has not stood up for the SBS, which has struggled and which has been banging its head against a brick wall to enter into an agreement with Meta pursuant to the News Media Bargaining Code. Why hasn't the Albanese government, and specifically Minister Rowland, stood up for SBS and hauled Meta into her office, requiring Meta to reach an agreement with the SBS? And given that is still the case, why hasn't Meta been delegated to force them to the table?
I'll just hand to the department to go through some information.
I don't want the department to go through it. This is a question for government. Minister, could you please address that question?
And the point, Senator Henderson, is that the department will be well versed in the measures that are taken. So if you want the actual,
I'm well aware. No, Minister, I'm
so if
sorry.
you don't want a full answer.
Senator Henderson, the Minister is well able to delegate the question to another member at the table, so if you can please let that question be answered by the department.
Chair,
please go ahead.
Chair, just with respect, I'm asking the Minister, first of all, to address the question.
And the
in
Minister has
relation
chosen
that,
to ask the department to answer that question, Senator Henderson, which she's well able to do. So if you could just allow the answer to be provided. Thank you. Please go ahead. Senator Henderson, please allow the answer to be provided. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Senator, I think we can say with respect to, we're very well aware of that issue, that is the situation with respect to SBS, the News Media Bargaining Code and Meta has been the case for quite some time. It is a question ultimately for government and the, particularly under the legislation, the Treasurer to make a decision, and that is something that that has been before available to the government and the previous government to consider. What we have been going through, obviously, is other exercises with respect to a review of the code. It is not an exercise that is motivated at all by ignoring SBS, but it is a matter which the government, previous government and this government thus far, have not decided to take steps down the designation path, but have been working to review the News Media Bargaining Code. And as Ms Sullivan pointed out previously to questions from Senator Hanson-Young, there is the News Media Bargaining Code is but one aspect of the government's consideration of long-term framework for making sure Australia has sustainable news businesses.
Mr Windeyer, thank you for that. The News Media Bargaining Code is, of course, a coalition initiative and has been a great success, bringing many Australian media companies to the table, entering into important deals, including with the ABC, between Australian media companies and Google and Meta. You've just made the very point that I was trying to make earlier, which is more difficult because I'm attending remotely. This is a matter for government, and it's nearly 12 months since there's been a change of government. So that being the case, and that being the case that SBS has still not secured a deal with Meta, what is the government doing to ensure that SBS is properly respected under this code and that Meta does what it's meant to do?
Senator, what I can say is what I said a minute ago, that we are...
Right, well, I won't get you to repeat the question, so maybe I could go back to the Minister on that, given this is a question for government. Minister, do you have anything further to add?
Well, as that has already been indicated, the government has a Treasury review of the News Media Bargaining Code under consideration.
No, that's been completed, Minister.
and we have it under consideration. And on the 2nd of, I think, December, Minister Jones and Rowland issued a joint media release of the Treasurer's review of that code.
Why can't the minister just pick up the phone to Mark Zuckerberg, as the former Treasurer Josh Frydenberg did, and get a deal done? I mean, honestly, it just seems on so many different issues, this minister is sitting on her hands, pushing off responsibility to other ministers, other departments. For goodness sake, Minister, you know, what about some action?
Accept your characterisation at all, Senator Henderson.
Well,
you know,
well, that's what our government did. So, I mean,
there's
it's
a lot
just
of
so
work that
frustrating
the
to see this lack of action.
Senator Henderson, if I may just add something else, I guess going to a broader piece.
Look, I'm sorry, because can I just stop you there? Because we are short of time, I do want to move on to another issue. So look, I will leave the News Media Bargaining Code at there. Could I please just move to the issues surrounding the ABC failing to meet its statutory obligation to disseminate news and information accurately and impartially. We've seen the terrible, shocking, offensive reporting by the ABC in Alice Springs. The ABC has now apologised, and yet we've seen no criticism whatsoever from the minister, even when Dr Norman Swan wrongly attributed the cause of death to COVID for the late Kimberley Kitching and Shane Warne. I mean, the ABC has a statutory obligation to report the news accurately and impartially. Minister, why has Minister Rowland so failed to hold the ABC to account?
look, Senator Henderson, the government does not intend to intervene in editorial matters of the ABC. The ABC has operational, and I know you know this, operational and editorial independence.
Yes, but I'm sorry, Minister, that's not addressing my question. The Minister is responsible for the administration of the ABC Act, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation Act, which requires under Section 8 that the ABC's board has a responsibility to disseminate news and information impartially and accurately. The buck stops with the minister. And when the ABC has failed on multiple occasions to comply with legislation, Minister, we have seen Minister Rowland missing in action.
So
why won't she ensure that the Act is complied with? Has she? Have you got anything further to add in that respect?
Like, I'm going to repeat again that the government does not intend to intervene in editorial matters of the ABC. As at the last estimates, when the ABC were here, they talked about that the appointment of the first ABC Ombudsman. So they have their own complaints handling arrangements. And the board has duties, as you know, as you well know, has duties under the ABC Act. And the minister respects the independence of the ABC.
Well,
so Senator
I
Henderson,
certainly
can I
respect
just
the
remind you that
independence
we are due to go to a break in about 2 minutes and have the ABC after that. How likely are we to finish up with these witnesses in the next couple of minutes? We have one more question from Senator Hanson-Young. Can you advise us how much longer you have left on your questioning?
A couple more minutes, if I could, please, Chair. Minister, I wasn't asking about the editorial independence of the ABC, as you know. I was asking about the statutory obligations, and also the ABC is subject to a code which is administered by ACMA. So there are strong legislative frameworks. And again, I have raised serious concerns about the minister not addressing any of these issues. Do you have any comment at all about the ABC's failures to report the Alice Springs meeting accurately and impartially, given its statutory obligation?
Henderson, as loath as I am to say this. We, unlike the previous government, the Labor government is not about attacking the independent public broadcaster, but that provides critical service to Australia, to Australians. But, you know, we recognise, as I said, the independence of the ABC. But Australians do expect high standards of the public broadcaster, high editorial standards, as well as transparency and accountability, which is why the ABC has an extensive complaints handling process, which we all heard about at the last estimates.
Well, I would put to you that the Ombudsman...
They did apologise, as I understand it.
Yes,
about
yes,
the
but
report.
I don't think the Minister properly understands that it was only a half apology, and now the ABC has made clear that the concerns that I raised with ACMA about the ABC still putting that story online unedited and unaltered, they're now going to be rectifying that after I raised concerns and the Mayor of Alice Springs raised concerns. It just seems to me that when it comes to the ABC doing what it's meant to do under the law administered by Minister Rowland, that Minister Rowland has absolutely nothing to say. It's not about attacking the ABC. We want the ABC to be the very best it can be. It's about ensuring the ABC complies with the law.
It is independent, Senator Henderson, and it has a robust complaint handling process, which you've already indicated. You've made complaints, and they've made changes. And
No, that was not. Minister,
Sorry,
please
Chair,
don't
is there a question?
Please don't misrepresent me.
Yes.
Well,
Senator Henderson, can
that
you...
wasn't
Okay.
what I was trying
I
to do.
appreciate, Senator Henderson, that you're trying to make some political points here, as you've been doing for the last wee while, but we do have time constraints. Could you please refrain and just focus on the questions so that we can move on, and then you can have 2.5 hours of the ABC.
Yeah. Chair, under the standing orders, I'm able to ask any of these questions, and I really
We're looking
do
for a
need to
question,
make
Senator Henderson.
decisions
Come
as
on.
I see fit. Are you, Minister, you might need to take this on notice, but could you provide me with any correspondence, messages, emails, or other details of communications between the Minister, the Department and the ABC in relation to its compliance with its editorial standards and also its obligations under the ABC Act and under the 2023 Code of Practice? If you could provide all of those communications on notice, I'd be most grateful.
Thank you, Senator
I'll take
Henderson.
that
We'll now
on
go
notice.
to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Just to follow up, we were talking about, Ms Sullivan, the news media assistance program and framework. Just wondering, specifically in relation to AAP, that received obviously some funding out of the Ping bucket, but then also had some other elements of support. And just wondering where AAP falls in this conversation. Is that being reviewed, or is there a commitment to further support?
So at this stage, AAP has provided the government with a pre-budget submission, and that is obviously being considered in the context of funding, a range of funding submissions.
Yeah, okay.
But no commitment has been given, but they have certainly provided a submission.
Okay, so they're asking for more for ongoing support?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And no decision's been made?
No, it'll be made in the broader context of the budget and so forth.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We will now go to a break and we will return with the ABC at 11:05. We will we will resume. Can I first just acknowledge we have media in the room and ensure that nobody has any issue? No idea where they're from. And I will now call officers from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation and welcome Mr David Anderson, Managing Director, Now, I believe you do not have an opening statement.
No, I don't.
Before we kick off, I'll just deal with an issue regarding the public interest immunity claim related to question on notice SQ22 000798. I wrote to Mr Anderson last Friday to seek a compromise on the information requested, and Mr Anderson responded this morning. Both of those letters have been circulated to the committee and will be made public. And thank you, Mr Anderson, for agreeing to consider what information can be provided, and we will anticipate that response by the end of February.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr Anderson. So before we kick on, Mr Anderson, I understand there was some form of disruption to ABC online services last night.
Yes, Chair. So approximately 5:25 yesterday evening, the ABC came aware of public-facing internet services were not available. So we determined pretty quickly that the issue was with the ABC's domain name service, hosted via our cloud service provider and domain registrar. The consequence was that a number of the public could not look up the IP address of the ABC's internet services using abc.net.au. So we immediately engaged our cloud service provider, AWS, and established that the DNS registrar, that's the registrar responsible for managing the our domain name, had made a human error in the administration of our domain and had inadvertently taken it offline, and we're unclear really what that was as to what the reason is that that happened. So all web services were then restored at approximately 6:36 p.m. With the exception of ABC iView. ABC iView streaming was slow and intermittent for a further 10 minutes as an additional server capacity was brought back online after that. So thanks for the opportunity of outlining that, Chair. It's that, got a number of queries of where we hacked, but we were not. It was a human error from the domain registrar.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr Anderson. We will proceed throughout this session. There's a lot of interest from a lot of senators in 10-minute blocks. If senators could please respect that, and we will rotate until such time as everyone has finished asking all of their questions. We will start with Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Great to see you, ABC, and thank you for the work you do in rural and regional communities, particularly your local radio. Not such a fan of ABC After Dark. But I just wanted to go to the apolitical nature of the coverage that the ABC strives to achieve. I note that you are not subject to the Public Service Act, and therefore Section 10 of that Act, which goes to providing government with advice that's apolitical, frank, fearless, etc. But you are subject to a framework which can give confidence to the broader public about your status as a public service broadcaster. Are you not?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is that framework?
Well, we've got
just for those playing at home who...
Yeah, so we've got obligations under the ABC Act. We've also got obligations under the PGPA. We have a code of practice that sits with ACMA as the regulator for the ABC, as well as our own our own requirements that sit with the board that oversees management with regard to making sure that we have the right editorial processes in place to ensure that we abide by our impartiality and accuracy requirements as legislated.
Fantastic.
That's the quick version.
Thank you. With regards to the upcoming referenda, have any protocols, circulars, guidelines been disseminated throughout the organisation reminding employees and divisions within the ABC of this requirement, specifically with regard to either side of the referendum question?
Yes, Senator. So we undertook it upon ourselves to issue guidance for our journalists with regard to that, and certainly disseminated that across all journalists. That's one of the things that we've done with regard to that. We did that in consultation with our Indigenous staff, including the Bonner Committee, which is the committee within the ABC that represents our Indigenous staff, as well as with editorial policies to ensure that we are hosting these debates and teasing out what the issues are, so certainly on either side of the debate ahead of the referendum.
Do you have specific guidelines for your division heads, etc., not just your journalist sections, around distribution of posters, collateral, internal memos, chain emails and social media, obviously within the workplace, advocating one side or the other in the forthcoming referendum?
Senator, I will respond to you more fully on notice. My understanding is that guidance is really for our journalists with regard to what we do editorially and what we publish by way of our stories and how our coverage unfolds.
And how are you going to monitor that? Like, what are the processes internally to monitor?
Yeah, so in ABC News, we have set up specifically a team that is there for our editorial coverage in the lead up to the referendum, which will also monitor how we're tracking against that. So we would anyway, certainly with our editorial management. We do with pre-publication advice, which is our editorial managers, which sits underneath the editorial director that looks at spontaneously what we're publishing and how we're going. They will take certainly views on particularly for big matters, as we would say for a state election or a federal election, look at and then go and review how we've gone against it. So there'll be periodic reviews as to how we're tracking.
And do you envisage you would be engaging with both the official yes and the official no campaigns?
Senator, I'll have to take that on notice. So not always would we do that, but we would certainly, as we get closer to the referendum, much like an election, I expect that material will be provided to us without solicitation. What we need to do is ensure that we are, again, hosting this debate, bringing forward and analysing the various context and analysis that sits on both sides here for the referendum.
Thank you. Just moving quickly on to Australia Day, could you actually outline for us, as succinctly as possible, your enterprise agreement arrangements for staff substituting a public holiday and the number of staff that actually undertook not to work on the 26th of January as Australia Day and a public holiday?
Well, for the first element of that question, I don't believe we have anything in our employment agreement that is specifically with regard to Australia Day.
But to substitute public holidays or...
I'll have to respond to you on that. I'm not sure that we do, actually. So we have Schedule A and Schedule B.
Yep.
So most journalists are Schedule B, where they receive a higher amount of annual leave per annum in return for the fact that they will just work, they're expected to work on public holidays. Schedule A staff, not so, so they get the public holidays. And with regard to them, I'll take that on notice. With regard to anybody that asked to substitute those days, again, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know of anything, nothing reached my desk.
No, okay, so some department heads know the number that did request in writing and not, and I would just appreciate that on notice.
We will ask within the organisation and I will take that on notice and get back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr Anderson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. We'll now go to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Mr Anderson, I wrote to you a couple of weeks ago about the changes to the Kids TV timing. It seems you've reversed that decision now. So Kids television will end at 7:30 on weeknights. I think it's the right decision to make, but I'd really like to know how much feedback you had from Australian parents about this.
Yeah, Senator, so we took the decision based on data as well as other feedback that we'd had from our audience with regard to when we started co-family viewing in the evening, and that we believed that the public would have benefited from finishing what is our preschool programming earlier in the evening, so taking it from 6:30 and making it from 7:30 making it 6:30. We pretty quickly got feedback immediately that did not support the data by which we relied on that decision. That suggested that
the witching hour, you mean? The witching hour feedback?
We had interrupted many a routine that really on demand. So we see, 40% of ABC iView traffic is about ABC Kids, 27% of that is Bluey. But despite that, people were still relying on the broadcast that was sitting on ABC Kids. The programming team had immediately made an adjustment to take it from 6:30 back to 7 and did that pretty quickly within 1 week. On assessment of that, it was actually my call. I could see that while we had a small uplift, certainly for what you'd call co-family viewing, which is a repeat of Spicks and Specs that was earlier in the evening at 7, I think that on principle, what we needed to do was reverse that decision, which is what we've done, and taken that back to kids programming now starting at 6:30, the way it was.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. How often do you use data in this way to change programming? Is that something you're always assessing, or is there kind of key moments throughout a kind of season or a year where you dive in and say, okay, well, maybe we do need to tweak it here?
So, look, we do have a data unit that sits with our audiences team, the Audience and Data Insights. We measure data across what you'd have as broadcast television, broadcast radio. Broadcast radio is still recall diary 8 times a year that the industry relies upon, so it's fairly inaccurate, but it's the same data set for everyone. Then, of course, you've got digital data as well. So, yes, we do look at it. We don't always base a decision based on data when it comes to this. There are things that we will do for reasons that sit within our charter, that sit there for public service. So you would make a decision around an arts documentary based on, not that in disrespect to the arts, but with regard to the fact that you're not looking for 1 million people to turn up to it. But it's still an important thing to do. So for those specialist subjects like arts, science, religion, there are things that we continue to do. And that's not based on data, that's based on what we believe our remit is as a public broadcaster. So there are some data-driven decisions that we have and others that we find interesting, that you can always learn from the data, like how well are we serving younger audiences, how well are we serving women. So it would be questions that we'd have. And we would have a look at the audience breakdown on a lot of our programs. So the questions that we ask ourselves to satisfy ourselves that across the suite of what we're doing, that we are providing the service that we set out to achieve.
I want to go to the AM report in relation to the public media in Alice Springs. I understand the ABC Ombudsman has just released their report on that. Firstly, I've seen your public comments that you've accepted that that report could have and should have been edited better. Firstly, I'd just like to ask, how is the young journalist going? She must be in the, in the crossfire of what is now becoming very much, as we continue to see, when issues like this are raised in relation to the public broadcaster, the kind of culture war, and often we forget that there is a individual at the centre of this. I'd like to know how she is, and what support has been offered to her.
So, Senator, yes, it is a good question. I think, so Ms Williams, I have not spoken to her directly myself. I know Director of News has, Justin Stevens. It has been a tough period of time for Ms Williams. I think that, I can go into the reporting itself, but I do think that in some ways, while I think an error was made with regard to that, I do think that the systems and processes we have in place failed in that those checks and measures did not pick up an issue with that story before it was included in the AM package. So I think our systems and processes have also let Ms Williams down. I think that certainly the reporter's endeavours were true. Her reports, the report that was filed later that evening on that particular day for 7 p.m. was a good report. It was a report that did contain all the perspectives that needed to be as part of that report with the context as well. That reporter also then fired an excellent story with 7:30, which went to air on Monday the next week. So for those other reports, they were good. But on that particular 3-minute AM story, I think certainly when I heard it, I knew that we had a problem with that particular story, and I think it's now been corrected and reposted. So the story has now been reproduced by that reporter and then put back online. And yes, look, we do need to make sure we put the right support around Ms Williams. We've attempted to do that, but we'll continue to do that.
I mean, look, we all, in whatever professions we have, there are always, there are errors of both human errors, there are system failures, there is problems that, when the checks and balances don't work together. I just would hate to see any suggestion by anyone that a young female journalist doing her job is used as the scapegoat for any of this, whether it's a cultural kind of, right-wing versus progressive culture war or anything else, or the media, News Limited versus the ABC. And if the end result is some turf war and moral grandstanding of two big media organisations, News Corp versus ABC and everybody else in between, and the fallout is that one of Australia's most up-and-coming young journalists carries it, well, that would be a disgrace.
Look, we think quite highly of Ms Williams and Carly's reporting otherwise. And yes, we have singled out just this one report that needed. Now, I think the recording of those perspectives by those people leaving that town meeting were accurate. They are perspectives held by people that attended that meeting. What the report was missing was the other perspectives, which appears in other reporting, both by Ms Williams as well as by the ABC.
Yeah.
So we've been covering, I guess, the uprising of violence within Alice Springs and the troubles in Alice Springs over a period of time. We have before that town hall meeting, and we will do afterwards as well. And I think we've done it well. But we are admitting that 1am report, that was not up to our standard, and our position is to correct and clarify. So we immediately clarified, and we have an impartiality standard that looks at diversity of perspectives over time. What we did immediately was put the PM story, which is a direct response to the AM story, next to it, embed that online with an editor's note about where to find the other reporting that did have those other perspectives. And then in the meantime, we went about correcting that story and we reposted it, and that happened last week.
Is there anything else that you feel you need to put on the public record in relation to this issue, and especially given the ABC Ombudsman's report being released?
Yeah, so we were undertaking, I'd asked that they correct that story last week. I expected the Ombudsman to breach it, frankly, but the Ombudsman operates independently of management and what we do editorially.
That's the purpose of them.
It's the purpose, yes. So Ms Cameron did find a breach with regard to this. This is now being posted online, the Ombudsman's findings with regard to this story, and did breach this particular story for due impartiality and accuracy, noting that while we do have a standard that is impartiality, meaning a diversity of perspectives over time, there is another standard that's impartiality, I think it's 4.5 or 4.6, which talks about that we will not unduly represent one perspective over another, and that's what we were breached on. So, and I agree with that assessment given the subject matter we were dealing with. So we have been breached on that, and the accuracy was with regard to, I think, the report initially talked about hundreds of people rather than thousands.
So the accuracy is about the numbers of people at the meeting?
Yes. The Ombudsman is entitled to her view.
Okay, so a few hundred versus 1,000, or?
Yep, felt that was material enough for the context of the story.
But just to be clear, that is the breach?
That is the breach.
The numbers?
As well as due impartiality when it came to not having the other perspectives as part of that story.
Okay.
So there are two elements to that breach.
Okay.
The Ombudsman also looked at the 7 p.m. story that was later that day, had looked at I think the other online story that we had was a digital story that day as well as the PM story, and found no breach against our standards for the other reporting that we had that day.
So
did
other
against-
stories that this journalist and assumably those others involved in that reporting at the time
Yep.
were seen as fair and accurate.
Yep,
There's
so
no
we-
problem with. In fact, they were probably very good stories.
They were. So we had a digital story that came from the Alice Springs team. The way I understand it, we also had a PM story, which I think came from a journalist out of Darwin, that were released throughout the day. So we had the digital story that day. We also had the PM story that came later that same day after the AM story, and then the 7 PM story that night. Ms Williams was the reporter for the 7 PM story that night.
So, Senator Hanson-Young, we'll have to rotate. So last question.
Yes. Obviously, the ABC has a fundamental role to play in public interest journalism out of the Northern Territory and in many of these communities, particularly Alice Springs. But I imagine that it is also the most trusted news source in Alice Springs itself, and that the local community are very committed to the fact that the ABC is it's not just broadcasting stuff from the eastern seaboard.
No, the Alice Springs team there, I think, are very good. I think they're held in high regard by certainly people in Alice Springs, as well as high regard within the ABC as they are nationally. I should also add that that Ms Williams also co-wrote that digital article with the Alice Springs team that was released during the day, when you were asking earlier about Ms Williams's input into her journalism.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll come back. Senator Henderson, and I will remind you, you have 10 minutes because we will be rotating the call.
Chair, thank you. Look, obviously I'm attending remotely. I think Senator Napabinda Price is seeking the call. Can I just clarify that?
There are a series of senators in the room seeking the call.
Look, I might just hand over to Senator Price, who's got more limitations with time, if she would like to
Okay, well, we'll
take the
scrub you
call
off
for the
this
call.
round. We'll come back to you next round.
Thank you.
Senator Price.
Obviously, being an Alice Springs local who was in attendance of that meeting, also I have a few questions with regard to the reporting of that particular meeting. Does Alice Springs ABC have an Indigenous journalist?
I believe they do not, Senator. So
When
of
was-
the Alice Springs team.
Are you able to provide for me an indication as to when the last time was that there was an Indigenous journalist in Alice Springs for the ABC, based in Alice Springs?
Senator, I'll have to provide you that on notice, as I do not know.
Is there one in Darwin?
No, I don't believe there's an Indigenous journalist in Darwin either.
It's very concerning given the fact that the Indigenous population of the Northern Territory is 30%, and there is not an Indigenous journalist representing views in the Northern Territory.
I share your concern, Senator. It's one of the reasons we took the decision to fly in Ms Williams as an experienced Indigenous journalist and specialist. That's one of the reasons that she was there and has done before joining the Alice Springs team. She'd been there later last year as well. But I agree with you that we need a solution where we have a First Nations person that is part of both teams, both Alice Springs as well as the Darwin team.
I guess it's not only that, we need to have a balanced reporting. I've been contacted by my community who've been deeply concerned about the incorrect reporting of that particular event. You suggest that the ABC leads into stories without, I guess, the notion of creating stereotypes. Is that with regard to reporting on issues Aboriginal issues, or is that with regard to framing issues of whole communities and the stereotypes around white Australians that are often perpetuated along the lines of similar to the story that was reported on in Alice Springs?
Well, Senator, I think I understand the question, but we would go into a story looking to present impartially the full context of any situation with regard to any story, and then seek to make sure that the different perspectives are elevated with the context as to what sits behind it and why. So therefore, if there's any stereotype, you would look to explain it rather than use it. So I think, we expect a high standard of our journalists, as people expect a high standard of the ABC. So you would expect that we'd go into any of those stories with looking at the important context and analysis that sat around all perspectives and present them.
Accusations of white supremacy are pretty out there. They're pretty extreme accusations. Would you suggest that there was evidence there for the journalist to rely on to suggest that white supremacy was present, given that the community of Alice Springs is derived of people of many backgrounds, that people of many backgrounds were present at that particular meeting, that there were Aranda elders present at that meeting whose views were not reflected in their disappointment of those accusations being made by that small group of individuals who were there out of between 2,500 and 3,000 attendees who were counted by providing using a QR code to provide their attendance record.
Senator, I wasn't at the meeting. I haven't seen the video of the meeting other than what we had in our story, which was the meeting organiser speaking and other people speaking as well. We recorded the perspective of some of those people who attended the meeting, and we recorded what their perspectives were when they left the meeting. The issues that were problematic with the story is it missed the context sitting around that. What we have at the moment, and in our other reporting, is that while some people held that perspective, other people did not, and provide certainly weight of that perspective about the intent of the meeting, what it was there for, what was discussed. And there were other people who did not have that perspective and did not come away from the meeting with that impression, but there were others who did. So that's why I would say it was an accurate recording of someone's perspective. Where that sits within the range of perspectives, it's there. But
which perpetuates a stereotype, I guess, is what I'm getting at. It perpetuates a stereotype of white Australians, which seems to be acceptable in Australia in this day and age. It is unacceptable in a community like Yuendumu, Alice Springs, where we've all come together to attempt to solve very difficult problems. Would you agree that the damage has already been done, regardless of an attempt to try to correct the reporting in the PM article?
I think there's obviously an immediacy with radio. So when it plays out on radio, and that's probably the audience, the biggest audience is going to get as it plays out on radio, it then of course exists as a story that's available to other people online. When you say the damage is done, the horse does bolt with radio when something is said and it goes to air, absolutely. And it should have been picked up before it went to air. I've admitted that, and at the moment I've asked a Director of News to investigate and let me know what happened with regard to that. Like, what failed in that it made it into the AM package. Because I don't think it should have gone to air in the form that it was without those other perspectives.
Has the journalist responsible provided an apology?
Journalist responsible, so Ms Williams, I don't expect her to provide a public apology. I know she's obvious, I think, regretful that the whole situation happened. Look, I think everybody makes mistakes, and I think she's a highly respected journalist, and I think that What happened was the processes that we have placed normally with every other piece of journalism, there is an owner here. There is normally a more senior editorial person that looks at which stories are going out on what platform, that there is a senior editorial person that sits between the person who's doing the story and then the publishing of it. Something happened, and I want to know what it is. I can't tell you what it is, but we were looking into that.
I guess it's deeply concerning that you acknowledge that that was an issue, but it seems there's a pattern of this sort of behaviour, and stereotypes exist across the board, including attempts to portray white Australians as racists, and of course Indigenous Australians as victims. They are all stereotypes. And I feel personally, I've come across this ongoing pattern as an Aboriginal woman who is also a conservative Aboriginal woman. And I guess in November, I'll provide an example. In November, Patricia Karvelas, interviewing Noel Pearson, chose to listen to his views on myself being described as being trapped in a redneck celebrity vortex, again another stereotype, that I was being used by right-wing think tanks to punch down on black fellas. At no point did Ms Karvelas attempt to intervene and or challenge Mr Pearson's views, but accepted them wholeheartedly. I think it's utterly disgraceful that this sort of ongoing behaviour is allowed to continue, that does perpetuate stereotypes and doesn't allow for fair and just representation of our communities, but instead plays off the race card, which is contributing to divide in our country. And does the ABC feel a level of responsibility towards such divisions, given you are the broadcaster that is funded by the taxpayer for the Australian people?
Yeah, Senator, so I hear you and I hear your concerns with regard to that. Look, one of the things we talk about is to connect and unite Australia. We talk about making sure that we are highlighting the differences that we have within our communities, celebrating those differences, and then looking at what are the issues that confront all Australians, and should do so in a respectful way. I think I answered the question before when it came to white supremacy. It wasn't a view held by our reporter, rather it was something we recorded that was held by somebody else. With regard to the interview that you talk of, I'll look into that. I'm concerned by what you've just put to me, and I'll take that away and have a look at it, and I'll get back to you on notice once we've assessed it, because, yeah, I do share your concern. I do share your concern. Leave it at that.
Senator Price, we're going to need to rotate if you have maybe one more question, and then we'll come back to you.
Thank you. I just have a question around litigation cases. Are you able to provide, I guess, an idea of how many cases are brought against the ABC on average, and perhaps as a whole in the last 12 months?
I think I can provide that for you on notice, Senator. We'd have to qualify the difference between what turns into an actual litigation case versus when we receive a concerns notice and then it doesn't go anywhere. So,
if you could provide both,
sure.
For me, I would very much
Yes, Senator,
appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Price. We will go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for being here today. I just want to ask briefly, Mr Anderson, about the same question that Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Nampa Price have asked. The ABC initially defended its report of Alice Springs that painted a meeting of locals as white supremacists with a statement on the 1st of February. The ABC later backflipped on this initial defence of the reporting and apologised for the report on the 3rd of February. What changed between the 1st and the 3rd, between that very stern defence saying it had done nothing wrong and the subsequent apology? What was the process that led to that change?
So, Senator, so my understanding with the issuing of that first statement was with regard to what was being reported in other media that was misinformation about what the ABC had actually reported. So that was a clarifying statement to say that we had accurately recorded the views of those people leaving that meeting, rather than it was not the ABC reporting and advocating that it was a meeting of white supremacists, rather than that was the view of some people as they left that meeting. What the Friday statement was an acknowledgement and an apology to our audiences, which I think very much had in mind the people of Alice Springs, as I indicated in my letter to the Mayor of Alice Springs, with regard to that did not contain those other perspectives that I talked about, that it should have contained in that story. In the meantime, we put other stories that we had next to it which did have those perspectives, but we still apologise for that 3-minute AM story that went to air in the form that it did.
Thank you. The ABC has been previously accused of being overly defensive and painting itself as constantly being under attack. Did this in any way contribute to the ABC failing to make an impartial review of the reporting and initially defending it when it should have immediately apologised?
Senator, no. So we looked at it and, as I stated earlier, as soon as I heard that particular AM piece, mind you, I had seen other reporting and both the digital article as well as the 7pm news story, and I thought they were good stories, and I thought that they had context and perspective that was required for it. What I hadn't heard was the AM story. I came to that late on Wednesday, as did the news director, and our perspective was that that story should have had those other perspectives in it. So I think that it's not, it was our own judgment, not external media, not letters from parliamentarians. There wasn't any contact from government, by the way, can I say? So, you know, and I wouldn't expect contact from government. I heard questions earlier. That's not how any government works. They don't write to me. The minister doesn't write to me when they're concerned about something. But it was our own judgment looking at that story that we felt that it needed to be better. Subsequent to that, the Ombudsman, as discussed earlier, has reviewed it and breached us on 2 elements against our own standards on that story, but cleared the others, including the Drum, the 7pm story, the digital story and the PM story.
Thank you. I just want to, I'd like to follow up on something that Senator Nampa Price introduced, but before doing so, I'd like to turn to Bruce Pascoe's Dark Emu. It claims that Aboriginals were engaged in wide-scale advanced agriculture prior to British arrival, and that's been comprehensively debunked by the book Bitter Harvest. There's evidence many of Pascoe's claims are often made on cherry-picked evidence and at times possibly completely made up. Despite this, Dark Emu material features heavily on the ABC Education website in relation to Indigenous history. There's only a mild disclaimer that some of the material may be contested by others and says it's essentially up to the reader to go find out about it if they want. None of the details of criticisms of Pascoe's claims are included in the Indigenous section, and there's no direction to any material that criticises Pascoe's claims. The entirety of Pascoe's contested claims are presented in full on the ABC site, with the ABC sticker giving a heightened level of credibility. How is this a balanced view of this issue for educational purposes?
Senator, look, I'll respond to you on notice. My understanding, I remember this question that was about 12 months ago. My belief is that our education material aligns to school curriculum. So we would, if it is there because it's in school curriculum. That would be my initial response, but I'll come back to you on notice about that.
We've got grave concerns with the curriculum too, by the way. But
Well, that's not the ABC's job.
that's correct, but then the ABC needs to be making sure that the curriculum is balanced too.
And I'll qualify that. I'm not 100% sure of the statement I just made. I need to come back to you on notice about that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. What work is the ABC doing to include criticisms of Pascoe's claims on the education website or remove them altogether?
well, I don't believe we're doing any work at the moment, Senator, but I will come back to you on notice about
Thank you.
What we have there.
And if you could tell me when you're expecting that work to be completed, please.
Well, I'll come back to you with questions on notice when I'm advised by the Chair that I'm required to do so.
Yeah, if you could include the date when you do. Thank you. Coming back to Senator Nampijinpa-Price, the ABC, in many people's view, creates victims and then trenches victimhood. Do you agree that that hurts people, especially those targeted as victims? The ABC has a responsibility to humanity to make sure people are treated fairly, not just suppressed by making them out to be victims. That's what a lot of people are telling me, some of my constituents.
Senator, I don't agree with the characterisation that we create victims. I don't see any evidence brought to me about creating victims, but we do, of course, represent those people who don't have a voice, as we should. So we bring to light issues that exist within the community for which people otherwise wouldn't have be able to elevate. I don't believe that but I don't believe that we create victims.
Okay. And the ABC is also considered by many Australians to malign people whose views differ from those expressed on the ABC in order to destroy the credibility of those people and dismiss opposing views.
I don't agree with that either, Senator, but rather, we do have standards we need to adhere to that we're held to account over, as we should be, both ourselves as well as by others. And there are our impartiality standards with regard to making sure that there is a diversity of perspectives.
If, as Senator Nampijinpa-Price just said, she was maligned in an interview with Noel Pearson, would that be an automatic trigger to then go and get her view?
Senator, I think, well, it sounds like that was a live interview to me, but certainly if we are pre-preparing a story that we were putting allegations about someone, then yes, we are required to put those allegations or have a right of reply to somebody who we are talking about with regard to that. Of course, that depends in the context, but generally that is our expectation, that is our standard. With the example just provided by Senator Price, I've already said I'll have a look at that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And I will remind you have 10 minutes, Senator Henderson, in this round.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Anderson, good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Look, I just want to pick up on the concerns that I've raised with you both publicly and also in writing, and I know that you've now responded to me yesterday, and obviously I'm attending remotely so I can't table that letter, but I will arrange for that to be tabled.
Senator, I have it here and I can table it.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. If we could have that letter tabled, that would be appreciated. Look, I do want to pick up on the failings of ABC News management. And I also agree with Senator Hanson-Young in relation to the concerns that she has raised about the welfare of your Indigenous Affairs reporter, Carly Williams. It seems that she was grossly let down by ABC News management. Can you explain exactly what happened? How did that occur? How did that story get to air and who approved it?
Senator, I don't... Sorry, go on. Sorry, Senator, go ahead.
How did that story get to air and who approved it?
So, Senator, we're looking into that. I've asked the same question as well. I think it goes to, we've got a good track record, particularly when it comes to radio current affairs. It is at odds with the normal standards that we would have within news, particularly in radio current affairs, as I say. So I've asked to find out. I'm if not more concerned about...
Can I just cut in here for a moment?
Yep.
So, because it's a bit more difficult when I'm doing this remotely. I can't quite believe what you've just told me, that you don't know who approved it. I mean...
No, I don't know who approved it yet.
Isn't that the most basic question? And you are the editor-in-chief, aren't you?
Yes, Senator. Look, I've asked for there to be a report given to me with regard to precisely what happened on that day. Was it approved? Did it go to air with approval but concerns? Was advice given back that didn't reach the reporter these are things that I need to know and understand, but I will have that information shortly. But it is something.
Mr Anderson,
Yep.
you are the editor-in-chief. The buck stops with you. Surely by now you would have established what happened on that day. I mean, I called for an investigation within days of this report going to air. I mean, that is surely an incredible oversight by you as editor-in-chief,
Right,
not to know what happened.
Well, Senator, it's not look, I have asked to understand precisely what happened in the fact that we had a failing in an otherwise good system of editorial checks and measures before something is published. So I've asked for that. I haven't had it given to me yet. I do expect to have it soon.
Who's declining to give you that information? I mean, you're not blaming this on Sabra Lane or on the executive producer of AM. Who precisely have you asked to give you that information, and why has it taken so long, Mr Anderson?
Senator, look, I've asked for that information to be sought by the Director of News, which is Mr Justin Stevens, and I'm expecting a response soon. But it's...
So when did you ask Mr Stevens for that information?
Oh, Senator, I asked for that in the week that this happened, and I've got some immediate information, but I'm reluctant to talk about half a bit of, if you like, review into this. I'd rather have the complete picture before I give you a full view on
Well,
this.
that's not open to you, Mr Anderson, because we are at Senate estimate. So could you please tell me what you do know about this approval process? Where did ABC News management fail? How did this story get to air?
Senator, I do not know yet, so I don't have a complete picture of this other than some initial threads of information that has to do with senior staff changeover, person handing over to another person, and I haven't got the complete picture yet. So,
I mean, I am incredulous. I do want to also go back to the initial statement the ABC made, blatantly defending this report, saying many strong and conflicting views and opinions are expressed within the community, including some confronting views, and the news coverage reflects that and doesn't shy away from it. Did you approve that statement being made publicly?
no, I didn't, Senator. I didn't see that statement before it went out.
But you're the editor-in-chief, aren't you?
I don't see every statement before it goes out, Senator.
So who drafted that statement and finalised it, and who approved it?
I'll confirm for your notice, Senator, but I imagine it's possibly Sally Jackson in the comms team. Probably would it need to be approved by, again, the Director of News, Justin Stevens.
And do you think that would have been approved by Mr Stevens?
I have to confirm that on notice for you, Senator, but I would expect, yes, it would have.
I mean, that demonstrates a complete failure of your internal processes, doesn't it, that anyone would think to put out a statement like that without checking all the facts?
Senator, I think the statement, as I mentioned earlier, was intended to counter the misinformation that the ABC was reporting a meeting about white supremacy. That's what was running in other media. That statement, my understanding, was to counter that in that we accurately recorded the views of some people as they left that meeting. That statement was not saying
Mr Anderson, I would put to you that you can't possibly defend that initial response by the ABC. I mean, that was a complete joke, Mr Anderson.
Senator, look, we qualified that within a couple of days with regard to the complete story, but I think that initial statement talking about how we accurately recorded the views of some people leaving that meeting was an accurate statement, which was to counter the misinformation we had out there.
Mr Anderson, can I ask why you sent Carly Williams from Sydney to Alice Springs to cover that meeting? Because I do reflect on the Mayor and other community leaders. They've been very praiseworthy of your local ABC Alice Springs reporters. They didn't want them to get caught up in any negative or adverse reflection. Why did Ms Williams fly from Sydney to Alice Springs?
So, Senator, my understanding is that Ms Williams is a respected specialist Indigenous reporter, that we did not have an Indigenous reporter in Alice Springs. Ms Williams had also been to Alice Springs at the end of last year. I can't say whether Ms Williams was there specifically for that town meeting, but otherwise was there for a period of time. Again, I'll report back to you on notice with regard to that. I will, just while I'm talking, say earlier I said that I didn't believe any First Nations people in our Darwin office. That is incorrect. We have two. But it is a problem that we don't have, I don't think, any First Nations people with the Alice Springs team at the moment.
Mr Anderson, how did Ms Williams get to Alice Springs? What time did she arrive, and did she attend the meeting from the beginning to the end?
Senator, I can't tell you what time Ms Williams arrived in Alice Springs. Nor do I know the mode of transport. What I will say is that Ms Williams did try to get into the meeting, did try to get in, but was not allowed into that meeting, was outside of the meeting while the meeting occurred, and recorded those people leaving the meeting. We did have other ABC people inside the meeting from the Alice Springs team.
So Ms Williams, reporting on the meeting, never attended the meeting?
Reporting on the meeting with other information from the Alice Springs team, yes, as a combined report, but no, she did not attend the meeting.
Well, this is the first time we've heard this, Mr Anderson, and it appears to me that the ABC has covered this fact up.
You've asked me, and I'm letting you know that Ms Williams was stuck outside the meeting while other ABC reporters were inside the meeting.
I mean, you've reflected on the fact that the ABC didn't cover the meeting properly by the reporter, but at no time until this moment have you revealed that the ABC reporter in question was not in attendance at the meeting.
No, and the ABC reporting, so the PM story was put together by a journalist that I don't believe was at the meeting either. So what we do is we gather our collective journalism together to be able to post a report, and I think we did that successfully for the 7 PM story as well as the 7:30 story for the Monday of next week. Again, Ms Williams was involved in the digital online piece that together with the Alice Springs team. So yes, she is. I'm not trying to be anything other than being straightforward with you by saying that while she tried to get into the meeting, she couldn't, and so she recorded people as they left the meeting.
Well, when you say who stopped her from getting into the meeting, at what time did she arrive?
I can't
My
say.
understanding is that she didn't get there in time. I mean, that's just what I've heard anecdotally. I want to verify that because the ABC has given the impression that there was just a failing by the reporter not to report what happened in the meeting, and now we learn for the first time that she wasn't even there.
No, so I do understand there was something problem with parking and the timing of arriving at the doors, but and could not get into the meeting. But we did have other reporters.
So is it because she couldn't find a car park, or is it because someone stopped her from getting into the meeting, or is it because she didn't get there in time?
I do not believe that it was that somebody stopped her from getting into the meeting rather than the doors were closed and no one else could get in.
Sorry, I just had it cut out of the audio. Did you say the doors?
A last question.
My understanding was the doors were closed and she was unable to get into the meeting, not that somebody stopped her from getting in the meeting.
So she couldn't open the door?
No, was unable. I think, look, I don't know, Senator, I'll confirm on notice, but what I wanted to do is not cast an aspersion that somebody didn't let her in rather than she just couldn't get in.
No, but what you've done in all of your responses, Mr Anderson, that you have not provided accurately the facts. You've reflected on this young reporter when in fact she wasn't even in the meeting, and you're saying that she should have reported on all perspectives when she wasn't even there. Why didn't you talk about, that to me is fundamental. Why haven't you revealed this up until now?
Well, Senator, I didn't think it was relevant given that Ms Williams filed a report for 7 o'clock news that night that did have all the perspectives in it. And so
it's not relevant. Mr Anderson, if I had put that excuse up when I was a reporter at the ABC, I would have been hounded out of my job. You're saying this. You're saying it's not relevant, she wasn't at the meeting, and yet she was there to cover the meeting, and you haven't disclosed that for whatever reason the reporter didn't actually attend the town meeting. This is an extraordinary revelation.
So, Senator Henderson, we're going to rotate. We will come back to you. Do you have a
Chair, can I just ask them?
Well, you've
Mr.
gone way
Anderson
over. I've asked you to pull up a few times now. We've got a lot of senators in the room who have a lot of questions.
Sure. If I could just ask him to respond to
Yep.
that last question, please.
Sure. Senator, Ms Williams is an experienced journalist. We had other experienced journalists that were in the meeting for the whole duration of the meeting. And Ms Williams' reporting subsequent to the AM story was complete in that it had all the perspectives in it that it needed. And again, that includes both a digital story as well as the 7 p.m. story and a 7:30 story. I think it is possible for that to happen. I think that I don't want to cast aspersions on Ms Williams and her ability. I do worry about her
I'm
as
casting
well.
aspersions on ABC management that you've covered this up.
So,
you've
Senator
solved
Henderson,
this.
we are going to move on. You're going to have
And
to
you haven't
hold
even
any
said that
further
she wasn't there.
questions for your next block. We have a lot of senators in the room. Have you completed your answer, Mr Anderson?
I have.
Thank you very much. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Chair. Does the ABC news programs often report people's views?
Yes.
Right. So reporting views of members of the public or experts or politicians, that's a normal process of news and reporting, yeah?
Yeah, well, it depends on the context, but yes. So if we seek other people's views and perspectives,
It's normal
whether it comes
practice.
from a position of expertise or whether they're a member of the public or depending on the story, of course.
And vox pops often are of, people at a particular place, on the street,
Yep.
outside a meeting. The whole notion of a vox pop is to get the view of the person that has the camera and the microphone in front of their face,
Yeah. Or just microphone as place maybe.
or just a microphone.
Mm-hmm.
So the issue here is not that this story reported somebody's or people's views, is it? It's that
It reported the views and perspectives of people who had attended the meeting who were leaving the meeting.
so they
And
were
it was
vox popped as they walked out.
Yes, and it was framed as some people. So it wasn't framed as everybody, it was framed as some people. But
So some people did hold those views. They've been recorded.
some people
There's
held those
evidence
views.
of that.
Well, they held those views and that's what was recorded. Yeah.
So the downfall here was that in order to perhaps show that there may have been other people inside the meeting with alternative views, that those people weren't vox popped.
Well, that is correct, but some people were. So some people were interviewed, as is evident in what is the AM story that is now published, as well as the PM story, as well as the 7:30 story. I don't think a vox pop's in it, but yes, that was what was missing. Not that what was recorded was inaccurate, because it was an accurate recording of those people who attended the meeting
Yeah.
and their views and perspectives.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it did need the other
So
perspectives.
people
in the
who
story.
are upset that there are some individuals who did attend this meeting who made the comments around white supremacy, that I just want to be clear, that is not a view purported by the journalist, by anyone in the journalistic team, by anyone at the ABC. They were the views of individuals who were vox popped in person after they left the meeting.
That is correct.
Obviously, there's a team of people, and you've indicated here that the journalist who's the reporter's name, who was named in this story, Ms Williams, for the AM story, was outside the meeting, and other journalists, members of the ABC team, inside the meeting. That's obvious. That's also a regular occurrence, isn't it, when a news crew goes to cover a story?
Yes, it can
you have
be. In fact,
journalists
often we
stationed in different places.
receive criticism for sending too many people to these things, but yes, there's sometimes people are inside as well as being people outside.
So that's not unusual.
No, I do believe there was an intention for Ms Williams to be inside the town hall.
But the fact that there were other people inside meant
Yep.
that the ABC does have a recording and did know
Yep.
institutionally what happened inside the meeting.
Yes.
So any suggestion that a report was made without an understanding of what happened in the meeting is wrong.
That is correct. The ABC understood what was happening there from the team, both people inside as well as one reporter outside.
Yeah, okay. So we can we can clear that up. Where do we go from here, Mr. Anderson? The ABC Ombudsman's written their report. I understand there was 19 complaints. I mean, how many people listen to AM? What's the audience of AM?
I'll get back to you on notice, but it is one of our sort of more popular radio current affairs broadcast, given the time of day and how good it is, I should say.
Yep.
Normal high quality it would normally have. I'll confirm the normal, the average audience for you on notice. I knew what it was. I don't know what it's updated to now.
A lot more than 19, though.
A lot more than 19, yes. There were 40 complaints in all to do with the AM story, the digital story, the 7 PM story and the drum. But I believe that 18 or 19 was specifically relating to the the AM story.
To the AM story. And do you know if those complaints came from local audience members or were they nationwide?
I think they were nationwide, Senator.
Yeah. And did they come before there had been public criticism about the AM story or after it had already been reported by the News Corp papers?
Well, I think both happened after, sort of pretty quickly. So,
okay.
Yep.
Okay. Are you worried, and perhaps this is, it's a pity Mr. Stevens isn't here, because one of the concerns that I have about the way, the kind of frenzy when things like this happen is we need journalists to be fearless in their reporting. It's a fundamental part of democracy.
Yes.
To have free, open, fair, trustworthy journalists. I mean, if we don't have that, politicians are not held to account, governments are not held to account. Are you concerned that this kind of pile-on provides a chilling impact for your journalists?
I would be, but I know certainly the dedication and fortitude of journalists at the ABC. So I think what you see is that when there is what is a media storm that erupts and can include misinformation, we will need to put out clarifying statements about what we are and are not saying. That's a concern. The misreporting of our reporting, that's the bit that worries me.
The misreporting of your reporting?
Yes. So when it is stated in other media that we've done something which is a distortion of what we're actually reporting, but is done to actually, for reasons of heightening community concern, that is something that we deal with quite often, and that requires either a statement being issued by the ABC or even our own reporters on our own platform having to say what their story was and was not. We use different methods to be able to counter that. Quite often, I'm seeing more often that we need to do it. It is a diversion of resources to then be clarifying some of those misconceptions that then become held with regard to how people, again, re-report what we do.
And just on the element of rights of reply, and I heard, I listened carefully to the questions put by Senator Price in relation to some of the things that were broadcast on radio that related specifically to her. And politicians are in a pretty privileged position. We have the parliamentary platform. We have the opportunity to call news stations or a journalist and say, look, I'd like a right of reply. How often do you get complaints from politicians complaining that they haven't been given a right of reply?
Well, I think it probably happens on any occurrence that is put forward. If somebody feels aggrieved, then of course there's a process to go through with regard to complaints. It's an important part of certainly for standards of objective journalism that we look to adhere to, as well as our own standards, that is done. It is the role of a host in a live situation when hosting a panel or with regard to an interview, if at that point that there needs to be some challenge or interjection, if the person is not present or a right of reply cannot be found immediately, again, depending on the situation, to actually perform that.
Senator Hanson-Young, we'll rotate if you've got a last question.
I guess the point, from the way I see it, and I'd be interested to know whether there's some editorial guidelines around this at the ABC, because I sure as hell can't see any amongst Sky News or any of those News Corp publications. But there is a general sense in the community that politicians are fair game. And if a politician doesn't like something that somebody said, pick up the phone and have your say back. You've got a voice. Is there any editorial guidelines about giving politicians a particular right of reply?
Yeah, and again, so we do seek to have, again, our impartiality standard is a range of perspectives over time. So we do certainly seek to do that. And again, I'm generalising when it comes to, and I can't say for specific instances, but we should be adhering to that when it comes to, and for rights of reply, particularly when an article is being produced, certain things should be put to politicians so they do get that opportunity within a story before it's published rather than afterwards.
Well, I'd be interested to know whether that has occurred in this case.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to Ms Klein. I have some questions about the net zero target. The government has a policy for the Australian Public Service to reduce its emissions by net zero by 2030. APS Net Zero 2030 is the government's policy for the APS to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions to net zero by 2030 and transparently report on its emissions from the latter half of 2023. Now, can you please outline, does the ABC have a similar target? Is it a priority for the board and management?
Yes, Senator. Yeah, so to answer your question, is it a priority? I can absolutely say yes, it is a priority. So in, I think it was Feb 2022, the board formed a subcommittee, so a People and Sustainability Committee, and one of the key things on the charter of that committee is actually looking at environmental sustainability, so that addresses our policies, our plans, our actions with regard to sustainability. In April 2022, we appointed a head of sustainability. One of the key roles that our head of sustainability does is we've set up a sustainability working group. That group has representation by a lot of senior members of the ABC, and effectively the leadership team also sits as a steering committee for that group. So that's looking at how we embed sustainability through our organisation. Obviously, at the get-go, we've set up this group, we've established it as a project. Success is when it's no longer a project and it's embedded in everything that you do, but we absolutely have a lot of priority actions around sustainability. And to answer then your question around, are we setting ourselves similar targets? So with regard to Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, I think we have a clearer line of sight, of course, and very much clear setting of targets in line with APS expectation. Scope 3, there's work to be done there, but we're doing a lot of work in that space as well in understanding our Scope 3 emissions.
Thank you. And talking on emissions, so what are ABC's emissions what activities are responsible for those emissions, and have you any sort of a measurement of like the impact of that current activity?
Yeah, we do. So what we've done at the outset is we did have to engage some consultants to assist us with this. So one of the key things, of course, is to understand your own baseline, and that is done in line with certain very clear standards, and that very much looks at your activity and your spend data, and you then assess your own baseline. So Scope 1, Scope 2, we've assessed that as, let me just check my notes so I get this correct, around about 27,000 tonnes of carbon dioxide equivalent. And we have reported on that in our annual report as well. So you can see a lot of information in the annual report, just breaking that down a little bit more. The biggest contributor to that is electricity consumption. So that would be for us, as I say, in our Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, that would be probably more than 90% of our emissions. So what we do from there, of course, is then what are the actions, what are the initiatives we can put in place to actually abate that electricity. So that can be, you know, anything from LED lighting to, you know, building management systems when they come up for replacement, energy efficient air conditioning. So it's a whole range of things we do to actually then look at that 27,000 tonnes and how can we then, you know, track our reduction against a timeline to meet our targets.
And in terms of, I guess, the initiatives that that you're trying to reduce carbon emissions, are you able to step through some initiatives to date, what progress has been made, and are you on track, do you feel like?
Yeah,
there's progress?
Yes, Senator. So there are certain things you almost do with absolute intent. So I will go and look at all of our properties and see what properties are fit for solar panels. Then there are things that you still do with intent, but of course you do it almost as a replacement program. So, as I say, if we need to replace lighting in studios, we do it with LED lights. If we need to replace our vehicle fleet, we do it with electric vehicles as opposed to, or a hybrid vehicle. So, in terms of sort of priority actions, we absolutely look at solar panels. So we've done a trial, I think it's our Mount Isa property, so that's where we've done sort of a trial across certain regional properties. We've also looked at our cap city in bigger footprints. So all of those sort of projects we've set for ourselves, they are absolutely on target. When we look at, for example, our Parramatta, the new Parramatta building, that hits certain NABERS ratings. I think it's a 6-star rating, I think is the right terminology. And we would never sort of go into a new project like that without understanding that we're hitting the targets we want to be hitting there. The other thing we have, and this is embedded in sort of all of our procurement practices, we have very clear social and sustainability procurement guidelines. So that looks at how we engage with our suppliers. That covers a range of things. So that can be around sustainability, diversity and inclusion, modern slavery, of course. So we've got very clear guidelines around procurement that are publicly available, where we set our expectation as well.
Great, thank you, Ms. Klein. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Antic.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just interested, I've got a couple of different themes, but just to start off, Mr Anderson, I'm interested in a program called Everything's Going to Be Okay, aired on ABC Kids recently. And on the ABC's website, the program's genre is listed as LGBTQIA+, and it contains sexual themes. In fact, one example of the episode's description reads, Matilda and Genevieve find themselves confronting sexuality in school in very different ways. Why is it that the ABC thinks sexualised content and adult themes are appropriate for their ABC Kids platform?
Senator, I know that certainly for all of our program, we tackle the issues in our community that include the LGBTQIA+ community. I don't know the program that you're talking about, so I can't give comment on whether any of that information is sexualised or not, other than I will look into it and get back to you on notice, Senator. I don't know the program.
Do you agree broadly, though, with the statement that children should not be exposed to sexualised content?
Well, sexualised content is a very broad descriptor and it could cover a manner of things. But generally, no, certainly not sexually explicit content. No, of course not. But are we covering and do we examine areas in our community with regard to gender, whether gender fluidity, things that confront parents with regard to children in schools, and there are some themes that we have looked at. We've done stories where we're talking about same-sex parents. Yes, we've done that, but to reflect some of the issues that exist within the community. But I'd say no to sexually explicit content. No, of course we shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, so why are kids not just being taught, the basics? Why is the ABC delving into this content?
Senator, I'd argue the kids are being taught certainly the basics across the spectrum of what we do. So whether it's from ABC Education, where we've got online tools to help parents and carers and teachers, through to what we have with our programming across ABC Kids and ABC Me. So I think there's a broad range of what we do for children of all ages and parents and carers. And part of that is to represent the community that we serve, Senator.
Do you have any Christian programming for kids on the ABC Kids? I know you're very into your diversity and inclusion, but it seems to be fairly one speed.
We do a lot for Christian programming
on ABC Kids.
Senator, for ABC Kids. I haven't watched a lot of ABC Kids lately, Senator. I'll get back to you on that as to whether we got.
You haven't got a single thing. Not any faith-based teaching, I might say, as well, regardless of whether it's Christian or otherwise. So I don't accept that. I mean, it is extraordinary to me that we sit here in estimates every single time, and there is a consistent category of complaint about these sorts of issues. Do you have a view on why it is that you never seem to receive complaints from the left of politics? Is it just us? Are we just terrible people?
Perhaps we're not obsessed
We're not talking to you. We're not talking. Well, no, we're obsessed with what children are being taught, Senator Hanson-Young. We are.
Look, Senator,
you'll get the call in a minute.
To be fair, I get complaints from parliamentarians on, from all sorts of political stripes. Can I say that come into me or come into the ABC? When it comes to, and there are concerns raised about always about programming and which includes children's content, which I think is open to anyone. So to suggest it only comes from one side of politics, I don't think is accurate.
I haven't seen a single one in my time here.
Well, that could be what transpires at estimates, but what we have with regard to complaints that go through our complaints
You're getting loaded up with complaints about all the conservative content on the ABC. Off record where we can't see it. Anyway, that's a facetious question. Let me, because we know the answer. We're all beating our heads against the brick wall here. No, they're not actually. They're not. You should listen to a few of them. They're good. I wanted to just touch on this issue because, it does, to the outside world, it does appear, and to normal Australia, it does appear that the ABC has dissolved into becoming an online. And
Senator Antic,
this is a question.
I'm just going to remind you that in the opening statement, I referred to the Setting the Standard report, and that these proceedings will be conducted respectfully and in a courteous way.
So, in which case, the chair doesn't interrupt, as is commonly the case. Is that what you're saying?
I'm reminding you of the opening statement, and I am asking you to pay attention to
ask a question, which I'm about to do if you'll let me continue.
And there's no need to be rude, Senator
we're not being
Antic.
rude, but interrupting is rude,
about how we
Chair.
are conducting these proceedings.
Interrupting is rude, but thank you for pointing that out. The question, now, actually, the point I was going to make was that it does appear to the outside world, to normal Australia, that the ABC has really become a publicly funded propaganda outfit with regards to the continual push of critical race theory, equity and diversion. That has been raised with me a couple of times in relation to the ABC's Facebook page, which appears to be closed shortly after posts are made. Is the ABC curating its Facebook page for the purposes of shutting down discussion about issues like The Voice, other political issues, so that it leans more towards the editorial position of the ABC?
Senator, so two things. One, I would reject the notion that we're a propaganda platform, and we are here to celebrate the nation in all of its forms with all of its diversity and reflect the community back to itself. So that is that's what we believe we're here to do, and we should do. With regard to Facebook's a bit more complicated than that. So after the Voller case, we make sure that we don't post anything that we can't moderate. We've got quite a few people who either their entire job or part of their job is for moderation. We have legal liability for unmoderated areas. So what do we do is we turn off the ability or the capacity for other people to leave comments that we can't moderate. Otherwise, we're liable for that. So it's not silencing democracy. It is more of a legal liability that we're concerned about.
I assume you're silencing all voices on there as well. Let me take you to a recent ABC radio program that was titled "Pregnant People Forced to Travel More Than 100 Kilometres to Give Birth." Why is it the ABC's just completely reluctant to say that only women can get pregnant?
Well, I don't know that we are, Senator.
Why would that program use the term pregnant people?
I can't answer that, Senator. I don't know.
No one ever can.
No one ever can. I am not suggesting that we have any aversion to say that women become pregnant.
Would you be happy to say that today, that only women can get pregnant?
I don't mind saying that. I believe that is a factual statement.
Goodness me, I don't have any other questions. That's extra. I'm done. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson. Thank you.
Senator Price.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just, for the record, my correct title is Senator Numbayinba Price. I've noted that Senator Hanson-Young also referred to me as Senator Price. It's Senator Numbayinba Price. That's
my apologies.
Correct. Thank you.
My apologies, Senator.
Thank you. Just coming back to following up from a couple of the questions made by Senator Hanson-Young, with regard to Vox Pops, the Vox Pop that was captured on the day of the meeting was not a live Vox Pop, was it? It was recorded, but not live to air.
Yeah, but it was recorded live from the person providing it. But yes, no, there was then part of packaged material that went to air on AM the next day, the next morning.
And there were journalists, however, present inside the room. Why wasn't the reporting from those journalists who were in fact present from within the room provided as opposed to, I guess, the live Vox Pop?
It's a good question, Senator. So, we had a team of people there, some inside, some outside. And yet in the AM store, and again, I'm not resting sole blame here on Ms Williams. Something has gone wrong with regard to how that story got to air in the form that it did. And I don't disagree with you for all the other reporting that we had. And I might add, we asked Ms Williams to do a lot that day. And I think in part that's on the ABC management for that, but I'm just going to give Ms Williams the benefit of the doubt. But I don't disagree with you, because every other report that we had its sourced material and reporting from journalists that were both inside and outside, and that is something that we would normally do. We would sort of pool our journalistic resources to be able to put something forward. So yes, I don't disagree with you. It should have had both.
Are Vox Pops generally carried out by junior journalists?
I think Vox Pops are carried out by anybody.
Fair enough. So on February 8th, there was an email
sent out in the ABC by the manager editorial policies, Mark Maley. It states, "Hi all, the issue of restrictions to access to alcohol in the Northern Territory and elsewhere is highly contentious and newsworthy. It is very important that the ABC is seen to report these issues in a way that is accurate, impartial and does not inadvertently perpetuate stereotypes. While words like grog and booze are common parlance in Australia, we should reflect the language in the legislation and avoid language that is inappropriately colloquial and could be potentially stereotyping. Refer to alcohol, not grog, and booze or similar slang in news, current affairs or interview programs." Given that this is a position now taken on reporting of alcohol in places like Alice Springs, I guess so as not to stereotype the community, why then are words like white supremacist considered not colloquial terms considered appropriate terms to use without actually being able to prove it?
Yeah, look, again, Senator, I do take on board your concerns earlier about stereotypes, and that advice from Mr Maley, from our EdPolls team, was advice to our own reporters about how do we depict our own stories and what are the words that we should be using and what words we should avoid using. The term white supremacy or white supremacist came from somebody who was not an ABC reporter, but somebody as we interviewed. So I have not seen the term white supremacist used by a reporter other than when it's been recorded by somebody else. And I would add, when I hear the term white supremacist, my mind goes to that there's a fairly broad depiction there of what that might mean.
Could be anyone these days, really. I mean, I think there's those that think that I'm a white supremacist.
well, it's yeah. So I wouldn't expect an ABC reporter to include that in their copy when they're publishing a report, but it was the view held by somebody at that meeting that we recorded and the perspective that we put forward of someone who was at the meeting.
I understand that, but I guess there was ample opportunity for an accurate report to be provided, given that the report that was done by someone outside the meeting and not done by those who could actively report the content of that meeting. It was more, the emphasis was on sensationalism and racial accusations. I'm just really concerned that we don't need, as a nation, to continually focus on race issues while very, very important issues like alcohol in communities, there's destroying people's lives, that some of our most marginalised Australians are dying, but we're always being drawn into race-baiting issues. And unfortunately, of my experience, the ABC appears to be heading this up, leading the way in this nation. What does the ABC think those words might do, or what will abstaining from using those words do to protect against exactly?
So, Senator, again, an ABC reporter would not use the word white supremacist. Again, it was somebody else that was their perspective of the view of that meeting. I think that...
So I'm referring to the words grog and...
Okay. Yep. So I agree about the use of any stereotypical word that might be related to that. I would say that the stories that we put forward and the ones that we did around Alice Springs, there was a perspective that people who attended the meeting that did feel that there was an undercurrent of racism that was within that room. There were also perspectives that there was not. And I think that by putting those perspectives to air, which we did in our other reporting and now is in the corrected AM report, was the right thing to do. I'm not going to advocate for cancelling out the perspective that some people thought that there was an undertone of racism. But I think that it's important if there are people there who think that there wasn't an undertone of racism, and the context of the meeting was certainly not with regard and about race, that should also be put forward, which is in those other reports. So I think that, and that's an important thing for us to represent when we go and report and record these things. I don't suggest for one moment, and I respectfully disagree with you in that we judge these things on race. I don't think we do, but when other people are reporting that there is racism, then that is something, if that is their genuine held belief and perspective, then yes, we will capture that.
Would it be then that the ABC would be concerned in being regarded as being racist toward Aboriginal Australians for reporting using such terms as grog or booze? Because why else would you refrain from using such terminology?
Well, to be honest, Senator, when I saw that note,
words.
I agreed with it. My first question back, which I haven't had a response to, is have we used those terms in our reporting, i.e. what led to the note actually being put out? And I haven't had a response to that yet because it was only yesterday that I asked. But I do think that I'm not sure whether we've used those terms, those stereotypical terms, or not in our reporting.
Okay. Does the ABC have a view toward reporting issues such as sexual abuse of Indigenous children in the same regard? Do you sort of try to perhaps downplay or tread gently so as not to be referred to as racist as opposed to simply reporting facts?
No, I don't believe so. I believe we report the facts as they stand, and we would seek certainly a level of expertise to be able to, attest to these things and report them when they're before the courts, report them when these issues are raised, certainly raised by politicians, raised by either state and territory or federal governments. No, we don't suppress reporting on that. We don't shy away from doing that.
Okay.
I don't believe we do anyway.
In that regard then, I have to get the exact date, but what's the ABC bloody program again? Sorry. Media Watch, sorry. Media Watch report. Media Watch report, which highlighted reports made by a Northern Territory resident, Rachel Hale, who had to a number of media outlets reported that in her professional career and in her capacity as a remote community nurse, she had experienced having been presented with children, I think she referred to a 4-year-old with anal warts, and described the absolute atrocious reality that is the sexual abuse of Aboriginal children in a lot of our remote communities. However, Media Watch attacked her credibility, I would suggest, in questioning her career as a nurse, in suggesting that her comments were simply hearsay. You have defended the fact that the ABC has reported the views of some people who attended the meeting, but Media Watch went out of its way to, I don't think the ABC in fact even spoke to Rachel Hale yourself, but Media Watch went out of its way to discredit her views and her lived experience as someone who's telling the truth. I mean, there's a lot of conversation around this idea of truth-telling, but not a hell of a lot of telling the truth. It is my experience that we have incredibly high rates of sexual abuse. It is my experience that I've heard from paediatricians who have had to sew up 2-year-old girls after horrific sexual assaults. And it is my experience that quite often that story is not told enough, but instead we have Media Watch who attempts to downplay this crisis because it appears it's far more decent to not appear as though the ABC is stereotyping than it is to reflect exactly what's going on and respect the views of all and not just a handful. Is this something that the ABC seeks to do in reporting of this particular area of issues?
So, Senator, what you just described as in those communities is absolutely horrific to hear. So I just wanted to say that, disturbing to hear that. When it comes to Media Watch and Media Watch's reporting, I missed that story. Media Watch, as you know, Media Watch is there to critique and examine what we do and what other broadcasters do. All I can do is take a notice that I'll have a look at that Media Watch story and see how that was depicted and whether it was her views that were challenged, her credibility. I don't know, but look, I do think people's views about what is happening across the country, what should be elevated to public consciousness about what needs remedial action, they're important. So I agree. So I'll look at the Media Watch story for you.
Thank you. It's my understanding that Rachel Hale has now come under attack on social media. She's been threatened violently, and it must be understood by the ABC that when individuals, community members attempt to speak the truth on many issues, that portraying them in a particular way can lead to very real threatening consequences, especially in places like the Northern Territory.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price, last question.
I don't have any more questions, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Mr Anderson and crew. Sad that our national broadcaster, we're focused so much on race issues here. For regional Australia, I think ABC is a very important tool for my areas, but getting it right is important. I am going to, unfortunately, stay on that. Social media guidelines and staff. We went through that before on, I think, last estimates with some members and those reviews. I want to take you to Mr Adams, Philip Adams' tweet on 26th of December 2022, where he labels Sir Donald Bradman a right-wing nutjob. He later went on to say that not meeting Nelson Mandela as doubling down on he was racist and white supremacist. And then when Kamal came to the defence of Philip Adams, he came to the defence of Don Bradman, he labelled him an honorary white in the eyes of Donald Bradman. Have you reviewed those tweets of an ABC employee and their effect in the world?
Senator, yes, we have. That was certainly unfortunate. My understanding is Mr Adams has written to Kamal apologising for that.
Privately?
Privately, written to him apologising for that. And look, yes, we have investigated, and as I've said before, that I think any employee is entitled to confidentiality when it comes to certainly allegations by the ABC of serious misconduct. They have a right of reply, right to procedural fairness. The ABC makes a determination and that should remain confidential. But, yeah, I think that, that was disappointing to see.
I can't say it pleases me, but it pleases me. You have a process internally. That was a question. It wasn't on the own volition. Yeah. Because I think certainly over social media for the next couple of days, he was actually more aggrieved defending his position rather than any apologies that I've seen publicly.
Yeah, look, it should be noted that what I note from that is that certainly an individual, in this case Kamal, was offended by that, but I think many other Australians were offended by that too. So,
and that's what got me. Donald Bradman signed a bat for Nelson Mandela at his request. He didn't meet with him because he was ill when he came here. There were misrepresented facts as well as that. So Donald Bradman may not be the nicest gentleman in history of the world, according to many cricketers, but he deserves some decency and process in this. And so I'm pleased that that has gone. But has there been any apologies to Don Bradman's family?
not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Right. Okay. This respecting privacy thing, and I get it, and I am going to go slightly over the edge here, and it's probably not proper. Last time we were asked for some disclosure under PPI, there was a claim that was upheld by the Senate and this committee, PII, not to give disclosure of salaries over a certain level. We have the history where the ABC has paid damages on behalf of a journalist prior from a social media thing. Is that correct?
Senator, I think you're referring to the lambing matter.
Yes.
Yep. With regard to costs taken by the ABC, it was a very unique and complex set of circumstances by which we've remediated what we have internally, such that we won't find ourselves in that position again.
Okay. We have another instance here respecting the privacy of the employee who hasn't said anything publicly but done something privately, although his utterances were public. Is this not a protection racket that we are running here?
No, Senator. So, look, I believe. So, when it comes to, you know, we'll comply with the process with regard to claiming PII on the most recent claims, and it has to do with areas of confidentiality with regard to any sort of relationship that we might have with an employee that deals with their employment, which includes, you know, potential disciplinary action. I do think it's important to maintain people's privacy. I think we've got obligations under the Privacy Act, which is why we'll work through this, certainly with our legal team, and be thinking about what we do for our employee relations team as well. I do think there is commercial harm with this. I think anyone should have right to expect when they come to the ABC that any of these matters are dealt with confidentiality, aren't aired in public. I think it prohibits us from hiring good talent into the future, and the idea that there might be a public forum by which something that otherwise considered to be confidential could be made public. We will comply with the process and get through on that. But I don't think it's a protection racket. I do think social media is a problem. We do have, under our Code of Conduct, personal use of social media guidelines. Look, we do update that from time to time. We're in the process of updating that at the moment. It is a process we go through with the board. It's an important thing to have. I think it sets expectations between the ABC and its staff about how we expect people to behave for personal use of social media. That's an important thing to have. But I think we do need to keep evolving that over time, certainly as use of social media changes, particularly with other platforms. So, but it is important that people do not bring the ABC into disrepute or undermine their ability to do the role that they have. So they're two of the measures that we've got within that code, and if we do an investigation and examination, that's what we examine, and then take action if need be.
Was there complaints received about those tweets, or was it done just at your...
I believe so, yes. No, I believe there were complaints about that. I can confirm on notice how many, but yes.
Not required, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Hughes.
Thank you. Just one quick question, Mr Anderson, just on your most recent comments with regards to privacy and looking after the privacy of your employees. If, say, for example, an MP or a senator was to write to you in a private matter, should that correspondence be kept private, or is that something that is then shared by your office with others within the organisation?
Well, it depends on the nature of what comes to me that can be kept private. So matters of national security, of course, kept in the highest of confidence. If a parliamentarian writes to me with regard to a complaint, then it would go to the complaints procedure, and that would be expected, I would have thought. when people do complain and they want to keep it private, again, we try to maintain the privacy of the complainant, such that it goes through. So we don't publish the complaint itself.
Right.
Rather, that we will get back to the complainant. That was one of the criticisms of the review that we conducted in our complaints system, that we don't actually make both the complaint as well as our response public and anonymise it. But we think that we're actually, you would be able to tell who it was that was making the complaint. So we still don't do that.
Are there instances where perhaps people within the ABC take it upon themselves to alert other organisations of communications between yourself and members of parliament or senators that are then subject to FOI requests? Because, keeping in mind that there would be no way of any other organisation knowing of this correspondence?
I don't know, Senator. I don't know any instances.
Would that be concerning to you, that private correspondence between you and an MP or senator was then a third-party organisation was alerted to it and then subject to an FOI claim? Would that concern you?
It would. Well, so we are the most scrutinised organisation, certainly in media anyway. Certainly for what we get asked, participating here in Senate estimates as often as we do.
This is a public forum, though.
So so there are a lot of things that do come to me either as questions on notice.
No, I'm talking about private correspondence, raising concerns or questions that are not for public consumption.
Yeah, well, it's certainly...
Would it concern you that they are then leaked to third parties?
So the leaking of information...
Because there's no other way it would have got out.
The leaking of information will always concern me, of course, in either direction.
Right, okay.
Look, I have found that quite often when I write a letter that goes to someone, I do write it with the idea in mind that quite often this will be made public at some particular point in time.
So the ABC is anyone writes to you to raise concerns. In your view, the ABC is entitled in some way, at whatever level, I'm not suggesting you, but someone would share it with a third party to then make it something that would otherwise be unknown, FOIable.
No, my expectation is not that it happens. So if someone will write to me and I'll write back to them, no, I don't expect that to get out into the public domain unless there's some agreement with the alternative person that it would be made public. Or somebody says to me, I'm going to make this public.
Okay.
It gives me the courtesy of doing it. So.
Okay. Just keep that in mind because we might have to revisit it in the next couple of weeks. So what I actually wanted to speak to you about today was last estimates you and I talked about Fawad Abu Ghosh and the tweets that he had put out. Could you provide us an update with the internal investigation into Mr Abu Ghosh?
Again,
if anyone wasn't here last go and needs them, I've still got more copies, but I know you and I are familiar with them.
Yep. So to be, Senator, to be consistent in that, I believe that any of these processes are confidential between the ABC and employee. Mr Abu Ghosh was locally engaged staff, Israeli citizen, but still working for the ABC. He no longer works for the ABC.
Would it surprise you then that on his Facebook page he claims to be a camera operator at ABC Australia, a journalist at BBC World Service and news desk programs at BBC, and this was as of I'm not sure if it's there today, but it was certainly there on the 8th of February.
I can confirm he no longer works for the ABC, and that happened some time ago.
Can you update us on the date when that?
I'll confirm that to you on notice. I think there was a notice period, so there's a date where his service discontinued with the ABC. I believe that to be somewhere in December, and then actually left the employ of the ABC. My memory suggests the 6th of January, but I will confirm that on notice.
If you can confirm that, and if you can also confirm when the investigation started and how long it took. But also, I mean, the tweets that were put out not only reflect incredibly badly on the ABC and someone that it employs, they are blatantly anti-Semitic in a very horrific way. Was Mr Abu Ghosh, because last time we spoke you suggested he was receiving some counselling, was he counselled on the use of social media? Was he counselled on the use of social media and his anti-Semitism, or was it just be an anti-Semite but don't put it on Twitter?
Senator, so our concern, so one issue is investigating his personal use of social media. That's one issue. With regard to the rest of his work, there was no issue with his work or journalism with regard to him taking an impartial view with his reporting, reported responsibly to the end of his employment. And as I said, he no longer works for the ABC anymore.
So when SBS had a similar situation with a journalist, SM Al-Ghalib, putting up similar tweets that were anti-Semitic tweets, if you thematic tweets, he was suspended. Is there a reason why the ABC didn't take action to immediately suspend someone who had explicitly demonstrated such anti-Semitic views? I appreciate there was an investigation, but why was he not suspended while that investigation was underway?
Senator, I can't give you the exact details of how he was counselled or what was said. I do know that News Management was satisfied that certainly there was no chance of anything being anti-Semitic in any reporting that was coming from Mr Abu Ghosh. They were satisfied with that. And he had, I will add, a good track record of being a credible journalist until he came into question with those tweets.
Yeah, I mean, pretty horrific views. And I mean, wouldn't it have sent a signal to those of the Jewish faith who are Australian taxpayers and contribute to the funding of the ABC that someone who had called for a second Holocaust to be automatically and immediately suspended to show and to demonstrate that the ABC does not share or hold or endorse those views?
Senator, the ABC does not share, hold or endorse
Well,
those
by
views.
not suspending this person and continuing to have them in your employ, that is implicit in its endorsement, I would suggest to those in the Jewish community and how they might feel.
Right, and you know,
I would suggest if someone put it out against, say, the Muslim faith or Islam, or someone put out a tweet against the LGBT community of the same horrific nature, which I'm not sure is possible, but it's same horrific nature, there would be very swift action. Yet there was a sitting on the hands because this was anti-Semitic.
Senator, there was swift action with regard to certainly looking at speaking to the person concerned with regard to reporting. How much reporting he did between that moment and no longer being employed with the ABC, I can't say, but I'll get back to you on notice about that.
That would be very helpful. I will finish up, but I mean, this is a recurrent theme. ABC employees...
Personal use of social media.
Personal use of social media. At what point does the ABC communicate firmly or take very strong action? I mean, at the moment, this guy's call for a second Holocaust doesn't even get suspended. We've got another journalist in Australia defames an MP and the ABC picks up her tab. And this is an ongoing theme. I mean, we have this constantly happening. We have the Donald Bradman, we have Kamal, we have this constantly happening. When does the ABC say, hey, you want to work for us, you get off social media? I mean, this is out of control. And to say, you know, to be fair to you, Mr Anderson, and I think you genuinely would like to see the ABC reflect a diversity of views, the diversity of views are not reflected by those in your employ on social media.
Yeah, Senator,
Pat Cavellis with Linda Burney. I mean, like, honestly, the list is endless.
Agree with your sentiment here. The vast majority of employees at the ABC do the right thing. We do have, there have been some instances, I will admit, where It has been communicated quite clearly to staff.
So are they
about
not
what is
very
expected.
bright? Do they
And for
not get it? Because it's very high-profile people who continue to do these things. Do they think they're bigger than the ABC, that they're better than everybody else? Are they untouchable?
Senator, we have
Last
a
question,
process which
Senator Hughes.
we have evolved over time that we've put in place, which we think is the right policy setting for it, given that we can't prohibit or enforce people not being on social media. We cannot enforce that. And
You
we
can
cannot
ensure
prohibit.
they're not employed
I
by
have
the
asked
ABC.
them. So I think there are issues with.
Well, I mean, Mr Abagosh is no longer employed by the ABC because of those tweets, yet there's a hell of a lot of people still employed by the ABC who've put out some pretty nasty, vile stuff too.
So we now have a mechanism that is in place where it is possible to legally terminate staff if they do not comply with what we said. But they do have a right of procedural fairness and right of reply.
Yeah.
And there are people who no longer work here as a result of that process.
Yeah.
But I don't want to gild the lily here in that it is still a problem, and it is one that is persistent, that all media organisations are tackling with. The BBC...
Yeah, but they're not funded by the taxpayer. You are.
Right, so the BBC are looking very closely at what they do versus what we do. They think what we do is quite effective, and my understanding is they're going to move towards what is a similar setting to us. For us, we're again continuing to evolve what that policy is. So right now we're in the throes of, if you like, adding certain elements to what is our personal use of social media policy.
Maybe not paying their legal fees if they step outside the lines.
We took action immediately to make sure that we were no longer vicariously liable for what people did. We found ourselves in a position that we did not expect to. We took legal advice on how to protect ourselves with regard to that. We make it quite clear we are not legally responsible for people's personal social media accounts. That said, there are still instances that we see coming up, particularly with new platforms. So I could use TikTok as an example, where we're going to have to evolve what it is our policy setting is that sets out the expectations we have in our staff.
Yeah, I mean, look, we'll hold this one over for later, but I mean,
Yeah.
TikTok, a platform that's known to be infiltrated by China, or run in China, do we really want ABC taxpayer-funded journos using these sorts of platforms?
Senator Hughes.
But anyway, that's a
Moving on.
whole new topic.
Moving on.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Back to you, Ms Klein. Last year, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works inquired into and reported on the ABC fit-out of Parramatta and Ultimo offices. My question is just asking about, you mentioned it earlier in your question, in your answers. Is the Parramatta project on track, and can you update the committee on its progress?
Yes, Senator. So yes, I can confirm the project is progressing well. So as you noted, we received approval through the Public Works process. I think that was around about the 1st of December, which enabled us basically to then, get things in motion. So what we have more recently done is we are now out in market with a request for tender for a head contractor. So we would be looking for a head contractor that can work across both of our sites, Parramatta and Ultimo, given they're so intrinsically linked, and there are interdependencies across the two sites. So we're out in market for that. As I say, we expect responses back on that within the next sort of 4 to 6 weeks. It's quite a lengthy process. I'm sure you can imagine.
Yeah.
Awfully big process, a lot of expenditure, a lot of questions come back and forth, a lot of people involved, engineers and cost consultants and a whole range of parties we consult with. But yeah, we have that tender out in market at the moment, seeking the head contractor. And as I say, we expect responses for that back in around mid-March. So another major milestone in the project. So Public Works, major milestone, receiving information back from a head contractor, major milestone. So to answer your original question, are we progressing in the timeline we expect? Yes, we are. And we're sort of ticking off the major milestones as we work that through.
And with that timeline, do you have a date of when the works will begin in terms of the actual site construction?
Yes. So look, our intention would be that works would commence, I guess, as soon as possible once the head contractor is appointed. In preparation for that, we're in the Ultimo site, obviously, already, so, you know, there are certain things we can do within the confines of the approvals we have to date and within the base build that we already have to sort of set ourselves in motion. You know, there are an incredible amount of considerations for something like this. So we have certain things already in progress in Ultimo. Parramatta's an established building, so where we work with the owners of that building, of course, for what we can do, but the biggest milestone will be that head contractor, as I say, appointing them. As soon as possible thereafter, we will commence building works.
And have you identified which teams from Ultimo will be moving?
Yes, we have, and as Mr Anderson, I think he sort of laid that out within the public works process as well. So we have been consulting with those teams at great length, but to be more specific, so we are looking, we're looking at content makers as sort of the primary, I guess, resource that move in line with our goals that we have 75% of content makers outside of Ultimo. More specifically, the Sydney newsroom, so we will be presenting our 7 p.m. news from Parramatta. We will have at least one block of the news channel programming from Parramatta. We'll also be looking at daytime presenters for local radio. So we will have fully IP-enabled radio and TV studios. I'm not sure if we've sort of touched on this in other hearings, definitely in the public works, but what we're taking at Parramatta is a presence where we what we call the promenade. So we have a presence that can be seen from Parramatta Square. So key to that is then that community engagement. So we will also be rotating certain teams through, say, from Radio National or Triple J, as it fits the sort of calendar of events and what we could do to activate that square, as I said, to get that community engagement. So what we will be building are a range of studios, fully IP enabled, as I say, that will be able to have live and pre-recorded in Parramatta. So content makers is key to the success.
That's amazing. And do we know when the teams will move? I know that it's a big projection with like the next milestone being seeking a head contractor and then the actual fit out happening within the Parramatta site. But do these teams know when they'll be moving and once obviously the site becomes operational?
Yeah, so yes, our timeline, we would be looking to have teams start moving in Q1 of 2024. In terms of sort of the Ultimo building, and we're doing what we call a block and stack, so we will be moving teams around in Ultimo as well, because key to the success of the project as well is freeing up, I think it's 7 floors in Ultimo, so that's also key to the success of the project. We will be looking to, as I say, get teams to Parramatta Q1 of 2024. Ultimo will probably be a little bit longer. It will be dependent on the teams moving out to Parramatta. Also, we're very mindful of broadcast interruption and, disrupting our teams as little as possible while working to quite a fixed timeline. So Q1 2024 in Parramatta and end of 2024 would be the aim for, and maybe even a little into Q1 2025, but I would say end of 2024 would be the main aim for the Ultimo teams.
Great. And can you, step out to the committee and explain how the move is being funded by the ABC?
Yes, Senator, yes, I can. So we've basically looked at how do we, look at the most effective way to use our property portfolio. So in doing so, we identified Lansley Place, which was the former headquarters of sort of the Sydney operation, which moved into Ultimo quite some years ago. Lansley Place remained for us as a studio that we would use ourselves for some production. We were able to commercialise that as well on occasion, but it was an underutilised asset, so we were able to sell that asset in Artarmon. We settled on that property at the end of January, and we will use the proceeds of that to fund the capital fit out of the works across Parramatta and across Ultimo. Then in terms of the ongoing rental costs in Parramatta, we'll have the opportunity with leasing out the 7 floors in Ultimo. So that then will enable a revenue stream that in turn will pay for the lease in Parramatta.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Mr Anderson, I've got some questions in relation to the ABC's use of consultants. I'm just wondering, unless I've missed it somewhere, it seems as though the ABC has stopped publishing breakdowns of the expenditure of consultants in the annual reports, or is it just being put in a different place?
Senator, I do believe we do report that. Ms Klein?
Thank you, Mr Anderson. Yeah, so Senator, I think you might be referring to maybe 2 years ago we stopped reporting certain more detailed breakdowns of certain expenditure in the annual report. That was there were I think consultants was one of those. So that was us looking at streamlining the annual report, and it was we did reduce the size of the annual report overall. I think it was a process that we were also looking at around COVID and streamlining the annual report. What we do have within our financial statements is a breakdown of supplier costs, but it may be that it is the breakdown is different to what was presented.
I understand
in the
that
past.
until the 2019-20 financial year, that the ABC used to provide a detailed breakdown of consultant expenditure, but that now that level of detail is not available in the annual report itself. So I'm just, trying to understand why that, and I understand you saying it changed a couple of years ago. I'm trying to understand why it changed, and where we can see the level of detail. Is that information still available somewhere?
Senator, I don't believe it is still available as an appendix in the annual report, but of course something we can provide on notice.
Okay. I would like to know the amount of money that is being spent by consultants on consultants by the ABC.
Absolutely, and certainly we can provide that on notice, yes.
And what are the main categories of which that consultants' expenditure is put towards? Are we talking administrative, legal, or is it more kind of actual bread and butter of the work of the ABC?
So I would say over the last year to 2 years, the majority of our consultants have very much been on things like the Sydney accommodation project. So really specific skills that we don't have within our own workforce. As I say, range of things when you look at a project like that, quantity surveyors, really specific skills that we need to supplement. We've used consultants to understand our baseline for our emissions reporting. That works on, quite complex modelling that we don't have in-house ourselves. So over the last year to 2, I would say that's been the majority of our consultancy spend has been on really quite specific projects where we've needed that to supplement our internal skill with the external consultants, but we can certainly provide that detail on notice.
Is there any evidence to support the claim that the ABC is spending more money on consultants than previously?
Senator, I'd have to take that on notice. It does fluctuate. It really does fluctuate year on year. It is possible when we're right in the middle of a project like the Sydney Accommodation Project, it is possible that we would see an increase in consultants year on year. Yes, it's possible.
Okay, it would be good to understand that. I guess the question I have in my mind, if there has been an increase, is beyond an isolated project like the Sydney accommodation, where, of course, if there are experts that you would only need for that type of project. But I'm worried about whether this is a result of, the funding cuts that the ABC has copped over the last decade, meaning that you just simply can't keep people in-house that you normally would.
Again, Senator, I'll take that on notice. I don't believe that to be the case. I certainly do think, from time to time, again, very specialist skills that we might otherwise desire to, have as part of our employment base on an ongoing basis, may themselves not be inclined to take a permanent role because they want, the variability in their works, particularly around, digital skills, some of the more creative skills. People would like that variability in their work. There's nothing that really pops to mind in terms of, where we would have otherwise replaced employees with consultants on an ongoing basis. But again, we can clarify that on notice.
Some of the consultancies that have been put to me are Deloitte, Ernst & Young, PwC. Obviously none of those, well, I'm assuming none of those have anything to do with the Sydney location.
Actually, they do, Senator.
Oh, do they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So can you unpack that for me then? What is the consultancy work that Deloitte's is doing, Ernst & Young and PwC?
Senator, so I can... we would use firms like that for, advice, sporadic advice here and there, but probably the key work, again, I will confirm on notice, but probably the key work I would say for those particular consultants, so PwC are assisting us, the real estate advisory services are assisting us advising on the Sydney Accommodation Project. Deloitte are assisting us on a major project around the time and attendance system.
Time and
attendance rostering system.
But that's not specific to the Sydney location.
No,
then?
sorry,
Okay.
Senator, no. Quite separate to that. And Ernst & Young would...
So is that's kind of a rostering system?
It's a technology-based rostering system that we're putting in, and we need their skills with that, and certainly their experience of doing it at other organisations where there is legacy technology, i.e. SAP, like most government organisations, where it's tricky. It's a big technology project.
How long is that predicted to take, that project? Have you given Deloitte a time frame for that? You know what these consultants are like, they take as long as they can so that they just squeeze you and squeeze you and squeeze you.
So Senator, yes, we do have we place a very clear pressure on ourselves to meet a timeline on a project such as the time and attendance system, rostering system. So that would be, I would say, again, working from memory, Q4 of this calendar year.
Okay.
Yes.
Last question, sir.
Ernst & Young, what's their consultancy in relation to?
They assist us as a co-source partner for internal audit.
As in finance audit?
No, Senator, no. Internal audit, so our group audit function that looks more broadly across the operations of the ABC. So in terms of our financial audit, ANAO appoint KPMG to do our financial audit. Internal audit supplement our group audit function.
And is that something that used to be done in-house within the audit team, or it's always been as an external process?
That's correct, Senator. So we always supplement our internal audit team with really quite specific skills that we don't hold in-house from an audit function point of view. So that might be around something like cyber, where we need to make sure we're always up to date with whatever's changing in that field. So we will always have some level of assistance on certain audits like that.
Okay.
Sorry, to clarify, that doesn't always mean that it's been Ernst & Young in the past, but currently that is the case.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to look at a range of issues I want to raise, so I may need to have another block of time. I just want to firstly just confirm that I'm seeking all relevant documents, correspondence, messages to be provided on notice in relation to the ABC's coverage of the Alice Springs Town Hall meeting, including any correspondence with the department and with the Minister. So if Mr Anderson, would you mind taking that on notice?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Could you also please provide a detailed understanding of your interactions with editorial staff? I am concerned that not only has the young journalist perhaps been misrepresented by the ABC, because the ABC covered up the fact that she wasn't at the meeting, but I'm also concerned about the reflection that this has on the AM program's presenter, Sarah Lane, and also the executive producer, Kim Landers. Australians deserve to know exactly what went wrong, so I'm asking you to provide all of those details, to conduct a full investigation, Mr Anderson, because I am pretty shocked that even though it's a couple of weeks down the track, you still don't know how this story got to air.
Senator, I'll provide what I can to you on notice. Again, I have anecdotal evidence at the moment. I do not have the complete story or the complete picture, which I will have, and then I will respond to you on notice.
Can I raise with you the Patricia Karvelas tweet concerning her comments about Linda Burney, when she said that Linda Burney, the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs, was a legend, and this was posted on her social media on the night of the federal election in May last year. In the last estimates, she said there's nothing wrong with being a fan of a sitting MP. And I obviously took a very, very different view and was quite amazed by the evidence that you gave. We now learn, in response to a question on notice, that Ms Karvelas was cautioned. On what basis was she cautioned, and did she breach the ABC's social media code?
So, Senator, I haven't changed my opinion about the fact that I don't believe that Ms Karvelas breached the social media code by tweeting what she did when she did that. On notice, when I used the word cautioned, I mean, I've cautioned the entire organisation on their personal use of social media. I happen to be speaking to Patricia Karvelas with regard to this, and suggested that when we looked at her social media, she does actually post a number of selfies with her and other parliamentarians. And my caution was that she needs to be very careful, in that it could otherwise be misconstrued as endorsement of particular people. That's all I was reflecting in my response to questions on notice. It wasn't disciplinary action. It was just that I happened to be talking to her. Not specifically about that. I happened to be talking to her about something else, and I brought it up.
Just a corridor chat, was it, Mr Anderson?
Well, it was over the phone. But yes, no, I did talk to her about that, and, she heeded that caution.
But she's in compliance with your social media code, are you saying that?
I'm saying I believe that she is in compliance with our social media policy, yeah.
Mr Anderson, perhaps following on from Senator Hughes's concerns that she raised about your management of the social media code and the personal use of social media by ABC presenters and journalists. And following on from the many, many times that I've raised deep concerns about your management, I have written to the chair of the ABC board, Arthur Buttrose, asking that the board takes over management of this issue, because I would put it to you that you are fundamentally failing in your administration of staff when it comes to the personal use of social media. This is, and I'm not polite, but this has been a real stuff up by the ABC under your watch, Mr. Anderson. And I would further put it to you that you've always had the power, because I had one of these contracts, you've always had the legal power to ask your employees to comply with ABC codes, such as the Code of Practice.
Yes.
That's been in contracts forever and a day, from my experience. So it's absolutely fanciful to suggest that you've now discovered a legal means by which you can ask your staff to comply with the social media code. Can you please possibly explain that, given these clauses have been in your contracts for a very long time?
Certainly, Senator. So with regard to introducing personal use of social media, we introduced a code of conduct, this is some time ago, for which we put in personal use of social media. That was us really making sure that the expectations were clear between us and our employees under a code of conduct, such that we could take disciplinary action against people if they didn't abide by their obligations as staff members. That was the inception of it. So it's not more recently, that's when we started tackling personal use of social media.
But, sorry, Mr. Anderson, you gave evidence before saying that you more recently have now worked out a way legally to enforce compliance with the code. So I'm relying on the evidence you gave a short time ago when you were when Senator Hughes was asking you questions.
Yep, Senator. So I think that was when I was referring to the issue we had with, and it was a particular and complex issue with regard to Andrew Laming and a tweet by one of our reporters, Louise Milligan, that it tested whether or not what we'd put in place by being able to hold our employees to account meant whether or not we were legally liable. We didn't think for one moment that we would be legally liable for people's personal social media accounts. That demonstrated that we were liable. There was a potential for us to be held liable. So then we strengthened it even further to ensure that we would not be found legally liable for people's personal social media accounts in the future.
But Mr. Anderson, I'm sorry to cut in, and it's hard remotely, I realise that. But you've also just given evidence that you're not legally responsible for the publications of your staff on social media. I would again put to you that the board needs to take over the management of this issue, because you have demonstrated a compelling failure to manage this issue and to manage your staff on social media. It's not rocket science. It's just not rocket science, Mr. Anderson, and it's a complete mess on your watch.
So, Senator, it won't surprise you that I respectfully disagree with you. Can I say that these policies are approved by the board when they're issued? So the board, at the moment, we will together go through, again, how we update these and continually to update them, particularly as new uses of third-party social media emerge. But the board have approved policies.
Sorry, Mr. Anderson, I apologise because I've only got limited time and I think we're going to run over a little bit, but I'll try and be as quick as I can.
If I could just take this moment to intervene just for a moment, Senator Henderson, and just update people. You've asked for a second block. You said a 10-minute block. You've asked for a second block. So we will run over until 1:40. So my apologies for everyone who's been sitting here for a very long time. But as Senator Henderson has said, she just needs one more block. It saves you having to wait until 2:30 and come back again.
Certainly, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Henderson, your second block starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to ask, do you know when the Chair will be coming back to me in relation to the concerns that I've raised about your management of the ABC's personal use of social media code?
No, I don't, Senator. I don't know when the Chair will respond to you.
Okay, it has been quite a few months now. I want to turn to the issue of highly paid staff. Obviously, I have sought information on highly paid staff and also on the roles of the ABC, and the ABC made a number of public interest immunity claims which were upheld, despite the fact that the BBC has a very strong and robust transparency regime due to a change in the law a number of years ago, where staff on highly paid salaries are required to disclose their salary in a £5,000 salary band. On that basis, could I please ask you to provide the name and title of each ABC employee, contractor, subcontractor or other worker who is being paid total remuneration as defined in the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Rule 2014 in excess of $235,000 per annum, being your definition of highly paid staff, and the amount of total remuneration per annum paid to each highly paid staff described in bands of $10,000. And I do that because you are accountable to the Senate for the expenditure of public funds. I do that because you promote your transparent and disciplined approach to managing remuneration. I do that because of the very strong legislative regime that's been established in the UK in relation to the BBC's disclosure of highly paid staff salaries. And because I believe that the commercial interests of the ABC are outweighed by the public interest in disclosure. There's other reasons as well why I believe that that's appropriate. And obviously I expect you to take that on notice. And could I also ask you to disclose or provide a list of how many staff are located in each city or town, so and their roles. So the number of staff in Sydney and their roles, the number of staff in Geelong, Rockhampton, Perth. If you could please detail the number of staff in each city or town and the role based in that location, so that Australians can get a better understanding of how the ABC is dispersing and allocating its resources across this country.
Senator, I'll take it on notice, but the position of the ABC wouldn't have changed since the letter of the 10th of November with regard to claiming PII over the documents that you seek, particularly with regard to highly paid staff. There's a number of reasons we set out in that letter.
Yes, sorry, Mr Anderson, just to interrupt. I'm seeking different. This is a different question. So the previous question related to the exact remuneration. I'm now bringing my question into line with the BBC's disclosure regime, and that is seeking that information in bands, in salary bands of $10,000.
I'll take that question on notice, Senator. So.
Thank you very much. And look, I certainly am of the view that Australians, and particularly in relation to your gender pay gap, which is still reasonably significant, Australians do deserve to know how you are paying your highly paid staff, and that might give a further insight into why there is the gender pay gap that you do have.
Senator, yes, we did table the Workforce Gender Equality Agency reporting that we voluntarily did. We tabled that in Parliament, I believe, last week. I did bring Mr Chandran along with me today. Should you require further information with regard to that? Because I would suggest that our gender pay gap, my understanding, it's around 5%. And if I go through the levels of the ABC, there's only one band where it's above 3%. Which is obviously something that we need to address. And of course, we're looking for a gender pay gap of 0. But I wouldn't say that we have a significant problem. I'd say that we have a problem, but that we are aiming for 0 pay gap. But I wouldn't say that we have a significant pay gap, but we do have one.
Well, I look forward to hopefully a different response than your last response, and if I can just again draw your attention to the BBC's very transparent disclosure regime in relation to that particular matter. I also want to ask you about the Parramatta fit-out. You sold the Gore Hill premises for a very large amount of money. I think it was around about $60 million.
It's around
And
90.
it does, sorry?
It's around $90 million.
90, apologies, around $90 million. Could you, it does concern me that so much of that funding is going to the fit out and the relocation to Parramatta. Could you just perhaps even on notice provide me with a detailed breakdown of how that $90 million will be spent? And in relation to the establishment of the Parramatta premises, could you please provide a full breakdown of those costs, including any consultants that you have engaged and how much consultants are being paid in relation to that relocation? And Mr Anderson, I'm sorry, I'm just racing through my questions. Could you also please provide a detailed breakdown of how many staff are moving to Parramatta? And perhaps you could explain, I understand that there were a number of staff who refused to move and that there's now been an agreement that they can remain in Ultimo. Is that the case?
Sorry, Senator, you're going to have to repeat the last part of that question again. You broke up right at the end. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I didn't understand it.
Could you please provide the details of how many staff will be located at Parramatta?
Yes.
And also the details as to any relevant correspondence or related emails and the like concerning a number of staff at Ultimo who essentially informed the ABC that they declined to move to Parramatta, and then the ABC has now changed its position in relation to those staff. So I want to find out how many staff declined to move to Parramatta and now the ABC has agreed they can remain at Ultimo.
Senator, I don't know that that is in fact correct. I think decisions that we made about which teams were leaving were made independently of any correspondence that people put forward. I want to retain their privacy, so I'm going to be upfront. So I will give you information. Yes, I'll take all those things on notice. I can give you the relative cost of the Parramatta fit-out versus what we're doing for refurbishment of Ultimo. I can give you the numbers with regard to the teams of people moving out there. I absolutely can do that. Noting that there is a split between the two, I'll just throw it out there, not the entire $90 million is being spent on the Parramatta fit-out. It's more like about $39 million. So there is other money going to other property and other property development, including Ultimo being refurbished, certainly for lease, as well as other properties around the country and their refurbishment and what attention they need. But yes, I will give that to you on notice.
Yes, if you could provide me, I understand that there were some groups of employees from some programs or divisions that were asked to move to Parramatta and then they declined to move. So there's now been a renegotiation of that. I'm not asking for individual names, just the number of staff and the programs that they work for.
I don't know that it's accurate to say that people refused and then the ABC decided not to. I would say that when we initially went to consultation with this and announced it, we were oversubscribed. So we had to make a decision with regard to what teams could not go simply because they couldn't fit. And we prioritised what was locally produced content, certainly on a daily basis. Hence the Sydney newsroom, as well as local Radio Sydney programming being prioritised to be out there.
Senator Henderson, I'll just give you a wind up for your last question.
Okay, I'm just watching the clock. I think I've got a couple of minutes to go, Chair, so I'll just be as quickly as I possibly can. Mr Anderson, I just want to ask about the social media post of Mr Brett Sprigg, who made some very denigrating comments in relation to the Australia Day being on the January the 26th. I can provide further details on notice. Are you aware of that, and is that a breach of your social media code?
I am not aware of it, Senator, and yes, if you could please provide that to me on notice. I'm not aware of that.
So I think I'll provide, so he was very denigrating and obviously expressed a strong personal view. So I will provide that to your notice, but that's obviously a concern. In relation to ACMA's finding against Four Corners, I just want to raise concerns that the ABC was so scathing about that finding, which I believe was quite disrespectful given they are the media regulator, and also raise concerns that the Minister did not defend her statutory agency in relation to that finding. What do you have to say to that, Mr Anderson?
And can I just say, if you could keep your answer as short as you can, Mr Anderson, because we are going to break now.
Yes, it was a long question. So, well, there's a bit in that I'd like to address. So I think...
It's a good one, though.
Yeah, so look, I've got great respect for Nerita O'Loughlin as well as ACMA and respect their decisions as decisions that they've made, which we take on the chin, even if our own Audience Consumer Affairs / Ombudsman Office didn't think we did a breach, and I'm referring to Vic Forest and Tinder over recent years where we just really took on board what the ACMA's findings were, and consequently, say in the case of Tinder and privacy, you're going to have to adjust our reporting. With regard to Fox and the big lie, we did take exception to a few points with regard on that. I think it's okay to respectfully disagree with the regulator as long as you know why you're disagreeing. And I have, so the chair of ACMA has written to me, I've written back seeking to meet just to discuss that going forward about what the interpretation of the code means. Because a lot of this is subjective with regard to it.
That correspondence. Sorry, Mr Anderson, I know I'm just trying to do it very quickly. Can you please table that correspondence or provide it on notice?
I'll provide that on notice. I'll also inform the chair of ACMA that you've requested that and then provide that accordingly. Sure.
Thank you very much, Mr Anderson. Thank you, Senator Henderson. Thank you to Hansard and Broadcasting for your patience. Thank you, ABC. We will release you. Thank you so much for your time. And we will recommence at 2:40 p.m.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
We will resume. All good? Officers from the Special Broadcasting Service Corporation. Mr Taylor, do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to briefly touch on some of the highlights for SBS audiences in 2022 and to look ahead to what is shaping up as another landmark year in 2023. We were delighted to bring to Australia the 2022 FIFA World Cup, and we were delighted with the number of Australians tuning in, reflecting the exhilarating nature of the event. Our broadcast reached 9 million people via linear television and a further 4.7 million people through SBS On Demand. In total, our audiences took in more than 80 million hours of tournament content, and the broadcast truly broke records in terms of consumption on SBS On Demand, which has now exceeded 12.7 million account registrations of Australians finding value in SBS. On the 12th of December 2022, we marked a historic moment as a network, celebrating a decade of NITV being available free-to-air to all Australians as part of the SBS network. We're also just coming out of a network-wide celebration of Lunar New Year, showcasing content and coverage in more than 9 languages and engaging all Australians in traditions and festivities around this important event, including engagement with community celebrations in every state and territory. And with the upcoming referendum on a voice to Parliament, we as SBS are acutely aware of the role we must play in ensuring Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians have access to accurate, trusted and impartial information so they can actively engage in this national conversation. In particular, we're conscious of ensuring that multilingual Australians have access to the information needed to participate fully. We've got a very exciting 2023 coming. I'm very pleased that SBS this year will broadcast more Australian content than ever before in our history. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr Taylor. Senator Hughes, do you have questions for SBS?
If Senator Henderson is not online...
Senator Henderson, are you there? Oh, you are.
Okay, so I'll
Yes.
hand over to Senator Henderson.
Senator Henderson, if you would like to start.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, Mr Taylor. Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate your brief update on how everything has been going at SBS. Can I ask you to update the committee on your negotiations, if any, with Meta under the News Media Bargaining Code? I have again raised concerns this morning with the Minister representing the Minister for Communications that there doesn't appear to have been anything said publicly to support SBS in entering into a deal which could be worth many millions of dollars. So I continue to flag my profound concerns and would appreciate an update.
Senator, I have no update. There have been no further conversations with Meta, and my SBS position remains as it was at the last estimates hearing.
Mr Taylor, have you raised your concerns directly with the Minister?
I think, Senator, through this forum and through other processes that have allowed us SPS to put its position through the public submission process, I think everyone in this place is very aware of SPS's position and our desire to have a negotiated outcome with Meta per the spirit and indeed letter of the News Media Bargaining Framework.
Well, after learning about the fact that you've been excluded under the code, and I think that's absolutely appalling, I suggested that the Minister should be considering delegating Meta. That has not occurred. Are you of that view? And what if, now that you have this public forum, could perhaps I invite you to appeal to the Minister to intervene directly?
Well, Senator, I think designation is a mechanism available to government. Clearly we have a major digital platform that has been identified by the ACCC and the government as having substantial market power. The fact that it's been able to decline to even commence a negotiated outcome, a discussion with a public broadcaster that serves some of Australia's most vulnerable communities, and indeed communities that over-index on their consumption of Facebook compared to the average Australian consumption. I think designation is a possible avenue that should be considered. The intention of the code was to address bargaining power imbalances, to ensure that digital platforms share the benefit of news media organisations' content on their platforms, and to provide an ability for organisations to trigger mandatory bargaining, and indeed to support strong independent journalism. I would suggest that SBS is not enjoying the benefits as intended by the legislation. There's an opportunity for us to be included.
Mr Taylor, I can only guess, but I believe that the deal the ABC has with Meta and with Google has netted them many tens of millions of dollars. I estimate probably at least $40 million over 3 years, maybe more. These agreements, regrettably, are confidential. So this could make a profound difference to the work of your journalists, couldn't it?
Yes, indeed, Senator. I mean, by way of example, whilst I'm not in a position to disclose the commercial terms of the arrangement we have with Google, I can say we employed 15 Australian journalists as a result of that deal, and they are journalists providing public interest journalism every day to the benefit of Australian audiences.
So I will correct myself. I said delegate, I did mean designate, so thank you for also correcting that. You say that designation, effectively that means that the Minister forces Meta to come to the table and imposes a deal such that SBS receives this revenue. You say that should be considered. How important is this, that the government takes the News Media Bargaining Code seriously? Because, of course, this is the coalition's one of the coalition's great world firsts in this space. We're very proud of this code, but the only way it matters is when you've got governments with the guts and the courage to stand up to the big global tech giants and hold them to account.
Is that a statement, Senator Henderson, or is there a question in there somewhere?
I'm just asking whether Mr Taylor agrees with that proposition.
Senator, I think that's possibly a question best directed to the Minister. What I'll say is the government's yet to respond to the Treasury report. I'm going to obviously await their response and give them the opportunity to consider that report, and we will continue to engage, as we always do, in a constructive manner to ensure that we have a position which is equal to those of our competitors now who have all got deals and who are benefiting financially as a result of that.
Mr Taylor, I'll move on to the importance of impartial and independent and accurate journalism. You've made that point in your opening remarks. That's been a topic of considerable discussion with the ABC this morning. Can you go into more detail in relation to how you're ensuring that your coverage of the Voice and the referendum will meet the hallmarks of strong, independent, impartial and accurate journalism?
Well, Senator, that's an everyday task at SBS. We take very seriously our obligations under our Act and, of course, under our Code of Practice, which is the co-regulatory scheme that exists with the ACCC. We at many opportunities throughout the year, when people join SBS and at punctuation points through the year, remind our journalists of their obligations. They need to be impartial, to be balanced in their work, to share an array of perspectives and to allow audiences to make up their own mind about topics. I sort of, in a somewhat casual way, internally say that our house view is that we have no house view, and I think that it's very important that we reinforce that. So we have training procedures that exist, we have clear documentation that sets out people's obligations, and we have an independent ombudsman that works within SBS, a position that's existed for 18 years that allows audiences to make complaints under the code, and we take these obligations very seriously, and when there are breaches, we learn from them, we address them, and we move on.
A couple of other quick matters. I just want to get an update on the government's feasibility proposal in relation to your possible relocation to Western Sydney. Could you update the committee on where that's at?
The department is in the process of finalising the project approach, the steering committee, and I imagine that there'll be an announcement soon, and SBS will be participating as part of that project.
Do you mean an announcement about the implementation of the feasibility study? Is that what you're referring to?
No, I imagine, Senator, that the first step will be the formation of a steering committee which will conduct the feasibility study, and I imagine that announcement will be coming soon, and SBS will be well represented there, and will work through the project in a sort of diligent and fact-based manner.
Given that you have independent responsibility for the operations of SBS, do you have a view as to whether it's in the broadcaster's best interests for you to relocate?
No, Senator, and indeed I think that's the purpose of the feasibility study. So we'll walk through it calmly and see what we find through the process.
Mr. Taylor, I want to raise the question of your commercial activities, including sales and marketing benefits provided to your advertisers. I understand that you provide certain benefits to some advertisers or some people with commercial interests to go overseas. I believe the Tour de France might be one of those particular trips. Are you able to inform the committee about the scope of that investment? How much is spent on those sorts of activities? It sounds like it's a pretty good junket if I was in advertising, and the basis for that expenditure.
Absolutely, Senator. I'm happy to take on notice the details about the cost, etc. We have a few moments a year, Senator, where we can bring the media sector together in the way that is common practice across the sector so that we can engage clients directly. The Tour de France trip is a trip that we do run, Senator. We do take very senior agency and client representatives along. Those agency representatives represent the significant majority of the Australian advertising agency industry in terms of total spend. You'll note that we earn 30% of our revenue from commercial activities. It's really important for us to have an opportunity to engage with those clients, to allow them to engage in a key content moment that we play on SBS. And we're the longest rights holder of the Tour de France in the world, and we have those rights out till 2030. And indeed, we have the Tour de France Femme for another 4 years. And so it's a really important client engagement opportunity, Senator, and one that we have to engage in because all of our commercial competitors engage in client entertainment, and we do so too when we have the rare opportunities to do so.
But with respect, in terms of client entertainment, you're not a commercial entity per se. You are a publicly funded broadcaster. So can I ask you to detail how much money you are spending on these activities each year?
Yes, indeed, Senator. And for the avoidance of doubt, I understand that we're a public broadcaster, but we do have commercial imperatives and we are required to earn 30% of our revenue through our own commercial activities. So we need to engage in a way that is commercially competent and that allows us to engage commercial clients that have a multitude of choices about where to spend their money, but we will absolutely take the question on notice.
But shouldn't they make the decision based on the value that you bring to the table by virtue of the advertiser putting their money behind your product.
Yeah,
why does a junket to France and following the tour and all of the costs of that, I imagine it's many tens of thousands of dollars. Why should that be, why should public funds, because that's after all what it is, be used for that purpose?
Yeah, indeed, Senator. I'm very happy to answer that on notice. But as I said, we use these opportunities of entertaining our clients to allow them to engage in understanding the product as well, and to understand us as people and to form a relationship. Entertainment is not unique to the media industry, and client entertainment is a fairly standard practice in a multitude of industries, even when it's being prosecuted by a public entity. But I'm happy to take your question on notice.
And how many staff from the SBS go to France for this particular, if I can say, junket?
I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator, but I understand what you're saying. It's in the order of 3 staff members, usually 3 to 4, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
But you're not conducting any broadcasting activities, are you? This is purely for entertainment, client relationship purposes. There's no broadcasting or other functions that occur in France. You take the broadcast and you have your commentators based in Sydney, is that right?
No, Senator. The commentators, we had 3 commentators last year on the Tour de France, and the model changes a little bit year to year, but they were on location. They move around with the tour. There's a lot that happens at each stage, and it's important to have staff there. So we have a small crew that goes, but that crew is not involved in this element of activity, which is run by our media sales team, which is taking some small group of very senior clients over to experience the Tour de France.
Sorry, sorry, Chair.
I was just going to say, Senator Henderson, we're going to rotate the call if you want to finish up on that item.
Just one final question, Chair,
Sure.
And then I'll finish on this block. Can I also ask you to take on notice, Mr Taylor, the number of sort of clients, advertising clients and other staff, including those not required for any broadcast purposes, who attended the 2022 World Cup?
Absolutely, Senator. I'll take that on notice.
And obviously the cost, or a full breakdown of the cost, please.
Yes.
And any other client, if you could just also provide on notice any other details about client entertainment or client activities such as this.
Absolutely, Senator.
Thanks, Mr Taylor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Taylor, can I just bring you back to that Treasury review and your submission to it, which states, despite commencing preliminary discussions with SBS in February 2021, Meta advised SBS in July 2021 that it would not be entering negotiations for a commercial arrangement for news content. Is it correct that they did not provide any explanation for this?
Absolutely, Senator, and I think we sincerely attempted on many occasions from about February 2021 right through till November 21, many opportunities to seek feedback as to, was there concern about our content offer? Was there something about the metrics that we should understand? To try and understand why there was no negotiation. I think my characterisation is that despite many efforts, absolutely no substance or information or data or facts were provided to underpin the decision that Meta communicated to us about a desire not to enter into negotiations.
Mm. And what's the impact of their refusal to negotiate with you?
Well, it's a couple of fold. I mean, in the first pass, we're not being compensated for the content that we produce that is consumed on Meta platforms. Mm. And secondly, as a result of every other major media organisation in the country having secured a deal, we are now at a relative disadvantage because, of course, those organisations now have more money to produce journalism for those platforms, and we do not have more money. Mm. And as I alluded to earlier, if you look through many large language groups, a number of them have an engagement with Meta which exceeds the Australian average. So to many communities, Facebook is the internet. Mm. And so we feel like it has a particular impact on our audiences, which might be more pronounced than perhaps some other media providers.
Because you cover 60 plus language groups.
60 language groups, Senator.
Mm. So would you say this reduces your ability to counter misinformation and provide news content to those groups?
I would, and indeed, any money that we could accrue through this process would be invested in public interest journalism, in making sure that there's effectively there's an arms race occurring on digital platforms, isn't there, between information and misinformation. The more information, quality information that's placed on those platforms, the less likely people are to consume misinformation. We'd like to play our role and to be fairly compensated for doing so.
And can you just briefly step us through what your proposals are for improving the News Media Bargaining Code?
Yes, Senator. If you bear with me for a moment, please. The first thing, Senator, is we think that we should be given the opportunity to negotiate an outcome with Meta. That's perhaps fairly self-evident, but I'll state it anyway. We think there's an issue with the lack of transparency around what's contained within the deals. There are deals done with many organisations. What's not clear is what's in the deals, what's not in the deals, what the money's to be used for. So we think there should be more transparency there to allow legislators to form a view about whether the money is being used for the stated purpose. And finally, we think there should be more transparency around the mythical algorithms which drive audiences in particular directions. We know they change from time to time. It is not clear to us always the impact that change has, and therefore it's not clear to us the steps we need to take to ensure that our high quality journalism is making its way to audiences.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young?
No, nothing from me. I'm here for ACMA.
Fantastic. Senator Cadell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, the sin of the Tour de France is not taking Phil Leggett anymore, not who you do take. We mentioned at the beginning over 12 million subscribers to the online SBS online.
12.7, Senator.
Do you keep benchmarks how that compares to other Australian media platforms? Do you benchmark that against other Australian media platforms?
It can be difficult to get statistics, Senator, but we know that we've had massive growth over the last 4 years, from 0 up to 12.7. We added, well over 1 million new registered users just as a result of the World Cup, and we're not only happy with the gross number of people that have chosen to create a relationship with us, but by the frequency with which people come back to the platform month on month.
These ABC's numbers publicly available for their iView?
I'm not aware of the ABC's.
I was just looking at the benchmark with your budget.
I think they launched login recently.
Yeah.
We launched it about 4 or 5 years ago, so there's probably a process of normalisation there.
I think it's probably the success of Letterkenny and Shawsey, personally, not the World Cup, but that's myself.
Sorry, Senator.
Letterkenny and Shawsey seem to be the drivers for me to your thing. You seem to do a lot with less. What do you do differently than the other publicly funded broadcast that you think is so successful?
I'm not in a position to make a relative comparison with the other publicly funded broadcaster. I can talk about what we do.
Yep.
And so, SBS has a long-standing commitment to operating efficiently. We take that very seriously. Poverty breeds innovation, I think, Senator, and so we benchmark ourselves very heavily against relevant comparators, and we are constantly driving cost out of the business. If you look at our most recent annual report, Senator, I think we've got a repeat saving of over $50 million there from efficiencies delivered over the last 5 years. Right. I know that we have the lowest cost per hour of both radio and television content, and more impressive than that, Senator, is that the cost to SBS to deliver an audience member to either radio or television is lower than anyone else in the industry too, so we're converting money to audiences at a rate which exceeds the industry. We also have class-leading digital user experience. I've bragged about this here before, and I'll continue to do so. If you go into the Apple App Store, for one example, you'll see that SBS On Demand is the highest-rated streaming platform in the App Store, higher than any of our global competitors, higher than any of our domestic competitors. That's something the Australian taxpayer should be pleased about, I think, given that we're not a massive media organisation, but we delivered a UX which audiences, at least, view as being world-class.
Are you working with TV providers like manufacturers on prominence, social media? How are you going on that?
Well, I mean, we are always attempting to ensure that manufacturers value SBS On Demand as part of their offer, and that can be difficult because manufacturers have got different approaches to this topic and different commercial imperatives which don't necessarily align with ours. We're also working through the process of assisting through our own advice, government, as they work through the prominence issue because we think that's something that will be very, very important to the entire sector as more and more consumption moves from traditional linear television delivered via an audience to being television delivered through an app on a smart television. We need to make sure that Australian content and Australian public and private broadcaster content is front of mind for audiences, that they can see Australian content, they can access the outputs of the public broadcasters, SBS and ABC.
And last question, we spoke about Meta and their unwillingness to get involved under the bargaining code. Have you got deals with anyone else? I know Apple's starting to do more stuff now. Are we talking to anyone about these sorts of things?
Well, we have a deal with Google.
Yep.
And we found them to be a very rational party to negotiate with, and we work with other platforms to ensure that our content is valued. SBS content does very well on Apple News, for example, and if you consume Apple News, you'll get lots of SBS content, and we're very grateful that Apple places a value on that content as being unique in the overall offer within the Australian media market.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr Taylor, it's a long time since I bought a television, but I do know they come loaded with some services. Do televisions traditionally, do they come loaded with SBS these days?
Some do, some don't. And there's a difference between an app being loaded and visible to you, so you turn on the TV, you go to the interface and you can see it. Some of them do that. Some of them load it in the App Store, but you have to go find it. And you need to download it, and then once you've downloaded, you need to move it to your home screen so you can access it. And of course, these are all barriers to consumption, and audiences aren't necessarily aware of the content that's available for free when they purchase a television. And so this issue of prominence is making sure that local content makers, local content proprietors, particularly public broadcasters, are not being displaced either 3 layers below the fold where people have to use a television remote control to try and find it, or indeed worse than that, excluded entirely from the app environment, which is one of the risks that I imagine the prominence legislation will seek to deal with.
Yes.
I've heard specifically a TV manufacturer, I'll say Samsung, is difficult to deal with. Are you finding that, or is that not?
I think there's an array of approaches, Senator. I think we've had manufacturers in the past seek terms that were, I would regard as commercially unconscionable.
Yes, that's exactly
and I won't name any particular manufacturer, but I think the notion that a public broadcaster can be displaced from the environment in which people are increasingly consuming Australian content is hugely problematic.
Yep, agreed.
Thank you. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Taylor, Lunar New Year is celebrated across Australia, and you mentioned it in your opening statement. As the nation's multicultural broadcaster, how does SBS mark this occasion?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And it was a very large event in our calendar. It was the year of the rabbit and the cat. We served Australians right across our platforms with Lunar New Year content in 9 languages, on television, on radio, and SBS On Demand, personal and community stories, food journeys, great dramas. We produced a curriculum-aligned Lunar New Year resource for teachers on the SBS Learn site, and we partnered with festivals and events in every state and territory. So it was a very extensive engagement. A large portion of Australia's population, and indeed our audiences, celebrate Lunar New Year. It's a moment of great celebration, and we were really pleased to bring it to life in so many languages across the entire array of SBS platforms.
That's wonderful. And so what audience did it reach, or was the target for it to reach?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay.
So a little bit too close to the event to give you a summary, but I'm happy to take on notice the outcomes.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. And do the initiatives assist in promoting the SBS and its services to key communities in Australia?
Yes, indeed, Senator. I mean, of course, if you're consuming Lunar New Year content at SBS, you're being exposed to a uniquely SBS experience. One of the great things about the community events is that it allows our staff to interact directly with audiences and make sure that they're aware that we exist, that we're aware of the array of services that exist, that they know that you can, for example, create a user ID in SBS On Demand in one of 5 languages, plus English, and that there's an array of multilingual content right across the network.
And you can take this on notice, but what is the uptake of like the SBS in-language portals within different communities across the country?
I will take that on notice. I know that we measure the consumption of in-language content on SBS On Demand, and that is growing significantly, and I believe it's about 20% above target for this year, but I'll take that on notice, Senator. And we also have a growing multilingual user base within the platform, which is a real source of confidence for us that audiences understand the offer and are coming to it.
And just out of curiosity, what are the 9 languages?
Oh, I do have that, and I have it right here. So, Cantonese, English, Filipino, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, Mandarin, Nepali and Vietnamese.
Amazing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Senator Henderson, did you have further questions?
Sorry.
No's fine.
Sorry, I can't.
We might move on then, Senator Henderson.
Sorry, Chair. No, I don't have any further questions. Apologies.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr Taylor, thank you so much for coming along and joining us, and thank you to you and your organisation for the great job you do out there in broadcasting land. Thank you
Chair.
so much.
Thank you very much.
I would like to now call officers from the Australian Communications and Media Authority. Welcome. Now, Ms O'Loughlin, do you have an opening statement?
Nerita O'Loughlin, Chair and Agency Head, Australian Communications and Media Authority. No, thank you, Chair. I'm happy to take questions.
Excellent. We'll go straight into questions. Senator Pocock, do you want to start us off?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I was just keen to learn more about one of the investigations that you undertook. I think it's now being referred to as the Sunrise Report. It was investigation report number BI 580. And I guess briefly, just keen to understand what the complaint that was being investigated was.
Senator, do you have a little bit more information for us? We might need to do a bit of checking and come back during...
Sure. ACMA report BI 580 investigation. I can pull it up.
Do you know what the subject was, Senator? We've probably got it by subject in our pack.
I think it was on a Sunrise program.
Senator, could we just take a couple of minutes to try and track that down for you?
Sure,
and then we can...
Seven Network. It's on your website.
Yep.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock, I wonder if we would give them a few moments.
Sure,
and
thank you.
We'll go to Senator Henderson. Young. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms O'Loughlin, I'm interested in the report that ACMA did into the Four Corners episode, The Big Lie. I'm particularly, this is of course about the Four Corners, that was about the role of Fox News in the January 6 Capitol riots. You're familiar with this particular case?
Very familiar, Senator.
Very familiar?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand that there were two breaches found, which could be arguably classified as minor, as opposed to the main complaints that was dismissed by ACMA. That is, of course, the complaint dismissed being in relation to breaching the impartiality standards of the code. The two minor breaches, can you just outline what they were, please?
Certainly, Senator. We found that, as you said, there were a broad range of complaints, broad range of issues contained in that complaint about the program. What we found was that the ABC breached their standard in their code 2.2 when it omitted any reference to a public statement issued by Fox News in 2018 and didn't address the role of social media in the lead up to the riot at the US Capitol on the 6th of January. And we found that that was a breach of Standard 2.2 of the Code, which requires that the ABC not to present factual content in a way that materially misleads the audience. We also found that the ABC breached Standard 5.1 when it failed to inform a Fox News presenter whose interaction with the ABC journalist was included in the program about the nature of the participation. So they are the two breaches that we found for that report.
But the substantial complaint that was made that this was a breach of impartiality standards was dismissed, is that right?
They were the only two breaches that we found, Senator.
And in fact, your report goes on to say that, in fact, the critical focus of the episodes was justified and in keeping with the ABC's first hallmark of impartiality of balance that follows the weight of evidence. That's page 23 of your report. Goes on page 24. The episodes focused on newsworthy allegations, presented evidence to support these allegations and demonstrated open-mindedness by seeking and, where available, including relevant perspectives. On page 21, her style, I assume referring to the presenter, Sarah Ferguson, her style of presentation was in keeping with viewers' expectations of the style of an investigative current affairs program. ACMA considers that ABC demonstrated due impartiality with respect to the questioning style of the presenter and her use of language did not breach standard 4.1 of the code. That's page 21 of your report. You agree that I've reported them correctly?
As you're reading from the report, yes, Senator.
So given that, I'm particularly interested on this question of impartiality, which I've just read some comments specific directly from your report across 3 different pages. On the question of impartiality specifically, why did your own press release in relation to this report state, and I'll quote, the ACMA's overall assessment is that the episodes came close to but did not breach the high bar set by the impartiality standards of the code.
Yep.
What evidence do you have in your report to sustain that comment in the press release?
Senator, I don't have the report in front of me. It was a very complex report. It assessed the content directly against the ABC's Code of Conduct, in fact, the standards that they set for themselves, and we came to the conclusion that there was some matters which were problematic, but we did not come down on a finding at the end of the day on impartiality.
No, not at all. In fact, the total opposite. So I'm interested as to why on earth you would put a statement such as came close but did not breach in your press release. What's that got to do with it?
That was where the authority landed in terms of our decision on the programming.
It's not what it says in the report.
That's what the decision that the authority made in terms of our view on the programming, that it came very close to breaching those impartiality
Where does it say that in the report?
I think it's a combination of all the findings out of that investigation report, not just the matters that you've read out.
Okay, so it doesn't actually say those words in the report though, does it?
It summarises what we found in the report.
The comment in your press release summarises what you found in the report?
Yes, Senator.
Even though the report doesn't say that?
It is in the report. It is in the report. Senator Queen and Chapman, Deputy Chair. Actually, on page 2, in the third to last paragraph,
And
the
what does it say on
ACMA's
page
overall
2?
assessment.
What does it say on page 2?
The ACMA's overall assessment is that the episodes came close to but did not breach the high bar set by the impartiality standard.
When was the summary written? When was the summary written?
As the investigation report was finalised.
Who wrote the report? Who did the investigation in the report?
That would have been our content investigations team.
How many people involved in that?
3.
3. And who wrote the summary?
Content investigations team, with some additional input from the authority itself as it settled. So the investigation report was finalised by the full authority, and we would have ticked off the summary as well.
I'd like to know who specifically wrote the summary.
I think it's a combination of people, Senator, as all our investigation reports are. It's a combination of our content investigations team, and then there may be input from the authority as it comes to us for finalisation and approval.
So the investigations team, when you keep saying input from the authority, the investigations team is not the authority. Can you explain why you're making that distinction?
Certainly, Senator. So the ACMA is made up of the authority and the agency. The authority is currently 4 statutory appointees who are the regulatory decision makers for many of the decisions made by the ACMA. And then there are the staff of the agency. We may delegate decision making to the staff, or we may make those decisions ourselves. So there's 2 parts to the organisation.
So the people who wrote the report are not necessarily the people who sign off on the summary.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking for clarification.
At the end of the day,
when you read the report, the actual substance of each of the questions of breaches, that is not, I don't know how you got, how do you get to that summary? How do you get to that finding?
That was where we got to in our deliberations.
Based on what?
On the evidence that was written through the report and our viewing of the programming and all the discussions that we'd had with staff and the ABC through the process.
There is no evidence in the report itself that the impartiality standards were breached. In fact, your own evidence shows that it doesn't.
Senator, what we were saying in that summary was we thought the programming came close, but we came down that there wasn't an impartiality breach. That's all we were saying.
Okay. Did you think that perhaps that element did you think that there would be questions asked about this, or did you just think, oh, well, there's no evidence in the report, but we'll make an assessment that says this, we'll put it in the press release and nobody will think anything further?
Senator, I think our view was that the explanation in the investigation report led to that summary paragraph.
Except you can't, but there's no evidence in the report to suggest that. In fact, it's the opposite. It's saying that the evidence presented evidence to support these allegations, demonstrated open-mindedness by seeking and, where available, including relevant perspectives.
Senator, I don't have a report in front of me, so I can't counter with any other evidence. It was where we came to the conclusion, and it was some feedback to the ABC in regard to that program and the concerns that we had about it, even though we didn't find an impartiality breach at the end of the day.
Last question, Senator Hanson-Young, for this round.
Ms O'Loughlin, did you sign off on the summary and the press release?
Yes.
And when did you get the report, and when was the summary finalised?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Was it a particularly long period?
The investigation report had been through various iterations along the way, both in terms of coming to the authority, going back to the ABC, getting further advice from the ABC. But I'm happy to take those.
I'd like to know when you got the final report, of which you were not involved in.
Well, the final report was agreed by the authority. So yes, I was involved in the settling of the final report.
The settling of the final report. I'd like to know when you received the
the draft before you signed
There may
off?
have been multiple drafts, Senator, but we're happy to take that on notice.
And when the summary was settled and when the press release was drafted, how many, and also how many versions of the press release were there?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Was there more than one?
I don't think there were.
Who originally drafted the press release?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Did you draft it?
No, Senator. It would have been drafted by our media team.
Okay. And do you remember editing it? Did you change
Senator,
any of
I've
it?
said that I'd take that on notice.
Do you remember editing it?
I remember reviewing it and I remember clearing it.
And do you remember making changes to it?
I make changes to most of the media releases that come to me.
Okay. Well, could I have a copy of the original press release you were presented as a draft and the final version that you
Certainly,
sent off?
Senator. We'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. I wonder if you've had a chance to locate the report that Senator Pocock was interested in.
Thank you, Chair. Kathy Rainsford, General Manager, Content and Consumer Division. Yes, Senator, I understand that is a captioning investigation we undertook.
Great. I was keen to learn a bit more about the process when you do get complaints about captioning. So maybe you could start, what is the process once you have complaints about a program and the captioning, what then happens?
Senator Rochelle Zernama, Executive Manager, Content Safeguards Branch. So there is an initial assessment done by the team that looks after these investigations to have a look at whether or not there is a valid complaint. And in almost 100% of the cases, we will seek a copy of the actual broadcast material as broadcast by the broadcaster. When we receive that material, the team will review that material with and without captions. So, you know, in order to understand what would be taken away from that, with and without sound, and then with captions, because the test that we have to apply is whether or not the content is meaningful to a deaf or hearing impaired person. And so in doing that, we apply a series of tests which are set out in our quality standard, which look at accuracy, time lag, omissions, where names are placed on the screen so that you can tell who's talking, etc. And so we go through a process of that nature, and then in general we have a quality assurance process after that, so that we have more than one person looking at the conclusion that was reached in order to see whether they came to the same view.
Thank you. And the complaints for this BI 580 report, what were the complaints? You know?
I understand. I haven't got the report in front of me, Senator, but my recollection is they were about news programs and segments within news programs that the viewer felt were not meaningful, and there were bits and pieces missing, and that would have brought the complaint to us. And so, in general, the complaints that we get are about the quality of captioning rather than there weren't captions at all. So I'm making an assumption, which I think is correct, that this would have been about the quality.
Okay.
Yes.
The quality of a single morning news program?
It could have been one segment, it could have been more than one segment, but we look at it by segment on the basis that a news program, each story is its own story.
Okay, so you're breaking up the segments, checking each one, and then have some sort of... What year was that sort of test that you've just described, developed?
Quality standard was introduced at sunsetting this year, so 2013.
13, okay. And how long did this investigation take?
Probably, I'll have a
I
look.
think we'd have to take
Yeah,
that
we'd have to
question
take
on
that
notice, Senator.
From looking at the report, it had commenced an investigation 18 January 2021, date finalised 18 Feb 2022. Just really curious how an investigation into like one morning news program can take 14 months.
Yes, Senator. So that is a lapsed time period that
I think this will be obvious, but just to state it, that's not that we had people working continuously on that over 14 months. The team that manages this has a number of responsibilities and will have a number of investigations going over any period of time. In addition to over that period, we also had responsibilities for running a program, the Innovation Fund program, and our media control regulation as well. I think, certainly that investigation, and indeed there are others which have taken longer than we would like. We do aim. We set ourselves an internal target for a 6-month period on average for all of the investigations that happen. By and large, we meet that across the agency, but there have been instances where we don't, and certainly this, and there are some other captioning investigations and indeed broadcasting investigations where we haven't met that internal target recently.
And over that 14 months, do you have an estimate of how many hours would have been spent on that one investigation? Are you able to?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I can say as a general rule that captioning investigations are quite resource intensive for both ourselves and the broadcasters. Yes, because of that multi-level reviewing and writing up of those reports.
And how many captioning investigations would you be undertaking a year?
I don't think I've got that material on hand. We could take that on notice for you.
It'd be great to know on notice just the total cost that you estimate was spent on that single report, if you can work out the hours and, what that equates to. So out of interest.
Yes, we'll do our best to give you something meaningful on that, Senator.
And and I guess to the, learning about this process, it seems like a really inefficient way to deal with complaints about, particularly with live programs. Like, are there different standards for live captioning versus pre-recorded? And I guess particularly with the sunsetting this year.
It's a really live issue for us, Senator, and it's something we're looking into. I'd add just three things actually. One, that often in our broadcasting investigations, we need to go to the broadcasters in the first instance, and complaints need to go to the broadcasters in the first instance. So there may be some time before the broadcaster responds to that complaint and then the complainant comes to us. And there may be times where we've, for example, given draft reports, investigation reports to the broadcasters to comment on. So that's part of that process as well. That's not an excuse for the timing. We are looking at our investigations functions at the moment to see where we can streamline them. We're doing a very large project across the organisation now that we've sort of come out of that intense period of dealing with COVID requirements and requests from the industry. We're now turning our mind to looking at all our investigations processes to make sure they're as streamlined as possible for us and for our stakeholders. But I will pass back to Ms Rainsford on some of the discussions we've been having with our international counterparts on how they do captioning regulation.
Yes, Senator, as my colleague mentioned, the captioning quality standard is coming up for sunsetting later this year, and ahead of that, in the course of last calendar year, we commenced a review process to where we've undertaken some desktop research around evolutions in sort of captioning technology and other sort of related technology. We've been talking with domestic stakeholders, both in terms of the deaf and hearing impaired community, captioning providers, the broadcasting sector, and we've done likewise with international counterparts to understand how they're going about captioning and what they're seeing in terms of opportunities, particularly with technology, to evolve the frameworks to provide a better experience for deaf and hearing impaired, the deaf and hearing impaired community. I think we're at a point now where it's likely in the, expect in the coming months, so certainly ahead of June, we expect to put out a consultation paper to seek some public input around what we've found around what people think is important here ahead of the authority making a decision around what the captioning standard should look like, because we need to have one in place, after the current one sunsets. I mean, to your point, there are different models around how you would go about assessing quality. There are likewise different views on the relative merits of those models and what they would deliver, and views from domestic stakeholders on what that might look like in an Australian context is something we'll be seeking some further input through on that public consultation process.
And Ms. O'Loughlin, just to finish, I'm just interested, why has it taken so long? This seems like a really inefficient process to spend 6 months, 14 months looking at a single program. Captioning doesn't work for whatever reason in a live news program. 14 months later, you're going back to the broadcaster and saying, on the 14th of February 2021, you breached.
Senator,
what's
I totally
that
agree.
achieving?
It's not ideal. We've taken off on notice.
I assume this has been happening for a number of years, though.
It's a combination of things. Firstly, I've mentioned previously about the responsiveness of the broadcaster in the first instance, whether they get back to us quickly, the resources we have to apply to it, our current priorities, and there's certainly the case when we were quite distracted by any number of industry requests during COVID and post-COVID that things did slow down. That's why we've initiated this review of our investigation function to see where we can get some stress out of the system, both for broadcasters and for ourselves.
Last question in this block.
Thank you. I understand this problem has potentially been solved elsewhere. Are we looking at implementing some sort of world's best leading practices like NER or one of those systems?
We've been talking to international colleagues about NER. There are varying views on NER, but as Ms Rainsford said, that's the type of discussions we're having with our international colleagues to see what works best. They have slightly different rules. Some of them look to ours as being the strongest rules, but whether there's more efficient ways to do it, that's certainly front of mind for us.
And that will be presented to the department, or?
That will be made public. As Ms Rainsford said, we'll do a public consultation process on it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms O'Loughlin, good afternoon. I want to turn back to the ACMA's finding against the ABC's Four Corners program, and just refer to your media release in which you found that the ABC breached accuracy and fair and honest dealing requirements. The ABC has tried to characterise this as minor breaches. However, I want to ask you firstly about the failure of the ABC to report the 2 Fox News reporters who attended a Trump rally were in fact censured by Fox News, so that was omitted from the program. And also what I think is a really serious matter, and that is that the ABC failed to report the role of social media and the role that social media played in inciting the Capitol Hill riots. Now, the ABC seems to have this view that it can meet the impartiality obligations if it reports facts in a previous program. And it even argued, oh, well, we weren't in breach because we reported that in a previous program 6 months earlier. I mean, that does not stack up. I think this was an attempt to conduct a real hatchet job against Fox News, which of course is owned by Rupert Murdoch and News Corporation. But in any event, I think that was a very serious transgression, and I would ask you to respond to what I think was the ABC's unwarranted criticism of ACMA, which I believe was not only unwarranted but also most disrespectful.
Senator, just in terms of context, I think it's important to just remind people that the way the way that the ACMA approaches our broadcasting investigations around content, not just for the ABC, but for all other broadcasters. And we use a consistent standard, which what we call the ordinary reasonable viewer test. So what we want to do is to view the program and come to a judgment about what would an ordinary reasonable viewer take from that program, not what I would take from that program, or indeed a journalist or a program maker. So we do look at content through a different lens than perhaps broadcasters do, and I think that comes to some of the differences in views that we have with the ABC about their response to our finding. We did find that response disappointing, but it's not unusual for broadcasters to come to have some concerns about our finding when we are looking at things through a quite different perspective than they may be doing about their programming. As I think Mr Anderson mentioned in the previous session, I wrote to David on the 20th of January to stimulate a constructive conversation between us about these varying views. It's not the first time that we've disagreed on findings, and David has come back in recent times offering for that constructive conversation, and we look forward to it.
So in that letter, and I have already asked if those letters could be tabled, and I'll also ask that of you as well. In your letter to Mr Anderson, did you express concerns about the public condemnation of ACMA made by the ABC, including by Sarah Ferguson, the reporter?
Senator, I think we just reiterated to the ABC what our findings were and what they were not, as in we were not making any judgments about the subject matter that the ABC chooses to investigate. We were merely, as our role and responsibility is, testing their content against the ABC codes of practice and looking at that through the view of an ordinary reasonable viewer. So that was the crux of the letter. I'm happy to take that as notice and table it.
I mean, I have to say, as a former journalist myself, I did have some sympathy for the ABC in relation to the finding you made against the ABC with the use of the word mob. I felt that was pretty... I'm not sure that that stacked up. Even Sarah Ferguson's meeting with one of the people in the street, you know, I thought that was really not so material. So I can understand why the ABC characterised those breaches as minor, and in the case of using the word mob, I didn't think that that was justified for ACMA to make that criticism. But certainly the argument that the ABC presented an impartial story because it reported separately and some 6 months prior that social media played a role in the Capitol Hill uprising, I mean, that is a nonsense. And I've spoken to other very senior journalists at the ABC who agree that is a nonsense for the ABC to argue this. I mean, stories must meet the impartiality test, and I understand what you say about not quite reaching that benchmark, but frankly, I would put to you that the ABC was very lucky not to also be in breach of the impartiality requirements in its code of practice.
Senator, we have raised some issues with the ABC previously, and most recently in their independent review of complaints handling, around where we think there is some tension in that impartiality clause about the use of the word over time. And what over time, so our role is to interpret that code, and therefore what does that over time mean? Is it in the same program? Should it be delivered through the same medium? Like if there's an issue on radio, should it be addressed in radio rather than online stories? So we have raised that with the ABC previously, and indeed I think the independent review of the ABC complaints handling did indicate that that was something that the ABC might wish to look at in a review of its editorial standards, which I think the independent review asked to be conducted within sort of 12 to 15 months.
I mean, we had two 45-minute programs, and the ABC has the gall to argue that over time it was impartial in relation to the role of social media because it reported on those matters 6 months previously. I mean, that is a joke. And any credible journalist reading this transcript or listening to this hearing right now would agree with that. They are not the standards set by the ABC previously. They are not the standards that I had to comply with when I was an ABC current affairs journalist some 20 years ago, and that's why I continue to say that I believe that ABC standards have slipped very considerably. So Sarah Ferguson's justification is absolute, in my view, rubbish, and you were absolutely right to call them out on it. And so I'm very pleased to hear that that so-called test of impartiality is being questioned by ACMA because it has no foundation whatsoever. And I guess on that basis, just following on from that, Ms O'Loughlin, could I also ask you to provide on notice all correspondence in relation to this matter, all of the communications between ACMA and the ABC, because I understand it was fairly intense in terms of the various positions taken by the ABC about these alleged breaches. If you could please provide all correspondence, messages, emails and the like, submissions on notice to the committee.
We'll take that on notice, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do want to come back to you on a couple of other issues, but I'll go back to the Chair now because I'm sure she wants to share the call around.
Thank you, Senator Henderson. We will go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My question's on misinformation and disinformation. We understand that both misinformation and disinformation pose a threat to the safety and well-being of Australians, as well as to our democracy, society and economy. We saw this flare up through the pandemic with misinformation being spread about cures and causes. Can you please outline to the committee and give us an update on how the work around the announcement that the government made of the new powers for ACMA to monitor efforts and compel digital platforms to do more? Can you tell us how that work is progressing?
Thank you, Senator. As you mentioned, the government announced in January that it would introduce legislation into the Parliament to empower the ACMA to oversee the efforts of digital platforms to address harmful online misinformation and disinformation in Australia. And that flows on from work that we've been doing over the last couple of years with the digital platforms in the implementation of their voluntary code on misinformation and disinformation. The ACMA had recommended in a report in 2020 that we were given those additional powers. We think they are very useful for us. What they will allow us to do is to improve the transparency of what the platforms are doing and hold those platforms to account for the online harms, while balancing, of course, the important role of freedom of expression. And it will also allow us to have some reserve powers if the voluntary code is not working properly, that we can step in and make standards, which is a power we have in the telco and broadcasting space as well. But I will ask my colleagues if they'd like to add anything, except that the department is undertaking consultation, will be undertaking consultation on the draft legislation in the coming months.
Yes, just just to correct there, the report we provided to government that Ms O'Loughlin was referring to was 2021, not 2020. I guess the other thing I'd add to that is we've continued our role oversighting how Digi, the industry association, is implementing that code. They undertook a planned review of that code after it had been in operation for several months last year, and we provided a submission into that process. They revised the code, which was announced in, I think, December last year. I think our view, certainly our preliminary view, was that they'd made some very positive improvements, particularly around the definition of harm, so which would go to how much content, if you like, is captured within scope of the code. And they also made some adjustments to the reporting arrangements, which were designed to try and make it easier for perhaps smaller platforms who hadn't signed up and become signatories because of the reporting obligations in there. That said, there were other areas where we think that there are still improvements to be made, both in terms of what's captured in the code, particularly at the moment it excludes application to content over messaging services, which can broadcast to a large number of people, which we think is a vector for a potential vector for misinformation, where platforms are in a position to take proportionate action based on what they might be seeing. And we certainly think that there are still some opportunities for improvement around the reporting mechanisms, so that there is greater transparency around what individual platforms who've signed up are doing to meet their obligations, and providing the data and evidence about the success of those measures. So we're continuing to settle our views on that, with a view to providing some advice to government on how we think that's going. And likewise, we're doing some research at the moment about the complaints mechanisms that platforms make available to their users. So, going to matters such as, do users know how to complain? What's their experience when they use it? All of which will inform our understanding of, the Australian ecosystem around mis and disinformation.
Senator, if I can just add, just for my notes, the public consultation on the draft bill is expected to occur within the first half of this year, with the bill to be introduced into Parliament following consultation mid to late 2023.
Good to know. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Goodall.
I spoke this morning to the Department in Corporate Affairs about some of the scams going on. Where are the lines between when you guys pick it up over telecommunication versus email versus... It's a hard... And we're talking about Department of Finance with banking, and we're talking...
Yeah.
Is there a task force? Is there any talk about all getting together on this?
Senator, you'll be aware that the government announced that they are building a national anti-scam centre, which is being led by the ACCC, and we're inputting into that process. I suppose, to put it simply, where the ACMA focus its attention is what can we do with the telecommunications companies to stop scams getting to people. So be that by telephone or by email, by SMS. So since 2018, our team has worked very closely with the telecommunications industry. The industry has really stepped up to do more across their networks to identify and get rid of scams before potential texts or calls before they get to people. Since 2020, when the first code came into place, the telcos have blocked about 955 million potential scam calls. And since we introduced the new SMS code in July last year, they've blocked about 90 million SMS, which were potentially scams. So they're doing an enormous amount to stop calls or SMS getting through to people. Still more to be done, but we work alongside our colleagues, particularly in the ACCC, who of course are responsible for ScamWatch, but also investigate scams for things like misleading and deceptive conduct. We also work with other areas of government as well. But that's where the ACMA's focus is. Currently, we are able to take action in the space of calls and SMS on telco networks. We currently don't have a power to require similar things from over-the-top players like WhatsApp.
Okay. Is there any low-hanging fruit that you would recommend, or you would see that as a parliament or a government by regulation that we could act on quickly? Because people are losing money every day. I raised this morning the couple in Victoria that lost $100,000 to a very sophisticated scam. Coincidentally, the day before my last estimates, I got my link email. 2 days before this one, I got my other link email text. Is there any low-hanging fruit we can do to protect more Australians?
Senator, the Minister has asked the ACMA to look into what's called SMS ID register.
Yep.
And I will pass over to my colleague, Mr Fenton, to describe what that actually is. And we think that may have some benefit in the space.
Thank you. Jeremy Fenton, the Executive Manager for the Consumer Consent and Numbers Branch. I think I'd just put a general comment first and say that scam disruption needs to be a multifaceted approach it needs to deploy a multifaceted approach from government, industry, trusted brands, the telco industry, trusted brands, and unfortunately there's a role for consumers in there to be alert as well. So essentially, I think as our departmental colleague said this morning, there's no silver bullet. One of the things that we think is would help make Australia a harder target and for scammers and protect consumers would be a sender ID registry. So SMS messages have a header. Businesses and government agencies can replace that header with a word or a business name, MyGov, AusPost, and it's quite a legitimate thing to do. And it's those sender IDs, the message headers, that allow messages to go into legitimate message streams on phones. What a register will do will it'll allow people to trusted brands to register their sender IDs, and messages sent by scammers would then essentially be blocked because they wouldn't be from the trusted brand or the government agency involved.
What has to happen to that now? Is that a regulation or is it legislation? What is needed to do that?
The Minister has asked us to do some further work on how it would be implemented in Australia.
Yep.
There are various models internationally, and also who would implement it, whether it's something that the industry itself would implement, which has taken place in the United Kingdom. It's an industry-led approach, or whether it be a joint approach between government, potentially with some overarching regulation from ourselves in the area. So we have already started work on that, and we expect to come back to the Minister in the coming months.
Is that covering? You mentioned you can't do OTTs at the moment over the tops. Will this include that?
No.
What would we need to do for you to be able to get into that space as well?
We would need a head of power to be able to regulate the over-the-top services.
Who does that now?
They're not regulated.
At all?
No. And what we're seeing is we saw scams move from telephone calls to SMS, and now we've addressed them, and now they're going to WhatsApp. I would say, though, that we have had preliminary discussions with WhatsApp's owner, Meta, about the growing concern about scams appearing on WhatsApp, and put them on notice that we expect them to start thinking about what they might want, how they might address it.
It's a new one for me. I went to sell something on Facebook Marketplace the other day, drone Mavic 2, if anyone's looking. But and suddenly you get a text saying, is this still available? I can't pay, can I pay ID? And there's another scam going over Messenger as well.
Yep.
And we have no ability to deal with that via ACMA or any other body.
So I think what we've been outlining here is the role we play is effectively about disruption. So our goal in the telco space has been taking steps to prevent calls and and SMS from hitting consumers. Now there is regulation in the ACCC around misleading and deceptive conduct. Of course, that is very difficult in a world where you've got largely overseas criminals who are sending those scams, and likewise sometimes law enforcement is properly engaged in looking at scam activity there. Sorry, I just lost my train of thought.
I think that's also, Senator, why the government's announced a National Anti-Scam Centre, so we can pull together the elements of government, including ourselves, who are looking at scams from different points of view, but also getting industry into that discussion as well, so we can share information and address scams more quickly.
What's the timetable for that, Senator, to be finalised?
I don't believe it's being established by the ACCC, so I don't believe I have a date in my briefing pack. But Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice.
I think, Senator, you'll find that, as I think the department referred to this morning, the fifth report of the ACCC, there's a quite extensive chapter in there which discusses future regulation for scam, recognising that they've got false and misleading powers, but probably need something more specific.
And that's right. My concern is right now that finds that the scams, we talk about 2 billion, it's talking about 4 billion, it's talking about a major and definite threat now. We've got a scam centre being built, we've got a report on part of it. Minister, I guess to you, is there any plan to look at potential legislation expanding this resource to looking at the OTT networks, giving more power? Is there short-term action we can take, and why aren't we taking it when, those people in Melbourne lost their house deposit and we're sitting there not able to act because we don't have regulation right now?
Well, obviously, thank you, Senator, for the question, but obviously we are acting. We have announced and funded the National Anti-Scam Centre, which you've just heard about, and you probably, and I don't know if you were here earlier, but that is seeking to bring states, all levels of government, all states and territories, the federal government, private sector, to enable better collaboration, because, of course, this is a insidious network of crooks out there trying to take good people's money, and it's fighting scams is one of the highest priorities for the Albanese government. So you've heard today about the Minister's announcement just recently around the SMS Sender ID registry, but also there was the money in the October budget, which committed 2.6 million over 4 years to combat scams, and there'll be more announcements in the coming months around scams and the government's actions.
I hear you. I understand that. My concern is 2.6 million is more than people lose per day on scams under those numbers where you're talking 2 billion a year. These things are moving quickly. We've heard about the evidence they're transmitting from...
And Senator, look, as we've said, the scammers are really agile.
Yeah.
So we're looking at everything that we can do, and in our space, that's everything we can do to stop scams getting through, and working with our colleagues. We're also working with international colleagues to learn from others about what's worked in their jurisdictions. I'd have to say they are now looking to Australia around what we've done with particularly telephone call scams and SMS scams as probably being more effective than what they're seeing and some of the things that they've implemented. So I can assure you that we're relentlessly looking at things that we can do to reduce scams with our colleagues across government, and also talking with the Minister about what additional powers or additional things like the register might help.
There is quite a level of urgency now around the protection of Australians. So that work is continuing, as you've heard.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Look, I just wanted to pick up on the excellent questions raised by Senator Cadell on scams. Minister, can I put to you that a centre is no good if you don't have the laws to combat scams? And apart from one fairly minor announcement, your government has in fact taken no action to address scams on digital platforms or through the banks, in stark contrast to what's going on in the UK. I would say to you, Minister, why are you failing Australians? I mean, at last estimates, I raised these same questions, and many months have gone past and we have seen barely any action from your government.
Again, and we have had this discussion previously, Senator Henderson, and again, what I would say to you, that under 9 years of the former government, we had seen no sense of urgency around the protection of Australians. That's what we've seen, and since the Albanese Labor government formed government last year, we have made the protection of Australians in terms of at risk of scams a high priority. The National Anti-Scam Centre will bring together resources that are required. We're recognising the need for the private sector to lift its efforts to stop scams. The government is also committed to strengthening codes to clearly define the private sector's responsibility for protecting consumers. We've got $12.6 million being committed, as I've already said to Senator Cadell, to our anti-scams agenda in the October budget, including for work to establish the Anti-Scam Centre. So there is a lot of work that we are committed to, and we'll have more to say, as I've said, and some of that is long-term work, and we'll have more to say in the coming months. And also just last week, or was it actually this week? Just this week, we announced, as Ms O'Loughlin has been talking about, the Minister has requested, Minister Rowland has requested the ACMA to investigate the implementation of the SMS Sender ID Register.
So can I just interrupt you for a moment and just let people know that we have gone over the break time, but we're going to keep going till we've finished here and then take the break, just for everyone's awareness. Senator Henderson.
Thanks very much, Chair. Minister, I'd put it to you that you've profoundly misled the committee. The former coalition government, in fact, amended the Telecommunications Act to give ACMA the powers to take very strong action on both scam telephone and SMSs. So what you've said is profoundly wrong, and I'm here now strongly correcting the record. There are many ways and other powers that you could have provided ACMA, such as dealing with the digital platforms, such as stopping scams like the Hey Mum scam on WhatsApp, such as implementing payee identification technology so people know when they're dealing with their own bank and they're not scammed out of their life savings like that couple were when they thought they were dealing with Westpac. So I would put it to you, Minister, that apart from announcing a centre, the government has absolutely been missing in action when it comes to implementing further urgent reforms on scams, and even the ACCC chair in the last estimates called you out. That's in her report, the 5th interim report. We need urgent action on scams, and your government is sitting on its hands, Minister.
This has been an issue for some time, and I assert that this, when you were talking about digital platforms, been an issue for some time, of which your government did little to nothing. And I have gone through what the Albanese Labor government is doing and what Minister Rowland is doing, and I've indicated will be more to say here. Now, if Ms O'Loughlin has anything to add, I don't.
Minister, just in response to that, the report, the Digital Platforms Inquiry 5th interim report, was handed to the Treasurer in September of last year. He sat on the report until November. It was dropped the day after the last estimates. That report was handed down in November, urging urgent action to combat harmful scams and harmful conduct, scams and other anti-competitive conduct on the digital platforms. We haven't even seen the Minister for Communications endorse that report, let alone announce what the government is going to do. I understand there's Treasury consultation, but I would put to you, Minister, that your government on Michelle Rowland's watch is absolutely missing in action.
I'll put to you, Senator Henderson, you can do all the politicking that you want, but the Albanese Labor government takes scams and the protection of Australians very seriously. I have gone through a number of measures that the Albanese government has taken, and also Minister Rowland. Minister Rowland just this week have asked ACMA to look into the SMS registry. You and I can have this little bit back and forth for as long as you want, but the fact is this is of high priority for the Albanese Labor government and for Minister Rowland. And again, and I'll maintain that the previous government did little to next to nothing.
I mean, that's rubbish, because in fact one of the very first things that your government did when it was elected was announce some really good progress on SMS and telephone scams which are being blocked. So that's just rubbish, Minister. For instance, what has your government done to haul Meta into line to say to Meta, we will not tolerate this WhatsApp hey mum scam? I mean, honestly, it's not rocket science, Minister. There is things that your government could do to hold these digital platforms to account, but
Senator
really
Henderson,
is just...
as Assistant Minister Brown has pointed out, we can throw accusations at each other. Do you have a question? Like preferably one you haven't already asked?
Point of order, Chair. If you could not reflect on me, I am asking another question. So, and that's obviously my ability to do so. Minister, ACMA has identified that it doesn't have further powers to take action in relation to scams on over-the-top platforms such as WhatsApp. Does your government intend to give ACMA those powers?
Well, firstly, I would also say to you, Senator Henderson, that your government did nothing on over-the-top scams.
Could you answer my question?
But I just want to, I mean,
that is such rubbish, Minister, and I'm not going to cop that. I've already pointed that out. Could you please answer my question?
It's not rubbish.
Okay,
and the Albanese Labor government will do everything that we can do to protect Australians from these scandalous scams. And we've already...
Point of order, Chair.
Senator Henderson, what is your point of order?
Thanks, Chair. On a point of order on direct relevance, could I ask you to direct the Minister to directly answer the question in a way which is directly relevant? My question was, is the government intending to provide ACMA with further powers to tackle scams on over-the-top platforms?
Senator Brown, please
go
ahead. And I would ask Senator Henderson if you could not interject while she answers the question.
Just December gone, Minister Rowland issued a statement of expectations to ACMA that provides clarity about the government's priorities. This clearly articulates the disruptions of scam activities.
Minister, could I just again ask you to address my question? Is the government intending to give ACMA the power it needs to act on digital platforms, yes or no?
I've already answered your question.
Well, we'll have to disagree about that. Chair, I just want to quickly ask ACMA about the Optus cyber investigation. Ms O'Loughlin, could you please provide the committee with an update into ACMA's investigation into the Optus cyber breach, please?
Yes, Senator. So, as you know, we commenced our investigation in October. We're currently working collaboratively with the other government agencies, including the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner, the ACCC and the Department of Home Affairs, who are undertaking various investigative processes. Our focus has really been on the compliance with Optus around things like data retention, recording and keeping of certain information, mitigation protections for their customers, security of their network. We are progressing that investigation. We have used our information gathering powers to receive quite a significant amount of information from Optus to date, and recently we went back to Optus with another series of information gathering notices to provide us with more information. And that we will be reviewing that information and the initial information over the coming weeks. I think that's probably all I've got to report back to you, Senator, on that at the moment.
Ms O'Loughlin, would you be able to provide to the Committee on Notice all correspondence, including those notices, in relation to your investigation? So all correspondence, submissions, emails.
Senator, I will need to take that on notice. We did respond to a question on notice from you on this, and we do have some concerns around disclosing the detailed statutory information gathering notices, as our view is it might reasonably expected to prejudice the current investigation. So I will take that on notice.
Thanks, Ms O'Loughlin. If that's the case, it's open to ACMA to take a public interest immunity claim in relation to my
Certainly, Senator, we will consider that.
Have you formed a preliminary view as to whether Optus has breached any law at all?
No, Senator, we have not.
Have you gathered any evidence which supports the proposition that Optus may have breached the law? And I ask you to consider your question very carefully, because we are obviously trying to ascertain facts here, despite the fact that your investigation may not be complete.
No, Senator, we haven't formed a view at this stage.
No, what I'm asking is, have you gathered any evidence which supports the proposition that Optus may have been in breach of the law?
No, Senator, we're early in the investigation process of going through. We've gone through the information provided through the first tranche of statutory notices. From that, we have found that we need to find out some additional information to allow us to form any views. So we've gone back to Optus again with some 521 notices to gather that additional evidence.
Ms O'Loughlin, Senator Pocock has raised concerns about how long the investigation to which he was referring took, some 14 months. I mean, these are matters of high public interest. If Optus is in breach, I mean, how many more months do Australians have to wait to learn whether Optus is going to take remedial action in relation to their personal data? I would have thought, and I would put to you, that this is an issue of the highest urgency, and therefore it's incumbent on ACMA to make a determination as a matter of urgency.
Senator, we are working on this. We have a team involved who are going through all the information that's been provided from Optus, and that includes, in our last tranche, 63 pages of evidence from Optus and 100 attachments. There is a huge amount of material that we need to sort through to come to a landing on those areas which are part of our investigation. We're also working with our colleagues, particularly across at the Information Commissioner, who are also undertaking investigations. We recognise the importance of this. We know that Optus have taken actions previously, but it is a high priority investigation for us, and we will go through it as quickly as we can.
Has the Minister raised any concerns about the length of time this is taking, as I am raising today?
I don't believe so, Senator.
Has there been any correspondence from the Minister or her office or the department about the
Senator, I don't believe there is any need for us to be reminded of the priority of this investigation or the urgency of it.
So what's the time frame to complete the investigation, Ms O'Loughlin?
I don't have a time frame at this point in time. We said at the beginning of this process that it would be a complex investigation, but we're going through it as quickly and as thoroughly as we can, and I expect the result in the coming months.
In the coming months? So we're hoping in the next 2 or 3 months?
In the coming months, Senator.
All right, thank you very much, Ms O'Loughlin. Chair, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. And thank you very much to ACMA. We appreciate your time and all the work that you do. We will now suspend for 15 minutes, and we will return at 4:30 with the Australian Postal Corporation. I now call officers of the Australian Post Corporation and welcome Mr. Paul Graham, who is the Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I would, Chair. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Chair and Senators. My name is Paul Graham. I'm the Group Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of Australia Post. Today I'm joined by Ms Tani Mangos, Executive General Manager, Community Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement, and Nick McDonald, our Group General Counsel and Corporate Secretary. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the Canberra region, the Ngunnawal and Ngamberi peoples, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to thank the committee for the opportunity to provide this opening statement. As I said when I last addressed this committee, Australia Post is at a crossroads. I would like to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of our 65,000 strong extended workforce over the past 6 months, including one of the busiest Christmas peak periods in our history. Despite this, our half-year results released last week demonstrate a continued and material decline in our financial performance. It's clear we have a distinct two-speed business, with our letter business weighing heavily on our high-performing parcels business. Group revenue for the half was $4.69 billion, down 2.4%, while our profit declined by 88.2% to $23.6 million. The result was largely driven by the losses in our letter business, which increased very significantly 171% from the first half of last year to almost $190 million of losses. This result should not be a surprise. As many of you know, Australia Post has been flagging the significant structural headwinds facing the business for more than a decade. It also mirrors global trends, with other postal operators worldwide experiencing a dramatic decline in the use of letters and post office foot traffic due to digital disruption and online service delivery. Australia Post is entirely self-funded, and the forewarned challenges are again materialising in our business performance. But we are not sitting still as these headwinds buffet our business. Our post-26 strategy is making inroads. We're introducing a new corporate support model efficiencies, trialling new systems, enhancing technology infrastructure, and working closely with our workforce, unions, licensed post office associations and business partners to address the challenges we face. This includes renewing deals with banking partners like Westpac for Australia Post to continue providing essential bank at post services to Westpac customers until 2032, which is good news for personal and small business customers in rural and regional areas. Australia Post now has long-term agreements in place with Westpac, Commonwealth Bank and National Australia Bank, meaning Bank at Post is now available to customers at least 81 financial institutions. We're also making targeted investments in our facilities to ensure we capture and maintain market share in our all-important but highly competitive parcel sector. In December, I was delighted to join the Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, to open our new state-of-the-art facility in Perth. Our first dual name site, Buna Wankani Mea, means home of the message stick in the language of the Noongar Nation. This new facility allows us to process parcels more quickly and more safely, which is a great outcome for our customers in the Australia Post team in Western Australia. The $81 million facility was part of $208 million worth of investments in the first half to uplift and enhance our infrastructure across Australia to ensure we maintain the national leader in e-commerce. We're also continuing to meet and exceed our performance standards for the community despite the headwinds confronting the business. To help deal with recent floods that halted rail services to Western Australia, for example, we absorbed 50% loss on our road-based deliveries to the state, even after introducing a temporary levy to offset the increased cost of delivering parcels to the west. We also provided free mail redirection for 1,600 Australians who remained homeless by flooding last year. Our commitment to the community is unwavering, although it is coming at a significant and growing cost that necessitates changes in the way we operate. With ongoing letter losses and parcels growth moderating, we've introduced a new operating model for Australia Post Corporate Support Office to simplify and streamline the business. Importantly, there are no frontline roles impacted by this change. The new operating model aligns with our post-26 strategy that aims to further embed Australia Post as the nation's preferred choice for e-commerce, digital, mail and retail services. Under post-26, we are determined to continue meeting our customer needs despite the deteriorating operating environment. We just completed a very successful peak period under trying conditions with flood and infrastructure disruptions. We delivered a record equal number of parcels over the cyber sales and Christmas period, and more Australians embraced online purchases. Our team's dedication and commitment to delivering for all Australians has seen our customer and business satisfaction scores increase the past 12 months, reinforcing Australia Post as one of the nation's most trusted brands. This outcome is a great credit to our dedicated team, and I thank them all for their commitment and focus on safety, the resilience in the face of disruptions, including major natural disasters, and our team remains our greatest asset. To conclude, Chair, I'd like to reiterate the unprecedented scale of the challenges facing the business. Our letter business is in unstoppable decline as volumes continue to fall and costs increase. Fewer customers are visiting post offices to make retail transactions as a digitisation of services continue. We have strategies in place and determination to ensure Australia Post is financially, socially and environmentally sustainable, so we can continue making a positive contribution to the nation. We will have to explore further changes to where we operate to return the business to a stable financial footing. We look forward to continuing to serve and helping deliver a better tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Graham. Senator Rennick.
Hi guys, how are you going?
Good, thank you.
I've just got one quick question. Is it possible for Australia Post to disclose how much the banks pay Australia Post and its licensees to carry out banking services in the regions?
It's not possible, Senator, due to commercial confidence with those agreements and clauses in those agreements that protects that confidentiality.
Okay. Do you know if it has it decreased recently, or has it gone up, or?
No, it stayed fairly constant. I think it's worth noting, Senator, that the original agreement contained two parts to that agreement. One part was an initial contribution to set up the necessary infrastructure and technology and training for our post offices.
Sure.
The second part related to the fees for service that continue today, and they are calibrated based on time, effort, and a range of other matters, and we then agree a commercial rate.
Sure, so it's an activity-based costing model. Okay,
correct.
Good. And so with all these branch closures in the regions now, is there a model that allows the post office in that town to pick up these banking services?
Yes, there is. We are seeing an increase, obviously, in bank at post. As banks leave towns, we see a rise in bank at post activities within that post office, particularly if it is the only one left. We have some 1,600, I think, 1,100?
1,150.
1,150 towns in Australia, regional Australia particularly, where we are the only banking service. So we do see that spike in transactions. What we then see is that happening over a 1 to 2 year period, and then it normalises as people transition to digital services, which is obviously the banks are encouraging them to do.
Okay, cheers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
My questions follow on very neatly from Senator
Good
Rennick's,
thing I
if
was
you
going
want.
to next then, Senator Davey.
Because I also want to talk about the bank at post. And just one of the questions, so the payments to Australia Post have stayed relatively stable. What about the payments to the licensed post office operators? Have they remained consistent for the duration of, or since the last negotiations?
They have, Senator. Indeed, they've gone up in line with the increased activity. Tony, I think you may have some numbers there.
My name is Tani Mangos, Executive General Manager of Community Sustainability and Stakeholder Engagement. Senator, proportionally, the amount paid to our licensees has actually is higher in this new arrangement, but we can take that question on notice.
I'd appreciate that.
Thank you.
You mentioned 1,150 outlets provide bank at post services throughout the country. How many financial institutions does Bank at Post currently service? So, because people can remain the customer of their own bank, but Bank at Post, how many institutions do you provide?
I might just correct. It's 1,150 that are post offices where there's no other banking institution in town.
So there's more. So 1,150 outlets where the post office is the only bank in town. Right. And how many post offices provide services across the board?
3,500, Senator, provide bank at post services to a range of customers, and currently we service 81 banks and financial institutions with bank at post services.
81 financial institutions. So that is far more than just the big four.
Absolutely, yes.
So do they include financial institutions such as consumer-owned banking sector, are they covered?
Correct. Full range of rural, regional, community-owned banks. This is for what we call consumer banking, so deposit withdrawal to a prescribed service standard.
So that was my next question. You must be telepathic. You provide deposit and withdrawal services. Any other services? I know I can pay most of my bills at Post.
You can pay your bills. There's two areas. One, to do that through your banking arrangements. We also have Bill Pay, which is an Australia Post service itself, which allows you to pay numerous bills through that particular service. We're also providing some basic small business banking services, but we are currently in dialogue with the bank around the range of services we provide and how that needs to change with changing community needs. Also, the increased usage of Bank at Post by small business, which may have not been fully contemplated when the original arrangement was put in place.
So I was part of the Regional Banking Task Force that was conducted before the election, but the report was released post the election, and I do thank the government for releasing that report. There were recommendations made in that report which there's still concerns that many of the banks are closing their regional branches as we go, in spite of that report. And there's another Senate inquiry that is about to commence, and I would encourage Bank at Post to participate fully in that inquiry as well. But some of the recommendations were quite specific about Bank at Post, and particularly a recommendation to collaborate more widely to help customers understand banking services available to them and to utilise those services. And that came about because there was a perceived lack of understanding in some community towns of exactly the level of service Bank at Post could provide. Can you give me an update as to what Bank at Post has done to respond to those recommendations?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. As you say, as we see, banks close branches, we've done a number of things. One on our own website and social media. We've got dedicated communication channels that would focus on that particular town or that area. We obviously have point of sale material that is available in the post office to explain to people what services are available at Bank at Post. We're also working proactively with the banks to continue to refine the protocols we have when a bank closure is announced. It's fair to say that the closure itself is a sensitive issue in terms of announcements, etc. And we're encouraging the banks to, give us, as much time as possible to educate the local community, and whether that's through, say, point of sale, through social media, through other activities, even to the point of having a community town hall where we'll happily go and explain the range of services that we have. And I think, we are in continued dialogue with the bank to also use their channels to explain what is available and what is not available. We're also working with the bank to try and standardise the range of offerings, because one of the difficulties with our team members is if you're a NAB customer or a CommBank customer or a Westpac customer and you're all on the line together, there are three quite varying arrangements that can be transacted depending on which bank you represent.
And are the banks being helpful? Are they supporting you? Are they providing a bit of assistance, including through extra resourcing to ensure that the messages are going out?
Yeah, I've met with the three major bank CEOs in recent months, and we've certainly, emphasised to them the criticality of early communication, of having the right protocol, not just in terms of the services provided, but also to ensure that our post office outlet is actually physically capable of handling, the increase in customer traffic or other things that may be required in terms of disability access, or things that were maybe built into the bank branch itself but need to be addressed within our post office branch.
And what conversations have you had, if any, with the government about promoting the Bank at Post services, increasing the level of awareness of the services, and ensuring that communities, and particularly communities where banks are closing and leaving them with no traditional branch, are aware of the services that Bank at Post provide. Is government providing any support to Bank at Post?
I think, we have had no specific dialogue with government on Bank at Post. I think the dialogue we have had is, to emphasise our capability and our ability to step in and to provide these services. And as Tani mentioned, over 1,150 towns where we are the only bank in town, and we take that responsibility very seriously. We are continuing to invest in promoting the Bank at Post services. It is a generic communication because each bank is slightly different. So therefore, creating awareness that those services are available is a big part of it, both community-based as well as generally through our normal media channels.
And just finally, one of the key concerns that was raised time and time again in the Regional Banking Task Force was the need for continued access to cash. And so one of the concerns about Bank at Post was limitations on withdrawal amounts, on making sure you could get floats for your weekend footy games or your CWA fundraising events. What steps have been taken, and there were recommendations about that in the report, but what steps have you taken at Bank at Post to ensure that the cash needs of communities can still be met and that they're as flexible and easy as possible to access?
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Look, I think that remains a cause for concern. Every community is different, and in our original Bank at Post discussions and agreement, we weren't set up as well for what we now see as what's occurring. And as I mentioned before, small business, particularly, I think, was not fully understood in terms of the needs. I was in a branch, one of our post offices down the South Coast recently, and again, the local hairdresser was depositing money, the panel beater was depositing money. We need to make sure that we are physically set up for the receipt of that cash. Also, how do we use that same cash and recycle it so it actually comes in the door and goes back out the door, because we don't want to be holding large amounts of cash from a security perspective. We also need to look at the delivery of cash, particularly to regional and remote Australia, because it is not as frequent as may be required by the community and has become somewhat expensive. So there are a whole bunch of I think, areas that need to be further explored, but we are seeing an increased need from small business, particularly for the availability of cash, and I think there is work to be done, with the banks and with those communities to understand what those cash needs are, because they do differ town by town. In this particular South Coast town, if we had not had that service available, then it was a 35-kilometre drive for those small businesses to deposit cash, which obviously is an unrealistic expectation, particularly when they were used to going to a branch in the same street.
Couldn't agree more. And the issue of cash transport is a big one. I note that the UK has had similar issues and similar inquiries as what we've had here in Australia, and they were looking at having some sort of a cash hub so that businesses in a town could pool and get one sort of armour guard, am I allowed to use brand names? But one armoured car to bring the cash in. But that's not something that Bank at Post provides a service for at this stage, sort of like a cash hub for businesses if they were to. Would you be open to that if a community was to come to Bank at Post and say, every business in town's willing to, co-fund the transport of cash, can you be the collection point?
Yeah, look, we've had discussions. There's two providers of cash delivery in Australia. We've had discussions with both of them. We are in some towns sort of providing that, but not as specific as a defined model. It's just happened that that's what sort of happened, and we've become the depositor of choice and the provider of cash. But I think it is a major issue that we need to stare into, and certainly we find in certain towns with certain demographics demographics where cash is still actually, used more so than what, other areas may have for different reasons particularly. But we are working proactively with the banks to look at what the future of cash is and how we support it. And we'll be happy to continue to update the Senate on that.
Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just going through, it was very sobering, some of the financial results you said at the beginning of this. Just want to delve a bit. Are we confident the ongoing viability and profitability of Australia Post at the moment, or we have to look at more drastic measures?
No, look, as I said, Senator, thank you for the question. We have a clear plan. Our post-26 strategy, we believe, will help us deliver a sustainable future economically for Australia Post, so we can serve for another 200 plus years, as we've done so far to date. There are many things that we're able to do ourselves in terms of driving efficiency. We delivered almost $230 million of efficiency last year, and we're on track to do that again this year. We've recently implemented a new operating model for our support centre, which will drive a more simplified organisational structure and will provide savings for us to do that. There are also things that we are regulated under that may need to be reviewed in light of the changing customer habits that we are seeing, the decline in mail, and the additional move to digital service as opposed to coming into an Australia Post outlet. We have a strong growing parcel business which needs continued investment. That business operates in an intensely competitive environment, both with international and domestic competitors. And we have other services that are growing, like a blanket post service. So it is certainly, in my view, a glass half full scenario. But there are things that we need to do that we are getting on with, and there are things that we need support from through multiple stakeholders to ensure that we remain viable for the mid to long term.
Do you have a net balance sheet at the moment, or you don't operate with shareholders' funds, or do you have a net assets?
Yes, we have. We have. We're a substantial business. We have sufficient cash flow, to meet our ongoing needs. But if the current situation with our mail business and the current framework in which we operate is not adjusted to meet the needs of the modern consumer, then those losses will continue to mount. And that's a twofold issue. Not only does that mean that we can't pay a dividend to shareholders and that we may need support going forward from the government, but also means that it limits our liability to invest in our growing businesses.
Mr. Graham, I think they've got a number for me. Do you have a net balance?
So thank you, Senator. Nick McDonald, Group General Counsel and Corporate Secretary, Australia Post. Our annual report for financial year 2022 reports a net assets balance of $2,577,000,000 to 577.2 billion.
Thank you very much.
2.5772. Yep.
Now, we lost $190 million on the letter business. Is there a average per item thing? How many items is that over?
I don't have the exact figure in front of me, Senator, but basically we have two networks. We have a mail network, and we have a commitment under our current framework to deliver to every Australian household 5 days a week. We add about 200,000 delivery points per year because that's how many new houses basically come into the economy. So we're delivering to more points, which costs us more money, but with less items. The average household is receiving just over one letter per week current levels, and we think that will further deteriorate. 98% of those letters are corporate mail. It's a bill, it's a water bill.
Sorry? That was my next question. Yeah,
98%. Yeah. The rest will be what we would call seasonal mail, Christmas cards, birthday cards, other unaddressed mail for marketing purposes.
Aside from the regulated cost of postage stamp, has there been any market sampling of the price elasticity of the corporate business? Is there scope for further increase without impacting demand greatly?
It is a good question, Senator. Thank you for that. I mean, we carefully consider the pricing that we apply to corporate mail. It is today a discount off the formal stamp price. That's primarily derived from the fact that they deliver their mail in a pre-sorted, organised way. So we get efficiencies from that, hence the discount. It's fair to say as mail declines, those efficiencies become less for us, and therefore a review is in play and is constantly in play as to what the appropriate pricing should be for our corporate mail customers. But it is, as you say, a bit of a dual-edged sword because the increase in cost may also funnel an acceleration to go digital. Currently, based on Australian financial services law, you have to receive a letter by mail for every interest rate rise. So whilst it's bad news for most people, it's actually good news for Australia Post. However, all it takes is a change of that legislation to say it can be done electronically, and obviously that mail disappears overnight.
You had 9 months of growth. If you go down that further, you talk about the growing parcel business, but I know it's fallen 1.6 in the first half, numbers you mentioned there. What is happening there? Obviously, there's agility of other players that I'm not really seeing from Australia Post on the click and collects and things. What's happening in that space?
Yeah, look, we're actually quite pleased with the first half result. If you look at the overall market, our revenue decreased less than the overall market. We did a record 52 million parcels in December, which is an all-time record for Australia Post. But obviously we have cost inputs, not dissimilar from any other business. We applied a 6.1% wage increase to our frontline team members to help them cope with the current inflationary environment. We've seen our electricity bill increase dramatically, as have other industries, and other input costs increasing. So that's what's reflected really in the profitability aspect. It's primarily a cost issue. We're quite happy with our revenue growth and our current market share, but it is fair to say it is a highly competitive market, probably one of the most competitive businesses in the world and in Australia, and we need to retain a pricing logic that ensures we stay competitive.
With revenue growth down, I think that 1.6, market share, is that decreasing too, or is that holding?
No, market share is holding, but we have seen the overall market come off from the COVID heights that we had. But if we look at our deterioration in revenue versus the overall market, we're actually holding our own, which is why we feel it's a relatively pleasing result.
Without wanting to open the wardrobe too much here, what do you see trends of other deliverers and other competitors? Any innovations that you are concerned by without knowing what they are? Are you seeing innovation that you need to follow, or are you leading in all regards?
There's two things in that question, Sandra. Thank you. The first one is an increasing insatiability from our customers around digital information and digital notification. Our app, pleasingly, is the #1 app on Android on the Android store, and the top 10 in the Apple store. Will have multi-$100 million hits on that app this day, and generally it's well received. But we are seeing customers demand we continue to invest in our digital capabilities to give them more visibility, more information. The second thing we're seeing is the advent of what we call shipping platforms. So these are platforms that have a smart algorithm, and they will attach themselves in front of a merchant. I think a major general merchandising company who's selling online. And what those algorithms will do is pick up the lowest cost operator and the one with the best service, and they will automatically stream parcels to the lowest cost operator and the best service provider on a day-to-day basis. So they'll take the data from yesterday and they will alter that algorithm to do that. What that does for us twofold. One, it removes that direct relationship with the customer, which is very valuable to any service provider. And secondly, it means that we have to continue to upgrade our digital capability to ensure that the information flowing through those platforms is absolutely accurate. Because if it's not accurate, then we're disadvantaged because it may be picking up the wrong data and therefore streaming parcels to competitors.
One of the things you've put in a press release when the results were out was about shortages of staff.
Yes.
The shortage of training. I've got Keith on the Redhead Run, looks after me. Thanks very much for that. But
good.
How is that going? Is that being fixed, or is it becoming less of an issue, or is it becoming more of an issue, the staff shortages?
It's fair to say, Senator, that at Christmas we looked to bring on board, which is normal for our Christmas peak, between 3,000 to 4,000, peak team members. We, I think, fell short by about 300. What we're seeing is that there are still geographic pockets where it's difficult to get, people to work in our facilities, forklift drivers, truck drivers, parcel operators, even posties. Queensland, southern Queensland, around Brisbane, Gold Coast, Sunshine Coast. There are pockets in Melbourne where it's difficult. Western Australia is significantly difficult because of the growth in the mining industry there. So we're still seeing some pockets. So we fell short in our overall needs, but we were able to manage that through over time and other factors. In the technology space, where it was very difficult, we have seen that level out somewhat with some of the changes in that sector in the last 6 to 9 months. But I would say and categorise that it is still a very tight labour market, and I would expect, from what I see in the market and what I hear from other businesses, that's probably still going to continue for another 12, potentially 18 months, subject to immigration, returning students, and a whole bunch of other economic factors.
Now, you mentioned again in your testimony today, you're looking at about $230 million in efficiency savings last year and similar this year. But I just want to understand whether it's growing versus efficiency. I think in looking at my numbers, 2019 expenses were about $4.5 billion. 2022, they are 50% higher, they're 6.9. Surely 50% growth in expenses in 3 years can't all be growth. Some of it's got to be other things.
Yeah, look, it is. I'll take on notice the breakdown, but there are many factors in that growth equation. I'll validate those numbers against them, because that doesn't sound like it's that growth is what I'm familiar with, but I will take that on notice. It's fair to say that certainly, as I mentioned, wage inflation, other input costs, we have seen, particularly during that COVID period, a significant increase in our cost base. And the view that we took during that period is that we would do everything possible to make sure we serve the community. So we did take on up to 60 pop-up distribution centres during that period. We added a lot more vehicles. We had a lot more team members, both temporary and full-time. We are coming through the back of that cost base, but certainly during that COVID period, we took a view that our job was to serve the community as one of the few businesses left open and operating, but we are very focused on our cost base. We understand there are areas of our business where we need to drive efficiencies, and we are taking those hard decisions, and there are also areas of our business that we need to invest in, and we need to find the money out of those efficiencies to make sure we can sustain that investment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr Graham, good afternoon. Minister, if I can go to you first, Australia Post seems to be flagging that daily mail delivery, particularly into regional areas, may be even more under threat. What is the government's position in relation to the current status of Australia Post and its trajectory into the future?
Well, in relation to the delivery of letters, the government will be working with Australia Post to examine options to improve productivity, while also ensuring Australia Post can meet the needs of the community in relation to the growing demands of their parcel delivery.
And do you think that Australia Post should move to an intermittent and perhaps even digital delivery of letters? What's the government's position?
Well, the government, thank you, Senator Henderson. The government is working with Australia Post on options to improve productivity and revenue, and we will be consulting publicly on Australia Post in the future.
So do you have a position about whether...
If I can add any more, I haven't got anything else to hand, but if I can provide more information on notice, Senator Henderson, I will.
Thank you very much, Minister. Mr Graham, what's the outlook for Australia Post's retail footprint, particularly in light of a number of bank closures, bank branch closures, which is very concerning to many Australians, particularly those living in regional communities?
Thank you, Senator Henderson, for your question. We are very conscious and very committed to ensuring that we continue to serve the community, particularly those communities. I think, as was mentioned before, 1,150 communities where there are no banks, and we are the only bank service available. We take that responsibility incredibly seriously, and we will continue to provide those services into the future. The format of our retail network continues to evolve, as all formats do. We have our community hub at Post, the first trial of that format, which we're launching in Orange in July this year, which is actually an expanded footprint in regional Australia, providing a broader range of services with dedicated lines for Bank at Post and other features to enable us to showcase local small businesses, right the way through to obviously continuing to roll out our locker program, which is the highest customer satisfaction score that we get. We have a broad range of lockers, and we look to expand that. They're available 24/7. The power is in your mobile phone, and our customers are telling us they really love that flexibility and convenience. So, as with all retailers, we continue to look at what the community needs are and our customer needs are, and adopt our format and the range of services we provide to those ever-changing needs.
Mr Graham, you're closing, for instance, a post office in central Geelong. How many regional post offices are you planning to close or considering closure? And can you guarantee that every single LPO will continue?
Sandra, thank you for your question. To the latter part of your question, I cannot make that guarantee. These are small licensed post offices, in some cases not so small. These are independent businesses that buy a licence from Australia Post. They run their business to hopefully a level of profitability, sustainability and customer satisfaction that enables them to prosper. But the decisions on those businesses are for those businesses. We did close are in the process of closing a post office in the Geelong area. That was due to a number of factors. One, the lease expiring and the owner of that facility going through a major renovation. Secondly, the foot traffic in that facility has declined considerably in recent years. And we have another very large facility with very good parking. I've been to it myself a number of times. That is less than 500 metres away. But our network is organic. We open and close sites. I think to date in this financial year we've had one net closure. We have a series of openings. We have a series of closures. Closures occur for many reasons: a lease expiry, someone handing back the licence due to retirement or other family reasons, or, as I said before, changing demographics, new suburbs popping up, and they reach a tipping point where that justifies us putting in a functional post office operation.
Mr Graham, has Mr Ben Hubbard provided any advice or consulting services to Australia Post at all in recent times?
I do not have any recollection of Mr Hubbard providing any services to Australia Post.
Are you able to check that and take it on notice?
I can check it and take it on notice, but I think the response will be the same, but I will check it and validate.
Have any other former Labor staffers provided any consulting services or advice to Australia Post in recent times?
I'll pass that question to Tani Mankos, who's got the details for you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Australia Post, like other GBEs, from time to time engage in external consultants to provide advice on select matters. Currently, Principal Advisory has been engaged to provide strategic communications on our post-26 strategy.
And who is Principal Advisory? Who makes up that organisation?
Mr Ryan Liddell.
Right, so former Chief of Staff to Mr Shorten, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what's the scope of his contract, and how much is Australia Post paying Mr Liddell, and was that contract put out to tender?
The specific scope is, as I said earlier, to provide strategic communications advice relating to our post-26 strategy. I don't have details on the actual agreement, but I certainly can actually provide that on notice.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I've just lost a few words because there was a technical glitch with the audio. So Mr Liddell has been engaged to provide strategic communications advice Why is this not the sort of work that can be conducted by Australia Post?
Because I'm actually in the process of building out the capability of my team, and hence why we actually engage Principal Advisory to provide that sort of immediate and additional support.
How many people are in your team, Ms Mangos?
Well, it's across a number of functions, but I've got a total of 60 people in my team.
60?
That is correct.
Yes, and there's across, as Ms Mangos mentioned, corporate affairs, government affairs, sustainability, stakeholder engagement, community liaison. It covers a very broad range of activity within Australia Post. As you know, we have a large community grants program. We are present in 4,300 locations. We have a lot of inquiries from both local, state and federal MPs and community groups on a constant basis. This is a broad team. We have a big sustainability agenda as well at Australia Post in relation to the rollout of our sustainability targets. So that size of that team on the surface looks large, but when you consider the 5 or 6 businesses and activities that it participates in compared to other corporates, I think it is more than comparable.
So what precisely are the services that Mr Liddell is providing? And I note that he obviously worked as Mr Shorten's press secretary in 2016, and then he went on to become the Chief of Staff to the Leader of the Opposition. I'm amazed that with 60 staff in the division, that there wasn't someone there who could do strategic communications.
Senator, I've been in the process for the last 12 months in building out the capability of the team. It's only in recent months that I've actually got the number of staff that I have. The agreement with Mr Liddell is a short-term arrangement, but I will be able to provide that information on notice.
Senator Henderson,
how long is the contract with Mr Liddell?
Senator Henderson, can I just check in on how much more time you need so we can manage the expectations of others
Chair.
coming?
Just probably about 3 more minutes, I'd say, on this round. Ms Mangos, how long is the contract with Mr Liddell? And do you recall, and of course you do need to answer the question if you do know this, do you recall the value of the contract?
As I said, Senator, I will be providing that information on notice. I don't actually have that information in front of me.
Sorry, I've just lost audio again on a few words. What's the duration of the contract, Ms Mangos?
The duration, but I will provide it on notice, but I believe the contract is for 18 months.
Oh, well, that's not a short-term contract.
Well, in terms of my experience in corporate Australia, it is a reasonably short contract.
Well, in terms of the ordinary person's judgment, I would put to you that's not a short contract. I thought you were talking about 2 or 3 months. So what's the rough quantum in dollar terms of that contract?
As I said, Senator, I will be providing that information on notice. I don't have that in front of me.
All right, just in rough terms, are we talking 250,000, 300,000? What
Senator Henderson, I believe that Ms Mangos has said twice now that she does not have that figure in front of her and she will provide it to you on notice.
Do you have any, this is a separate question, Chair, do you have any rough approximate figure in terms of the value of this contract?
Senator Henderson, I don't, and I will be providing that on notice.
So is Mr Liddell coaching anyone at Australia Post or providing any other similar types of services?
Senator Henderson, what do you mean by coaching?
Well, I can't say it any more explicitly than coaching, providing advice on how to answer questions in the media, in estimates, and any other sort of coaching.
The arrangement with Mr Liddell is specific to our post-26 strategy. And that
And
post-26
what does that mean
strategy
exactly?
is over a 3 to 5 year period. Mr Liddell's contract does not run the course of that 3 to 5 year period of post-26. It's for a finite period of about 18 months.
Was that contract put out to tender?
Not that I'm aware of.
And what is the... Mr Graham and I have had discussions, private discussions in relation to Australia Post tender issues. What is your policy in relation to putting these contracts out to tender, and was this contract in compliance with that policy?
It was in compliance, Senator. We did look at the market and we did get information as to what these services would be in the market. We obviously chose an individual who we felt had the prerequisite skills that would assist us in our post-26 strategy, and we validated that the cost for those skills, which we will provide the information to you on notice, was commensurate with the market rate.
And Mr Graham, what is your policy in relation to tendering these types of contracts? I'm sure there are many other strategic communications experts that would have liked the opportunity to have tendered for this work.
Yes, and we spoke to a number of different people around the work that we did. Obviously, with our post-26 strategy, there's a degree of sensitivity around that strategy, so we didn't want to issue a public tender. Traditionally, this type of work in corporate is done...
But hang on, Mr Graham, we're talking about this in estimates.
Yes.
Are you seriously saying to me that you're not going to tender this type of work because of confidentiality reasons, when in fact you're required to be accountable to the Australian people and to the Parliament, including through Senate estimates? So that just seems incredulous that you would be trying to justify not issuing a tender in relation to this work. And again, I ask if you could please explain your policy in relation to tendering this sort of work and why a tender was not issued.
Thank you, Sandra. And our policy is clear that we look to ensure that we get value for money and that we benchmark any pricing that we would see for any service. It is not an area where it would be normal to issue a full public tender. And I think we need to understand the difference between a full public tender where we put that out with lots of documentation on our website. We make that open to anybody who wants to solicit a response to that, versus what we would regard in this process as a narrow range of experts that we spoke to, we consulted with, we got indicative pricing from those experts, and we made a decision based on the skill set, based on the competitive pricing, and based on what we felt was the appropriate company that would meet our service needs. So we did provide a competitive process to ensure transparency to a selected group of individuals who specialise in this field. It is a small group, there are not hundreds of people, but in our opinion, and I think in the opinion generally of most corporates, a full open public tender for this type of work, particularly as it was a contract of a fixed duration, the cost of managing that would probably exceed the cost of actually providing the service.
Well, I would appreciate to understand your policy in relation to tenders, because an 18-month contract is a significant contract. It's not beyond Australia Post to publish many hundreds of tenders if it wishes, if it's seeking support from external consultants. But I would put to you, Mr Graham, that this is contrary to Australia Post obligation to be transparent about the use of taxpayer funds. And the fact that a former Chief of Staff to the Labor member of the opposition has now been engaged by Australia Post without there being any tender, I would put to you is very concerning.
Senator Henderson, given the time and the fact that we've gone over, can I just ask you again
Chair, could I ask,
if you're going to be terribly much longer, because we do need to pay some respect to those other agencies that are coming behind. You had said a few moments, that was about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Well, it wasn't that long ago,
Wasn't it?
but
15.
we can.
I'm not being
just
awkward,
wondering
Senator
if
Henderson. I'm just
Graham-
trying to pay some respect to the other people coming behind. If you can just give us a sense of whether you're going to be whether you have much more of a line of questioning.
Not too much longer, but as
So
just
half an hour, 15
just for any-
minutes.
So, Chair, sorry, just for anyone listening, senators clearly have an overriding right to ask questions.
I'm not asking you to stop asking your questions, Senator Henderson. I'm just asking you how long you're going to be to pay some respect to the agencies coming behind, if you wouldn't mind.
Excuse me, Chair, I would ask you not to reflect on me. I'm very
I'm not
respectful.
reflecting. I'm just
and I
asking you
would-
to give me an estimate. That's all. But obviously you're not going to, so that's fine. Please carry on.
No, I said probably a couple of more minutes, but I am not showing any disrespect other than asking Mr Graham about Australia Post's decision to employ a former Labor Chief of Staff to the Leader of the Opposition under circumstances where no tender was issued. And again, Mr Graham, I would ask you to explain to the Australian people why Australia Post did this.
Thank you, Senator. And I repeat my answer. Our policy on procurement is published. It is not abnormal for a corporate to seek specialist advice, and in our view, we look for a particular skill set as to what we think can help support the business and our post-26 strategy. As I said, this is a narrow field of specialists. The cost of going through a full open public tender may exceed the actual cost of the service. We solicited invitations from what we felt was a select field of companies. We asked them to indicate the cost for their services and the experience they had had in relation to the skills we were looking for. That in itself is a form of tender, albeit a very concise one, and that gave us an indication of what the market rates were, and we looked at what we felt was value for money, both in terms of the skill sets required, in terms of the experience of the individuals, and the cost for that service. So there was nothing that was not transparent.
Mr Graham, you haven't explained your tender policy. So under what circumstances, if you could provide to the committee the details of your policy in relation to tendering, but I am no wiser as to your requirements for tendering this work.
Our requirements are very clear.
At what point do you issue a public tender in relation to external consultants?
We issue a tender when the value of the work, the duration of the work is what we'd regard as something that is significant. We also issue it in relation to work that is complex, where it would be in the best interest of Australia Post to open that up to public tender. But in this case, the decision was made, and I support the decision, that because of the narrow field of specialisation, that a public tender was not appropriate. The cost of administrating that would be greater than the fees that we would be paying to the individual. We had transparency in terms of who we spoke to, the costs that they submitted for the services that they were going to provide, and the criteria under which we made the final decision. That in itself is a transparent process, but we are almost $10 billion corporation. It's not possible, and nor does it make sense for us to go to full open public tender on every single thing that we procure.
Does Mr Liddell have a workstation or a car park or any secretarial support?
No, he does not.
In terms of his work at Australia Post?
No, he does not.
Does he have any other staff involved in this work?
Not to my knowledge. Obviously, he has a company. He may have other people who support him, but I have not met anybody other than Mr Liddell.
Could you please provide on notice all relevant correspondence, messages, emails, and the contract between Australia Post and Mr Liddell's firm in relation to this contract, please?
Yep, I think, Nick, we
We'll
are
take
okay
that
to
on
do
notice.
that.
So we'll take that on notice. So
Yep.
contract and related correspondence and information regarding our procurement policy.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator.
That's right. Thank you very much, Mr Graham. Chair, no further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Graham. We appreciate your time. We will now Move on to the Office of the E-Safety Commissioner and welcome Miss Julie Inman-Grant, the Commissioner. Welcome.
Match the screen.
It's all about the coordination.
Well planned.
Would you like to make an opening statement?
No, I will not today, Chair.
Okay. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Inman-Grant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for your time today. Apologies that I'm appearing remotely. I wanted to ask you for an update of your work, and particularly in relation to the very important work that you are doing on the basic online safety expectations and the big platforms' failure to properly detect, block and prevent online child sexual abuse material.
Sure, happy to. In August of last year, we issued 7 legal transparency notices to Microsoft, Skype, Apple, Meta, WhatsApp, Snap, Omegle. Did I miss anybody? Seven services to ask them what they were doing to detect live streaming child sexual abuse, what technologies they were deploying to proactively detect child sexual abuse material, online grooming, and other forms of child sexual exploitation. After much back and forth, it was the first time we had exercised these powers, and we wanted to ensure quite a bit of procedural fairness and to ensure that we weren't creating a blueprint for weaponization. We were keeping commercial and confidence, information confident. We released the final report in mid-December and found some pretty startling findings, that there was quite a bit of variation across the industry. By no means were any of these major companies doing enough. Some were doing shockingly little. The time to respond to child sexual abuse reports varied from 4 minutes from Snap to up to 19 days by Microsoft when Skype or Teams required re-review. We saw there wasn't a lot of cross-sharing amongst those services that had multiple platforms, and that some of the largest cloud-hosted content like iCloud and OneDrive were not scanning for child sexual abuse imagery. So that's the holy grail for pedophiles. And so it really suggests to us, when you think about all of the devices and handsets that are out there and all the potential storage, that we don't even know the scale and the scope of child sexual abuse that's existing on these mainstream services.
You found some alarming shortfalls by the big platforms. Have you made urgent recommendations to government about things that government can do to haul the big tech platforms into line and to force them to start to take this really seriously?
Well, we certainly are, and we have tools in our regulatory arsenal already, and one of those is the industry codes, which are another systemic and process reform. But I am communicating regularly with the minister and with the government, but I'm also communicating directly with senior executives from all of these companies. And I've met with senior executives from all of the companies mentioned to make sure that they know that we will continue keeping the pressure on, that we want to see meaningful changes. And one of the mechanisms to do that is through the industry codes process.
Do you have enough powers to combat child sexual abuse in this country?
I think we've probably got some of the most potent tools that exist in the world. I know from speaking with counterparts in Europe, in North America, including Canada and the US, they're very much looking at the powers that we have at our disposal. Would you like to add anything, Toby?
And Ms. Inman-Grant, that's under the Online Safety Act?
Under the Online Safety Act, but also many of the legacy provisions that we have under the BSA and the hotline work that we do in our individual complaint schemes.
Yeah, so just to clarify, Senator, it's Toby Dagg, Acting Chief Operating Officer at eSafety. Our powers under the Broadcasting Services Act, Schedules 5 and 7, were repealed, and the focus now is on the Online Safety Act. There are no really good examples internationally of other regulators who possess powers as extensive as eSafety does. For example, in relation to child sexual exploitation material, we have the power to issue a removal notice to a wide variety of services, no matter where those services are provided in the world. We find a high compliance rate, despite the fact that we are provided from the Australian jurisdiction. And we found that most recently and at a fairly sizable scale during the Buffalo terror attack, where we issued a number of notices in respect of pro-terror material, terrorist and violent extremist content. So our assessment of those components of the Act is that they are working.
So if I consider the horrific murder of the 2 police officers and the neighbour in Queensland and the abhorrent video posted by those responsible before they died. That video was posted on YouTube and it took a number of hours before that was pulled down. YouTube is arguing, or Google is arguing that because it uploads 55,000 videos an hour, its business model is such that it can't vet every video before it's posted. I would say, and I'm interested in your response, isn't it up to these digital platforms to make sure that if they can't guarantee that a video is not abhorrent or doesn't constitute child sexual abuse, they should be doing everything to stop this going online in the first place?
I would start by saying this is precisely what the industry codes are designed to do. And this first tranche of codes that we've been negotiating with 8 sectors of the technology industry look at what they're doing to proactively detect child sexual abuse material and terrorist content, or what we call TVEC, terrorist and violent extremist content. I think we would acknowledge that it is more challenging for companies like these to be able to detect and proactively remove terrorist and violent extremist content, but it is not impossible, and some companies are doing this well. And we do believe that particularly the major companies that do have access to advanced technology, AI, video matching technologies, imaging clustering and other technologies, should be putting investment into these tools to make them more efficacious, but I might ask Toby to also weigh in.
Senator, thank you. I think over time we've seen the capabilities of some of these large platforms improving, and I know that Google publishes transparency statistics in relation to the percentage of violent terrorist material that is detected proactively on YouTube. And we know that similar reporting is done through the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. So we don't know that industry does have this capability. And certainly through the work that we've been doing through the codes over the last 18 months or so, the eSafety Commissioner has expressed a strong expectation that industry commit to, through the codes, a strong stance in relation to detection of that kind of material proactively.
I would also note that Google has made available a tool to smaller and medium-sized companies to help detect TVEC material. So they are investing and they are engaging, and they're trying to broaden the industry's usage of these kinds of tools.
Ms. Inman-Grant, one of the major companies to which you issued legal notices in relation to child sexual material told me just in the last 10 days or so that they tried to characterise their conduct as eliciting very few complaints. And I've minded this particular platform that they were facilitating potentially millions of streams of child sexual abuse material. It seems that they are simply not doing enough. And in light of that, I'm wondering why the government hasn't been more vocal in relation to demanding urgent instant action by these platforms, to hauling them in, to ensuring, I mean, placating them doesn't work. I appreciate that some have got varying responses, some are doing better than others, and you've referred to some of that in your initial response. But it's deeply concerning to me and many Australians that they are getting away with so much horrific material being streamed and sent online, which is so horrific. And at the same time, we're not hearing anything, or very little, I should say, very little from this government about this horrendous conduct.
Senator Henderson, we'll get this answer and then we're going to need to rotate the call. We have a number of other senators with time restraints. We will come back to you after that. Please answer the question.
I would just say that this is precisely what these transparency powers are designed to do, to let us, help us to understand the scale and scope where radical transparency has not been present before. So with many of these companies, I have been asking the same questions for years, and it was only through legally enforceable notices that we got the information that we needed. In terms of the government, they have been tremendously supportive. They recognize that it is my role to hold these companies to account and for me to follow up. Those are the powers that are engendered to me through the Online Safety Act.
And I might just add, Senator, quickly, there is a 3-year statutory review of the Online Safety Act. We're coming up to a point now where the findings that discovered through the course of us applying these powers become germane to some of the recommendations that we're likely to make to government and to our department in order to prepare an understanding of what might constitute the basis for that review. So we're certainly alive to opportunities for potential reform, and we're keeping our Minister and Department advised accordingly.
Thank you. Senator
I'll need to
Shoebridge.
come back and
Senator
ask you further questions. Thank you.
Cool. First of all, I want to thank you, Commissioner, and the work of your office. I know there's probably an impossible workload at different times, but I know that there are a number of people, myself included, who acknowledge the work that you and your office in the space. Could I go to the draft industry codes, first of all? I think on Thursday you indicated you had a preliminary view that those 6 draft codes did not provide appropriate community safeguards. Is that right? Sorry, when I said 6?
8.
Yes, it's 8, yes.
Yes, that is my preliminary view. There are a number of reasons for this, but because the industry associations did not publish their full codes, I have given them specific feedback to each of the industry associations dealing with each code about where I think some of the limitations or the lack of appropriate community safeguards exist. I would also note that a number of the issues that I've raised with them in correspondence are issues that we have raised with them many times, so none of them are new.
All right. It's been reported that one of the concerns your office had was that the codes did not require tech companies to do enough to monitor and remove known examples of child sexual abuse and pro-terror material online.
This first tranche of codes does deal strictly with proactive detection and removal of child sexual abuse material and TVEC content. Yes, I mean, technologies like PhotoDNA have been used for well over a decade in a privacy-enhancing way. As you know, I know you're very technologically adept, and you understand the way that these work in terms of taking hash matches and having a 1 in 50 billion false positive rate. So it's very secure, vetted, known images of child sexual abuse material. And yeah, that's something that we think that companies should be doing, and more companies should be doing that.
And so I assume you've formed the view that those kinds of proactive detection elements should be embedded in the codes. Is that your preliminary view?
We've been having discussions about proactive detection of known, which are vetted, triple vetted, child sexual abuse material in particular. Ms. Bond, do you want to? Okay, there you are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Senator. Morag Bond, Executive Manager of Legal Research, Marketing and Communications at eSafety. We don't want to, I don't think it's appropriate for us to go into detail as to what our concerns were because industry never published the codes that they provided to us in November. But the version that they did publish in September did contain some commitments to detect known child sexual abuse material for some codes. It is clear that it was only in relation to certain businesses and certain online services, and we have made it clear to industry that we wanted to see that commitment to deploy technology to identify those images that have already been vetted as child sexual abuse material. We wanted to see a broader commitment to deal with that.
So can I just run you through the timeline in terms of the consultation you've had? The draft codes were provided and publicly available in September. That's right?
We actually started consultation with the industry in July 2021, right after the Online Safety Act was passed.
And I'm not suggesting there wasn't some prior consultation, but the industry's draft codes were provided for public consultation, I think, in September of last year.
This year. 3rd of September last year.
Yeah, 3rd of September last year. But then after that, sometime in November, the industry provided your office with an amended set of codes?
That's correct.
For all of the codes?
Yes, all 8 codes on November 18th, I believe.
That's right.
And those haven't been publicly provided?
No, they are the industry codes, so it was up to the industry to publish.
Yeah. That's right.
And then your response to the industry is based upon those November versions of the codes. Is
That's
that
right.
the time frame? I suppose, Commissioner, I have a concern that the public hasn't been able, and particularly engaged players in the space, haven't been able to have their views articulated about those amended November codes. Do you see a benefit in making those November codes public, and have you raised that with the industry?
The codes do belong to the industry. I would defer to Morag, who's had conversations directly with the industry associations about the publication of the codes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Senator. The public, and this is set out in legislation, so the consultation that happened in September, the consultation ran by the industry associations received quite a large number of submissions from the public, which they took into account and which they addressed. We also had access to those submissions. We saw the different views expressed by members of the public and various other particularly interested stakeholders. So we could learn from that in the same way the industry learnt from that. So we've, that's all relevant, I think, at a broad level to our assessment that was taken into account. Yeah. As the Commissioner indicated, the codes are the industry's codes, so we saw that as up to them. When the Commissioner makes a decision, which we have indicated is likely to be, we hope it to be, end of March, as to whether to register the industry codes, if she doesn't find that they provide appropriate community safeguards, we then look to determine industry standards. If that decision is made, there will then be a public consultation process then where we would consult directly with the public and stakeholders as to what should be in those standards.
Commissioner, I know you are working within the laws that have been provided to you by Parliament, and that requires this process where the first effort is of an industry-led industry regulation through the codes. They're the laws you've been given. And I hope I haven't mischaracterised them in that way.
No, I mean, it's a very complex policy design.
But nevertheless, you're a public agency having to make a decision in the public interest on these codes, which will have wide-ranging ramifications, particularly about child safety, online child safety. Don't you think it would be appropriate in those circumstances that the codes that you're reviewing in your role as a public agency, and in this, I mean the November codes, be available for the public to see what it is that's being proposed by the industry?
I think that would be desirable. We are following the letter of the law, and they are the industry's codes. It's ultimately their determination. If and when I make the final determination, I think at that point it will be appropriate to release the codes that were in their entirety.
Is it your view that there's a legal impediment to you publishing the codes?
We haven't considered specifically whether there would be a legal impediment because we saw the codes as belonging to industry and we thought the decision is appropriately left up to them at this point. But I would say, you know, we are very aware of what the views were on the draft industry codes, and we can see where there's been movement and where there hasn't been movement.
But at this stage, the public, my office, others, interested stakeholders don't know what those final codes are, and because of that, we're not getting to see the correspondence that you've sent to the industry raising your concerns.
And I will consult with the department upon that and get back to you on notice.
So the question I'm going to ask, and
okay.
I'm certain you'll take it on notice, is can you provide to this committee the draft codes, and separately, can you provide to this committee the correspondence that you've provided to industry? And if not to this committee, can you publish them in some other forum? And I'm sure you want to take that on notice. So
I will.
Yep. Could I ask you about... Thanks, Chair. One of the ongoing concerns that my office has been raised with my office is where a particular site is if I could put it, a serial offender, repeatedly abuses, repeatedly puts up offensive material, deeply offensive material, and a site that comes to mind is something like Kiwi Farms. As I understand it, your powers are limited to content and are focused on individual content on a site rather than the site itself.
We don't have powers to block entire sites. I think there's been some confusion about our powers under abhorrent violent material and our blocking ability if we determine that a perpetrator or an accomplice is capturing terrorist content and spreading it virally to prevent it from going viral. But perhaps you'll take that.
Thank you, Senator. As I think we've discussed before, there is no general power for us to issue a removal notice to an entire domain in order to remove an entire site. Through all of our schemes, the 4 schemes relating to online content, image-based abuse, cyberbullying and adult cyber abuse, the removal powers are focused on specified material.
Yep. But the Kiwi Farms, don't go there.
Okay.
You won't find it likely.
But we have the situation where we end up, playing the equivalent of whack-a-mole.
Whack-a-troll.
Yeah, whack-a-troll, exactly. Thank you, Commissioner. Where these sites can just be repeat offenders consistently putting abusive material up, but you don't have the power to close the site or shut the site down. That does seem to be a lack in the regulatory framework. I know I'm not asking you to freelance on policy, but can you indicate what, if any, impact that has, say, on your caseload and your ability to deal with child safety?
What we find when it comes to child sexual exploitation material notifications that we make through our partners in the InHope network is that typically where that material is, our experience is that the material is hosted overseas. We haven't had any recent examples in the last 6 years or so, at least, of material being hosted here in Australia.
It's mirrored through.
Sorry, excuse me?
It appears in Australia through...
That's right. It's accessible to end users in Australia, but we haven't had any cases in the last 6 years or so where the material's been hosted here. What we find is that typically sites that are providing access to child abuse material are hosted often unwittingly by commercial hosting services. And once that hosting service becomes aware of the fact that a site is providing access to child abuse material, they quickly terminate the account and remove the domain. So the net effect frequently is that these sites are removed in their entirety, particularly when it comes to child abuse material.
We need to move on, Senator Shepherd. We can come back to you.
Thanks.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here today. Are you familiar with the Twitter files in relation to the US government directing censorship on social media platforms? The former.
I am broadly aware of the Twitter files, yes.
Okay. Has your office created any briefings or provided any briefings either to yourself, the government or anyone else on that issue?
No, I have not.
Why not?
Because it doesn't constitute serious adult cyber abuse and it's not directed at an Australian adult.
Well, we wouldn't know because it's been directed at many adults around the world in various countries. And I would have thought you'd be interested in learning more about that just in case they're directing it at us.
I mean, we're following as a matter of interest, but of course our areas of focus are where we have specific regulatory regimes and powers. I'm not sure if you have anything.
Can I just clarify, this is the Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss reporting that has been done over Twitter? Yeah. We haven't received any correspondence from complainants concerned about that material. It hasn't enlivened our regulatory role or powers as far as I'm aware.
Your government, though, well, you have the power to influence government on these issues. Do you keep a close track of what's released?
In particular, Senator?
The ones that are being released now publicly, showing the suppression of social media by the US government in particular.
Well, I think there are a variety of views about the veracity of the interpretation that's been provided through that reporting by Matt Taibbi and Barry Weiss. I don't want to make any comment about that. To the extent that we advise government, it's in relation to matters that fall specifically to our regulatory remit, which are specified in the Online Safety Act.
Okay. Many social media platforms provide dedicated portals for government agencies and other parties to interact with the companies. How do you contact the social media platforms, and is it through any of these dedicated portals?
Through dead gates?
Through dedicated.
Dedicated portals, yes.
Senator, we have a number of contact points with social media platforms, defined escalation channels in some cases.
Escalation channels?
That's right. Some of those are specific to eSafety, and we have a very frequent number of contacts with social media platforms in order to escalate matters of concern to them.
Can you please detail those points of contact? And I'm happy to take it on notice.
We can consider what we can provide on notice.
Okay. And what would stop you providing it all? Security?
There are some sensitivities around operational information that we wouldn't want necessarily to be made public.
Do you need to keep them secure?
Sorry, excuse me?
You need to keep them secure, of course.
Well, there are operational considerations. We have investigative and other complaint handling considerations to ensure the integrity of those complaint handling and investigative processes.
Could you, in addition to those contact points that you can disclose, can you give us an indication of what you just said with regard to other topics without divulging security?
We can certainly take that on notice.
Well, I'd just like to get a feel for it.
Thank you.
Can you please provide to the committee on notice any correspondence you have had with the social media platforms in relation to the removal of content?
That would be almost 8 years worth of correspondence and notices. That would be pretty much everything that went through our complaint scheme. So we're talking hundreds and thousands of reports.
Oh, we don't want that.
I think about the image-based abuse scheme, Senator.
Yeah.
We've assisted 15,000 Australians in relation to image-based abuse. A lot of that assistance has been in relation to matters occurring over social media platforms. So the voluminous nature of that kind of correspondence, I think, would
we
make
don't
it
want to
prohibitive.
take you to that trouble. Can you give us a feel for it now, then? What are the main topics? Do you act only on complaints, or do you start addressing issues based upon your own experience?
It depends on the scheme. So those that are victim-based, if I could use that term, those that relate to child cyberbullying, adult cyber abuse, image-based abuse, our powers derive from a complaint being made to us about non-consensual sharing of intimate images. When it comes to the online content scheme, so that's the scheme that allows us to investigate what's called Class 1 content, like child abuse material. We can act on complaint, but we can also act on the Commissioner's own initiative. She has the power to commence an investigation in relation to certain matters.
So you've got a free remit to do what you need to do?
We don't
as
have a
well
free
as
remit, but we have a remit which is centred on certain matters being relevant to the exercise of that power. So, for example, can an Australian end user access Class 1 material? That's a matter that the E-Safety Commissioner can investigate.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. My line of questioning is on TikTok. I've seen some reporting around TikTok challenges which contribute to youth crime. For example, young people posting TikToks of themselves committing crimes and encouraging others to engage in copycat crimes. Do you see this as a potential danger for Australian children?
We see this as a very serious risk, and we're working with law enforcement around the country to help address. I'll turn over to Luke Boone, our Acting Head of Investigations, to discuss how we're engaging.
Thank you, Luke Boone, Acting Executive Manager for the Investigations Branch. Yes, we do see this as a very serious issue, and we're working very closely with law enforcement on this. I think what the key thing to say here is that, in its essence, we're talking about crime, and social media is a mechanism to advertise that, to market that, to attract other followers in that regard. But at its core, it is crime, and e-safety and certainly the platforms and law enforcement play a very important role in terms of collaboration to get that content removed as quickly as possible and to encourage the platforms to be proactive in that regard. Certainly they are very responsive reactively, and we know that from the work that we've been doing with the platforms and law enforcement in terms of putting them in contact with the platforms. But at its essence, it is crime that is happening in the real world.
Thank you. And are you able to step through what e-safety, the steps you guys take to ensure that material such as, youth crime, when it's reported, what steps do you take to mitigate it, to deal with it, and also what formal powers do you use?
Thank you. At the moment, basically, it's given that we are dealing with real-life crime, it has been quicker and more efficient for law enforcement to go direct to the platforms, and we've been able to broker some contact in that regard, but also they have their own, as we've spoken about before, law enforcement portals and mechanisms for communicating the platforms directly. It would be, it makes more sense for them to go, we're talking real-life crime at that point, and to have that removed as quickly as possible, and it's far more efficient for them to go directly in that way. If there was a situation, which there hasn't been as far as I'm aware, where a platform had refused to take action, then there would be powers for us under the online content scheme for matters that would be in relation to inciting crime, where we'd be able to act in that regard and have that content removed. But we have not had to do that at this stage. Like I said, the platforms have been very responsive to law enforcement and have been able to take that content down.
Senator, if I could just add quickly, sure. We have some of these arrangements set out in protocols with a number of police forces, including Queensland, New South Wales and Western Australia, and they're the sorts of matters that we'll be finalising as we update our memorandums of understanding. We're very close to signing the New South Wales MOU, and this particular issue is catered for in that document.
I would also just advise that I met with the TikTok CEO in May of last year, and one of the primary issues I raised was about how they plan to address viral challenges. So as Mr. Boone said, these are criminal-based challenges, and it's hard. They have one of the, I guess, the engaging factors about that platform is how quickly things go viral. Well, things can go wrong virally as well. And so I wanted some assurance that they were using proactive technologies to try, and you can't always anticipate a viral challenge, and it could be something like a classroom challenge or something that's more akin to cyberbullying or cruel, like rating students based on their appearance or that sort of thing. It's definitely something that we talked about them needing to focus on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, a couple of other questions. Just following on from the concerns about the industry codes and the lack of transparency from the various industries, are you able to also table the correspondence and submissions from those industries as well as your own correspondence?
I think that's on a public website.
Yeah, the industry codes process, Senator, is on their website. They set up a website for that consultation process they ran. So all the submissions they received, they've published, and I think they've also published a response to those submissions on the website the Industry Association set up. But I'm not sure if that's what you're asking for.
In part, but also all of the correspondence between themselves, those industries, and the eSafety Office.
As the Commissioner indicated, the correspondence would have started mid-2021. There would be quite a lot of correspondence there. We can take that question on notice.
We'll take that question
Thank
on
you very
notice.
much. So, yeah, I think that will give Australians a real insight into the cooperation or lack thereof by some of these companies. But certainly, since the issuing of the notices, the legal notices, is the period of time in which I'm interested.
Right, and I would just sort of add that, we need to make sure that we're demonstrating procedural fairness, and there's never an intent of lack of transparency, but it's really helping get to an outcome that meets those appropriate community safeguards. And these go directly to their reputation, their regulatory responsibilities, and so there are some sensitivities. I would just wanted to note that that is primarily why we respect their confidentiality through these processes.
Commissioner, I appreciate that. If there's a need to make a public interest immunity claim in relation to any of the documents that I am seeking and other senators are seeking, then I appreciate that. But if you could consider those matters and take them on notice, that would be terrific. Commissioner, in the last estimates we spoke about your need for funding, for additional funding. As we've talked about, the Coalition in an election commitment made a commitment to your office of an additional $10 million in funding. Could you explain the basis for that commitment and why that is required, and how you are progressing in securing additional funding from the government?
To be frank, I can't remember the basis for the 10 million, but I can say that we are working with the department and the government through the parliamentary budgetary process to address those issues, and particularly some of those terminating measures, so that we can effectively be made whole and then be working from a standard level of funding.
And Commissioner, are you able to provide to the committee a copy of your budget submission and any other related submissions in relation to your funding needs?
I believe that is cabinet in confidence, Senator, but I will take that on notice and engage with the department on that question.
Thank you. In terms of your additional functions, and as I mentioned, the Coalition made a commitment of an additional $10 million to the Office of the Safety Commissioner. What is most pressing, and for what purpose do you require funding, I guess, as a priority?
Well, I would say that we continue to mature as a regulator. We continue to believe that education and awareness is important, and it's also important that we stay ahead of technology trends and ensure that companies are embedding safety by design. So all of the initiatives are important to helping make the online world a safer, more positive place. As we become more successful, and we had a very successful Safer Internet Day, reaching 11 million Australians with the messages around connect, reflect, protect, and driving people to e-safety. The more awareness we raise, we expect the more reports we will get, and we will need to ensure so that we can provide the same levels of rapid and compassionate citizen service, that we are also supplementing our investigative schemes and our investigators there.
Senator, if I could just quickly add.
Obviously,
I'm so sorry to talk over you. Just quickly, if I could add, as you all know, the Minister has issued her statement of expectations. There are a number of priorities articulated for the eSafety Commissioner in that document. Three of the most important are awareness raising, our administration of the Online Safety Act, and effective regulatory outcomes. We'll be ensuring that we organise ourselves internally, no matter the funding outcome, to ensure that we hit those expectations and we satisfy those.
Right. And we have just completed our statement of intent in terms of how we plan to meet those goals.
I particularly wanted to raise concerns, apart from what I've already addressed with you, about the online safety of children in schools. And I have recently taken on the role of being appointed to the Shadow Minister for Education, so I have a particular interest in the safety, the online safety of children, of school children. What measures are you implementing, given there was an additional amount of money in the budget of only $6 million, which I have been very vocal about, suggesting that this is not nearly enough? What's the optimum range of programs that you could deliver to Australian schools if funding was not an issue?
Well, I think we've always cut the cloth to fit, and if I may say so, I think we've punched above our weight in terms of engaging with all three education sectors, the public, the independent, and the Catholic school sector. In fact, we just set up a national online safety education council to bring 26 organizations together in a more routinized way so that we can hear the challenges that they're experiencing on the ground. We engaged with most of these entities when we developed our toolkit for schools. We're working with ACARA to make sure that online safety education and the 4 Rs of respect, responsibility, resilience, and critical reasoning skills are, part of the curriculum. And, we need to reach teachers. We've just released some really excellent resources, the Mighty Heroes for 5 to 8s, and that includes videos and animation we created internally, and also instructional materials for teachers. So our webinars this week alone reached almost 70,000 Australians for Safer Internet Day. So we can continue to innovate, we continue to evolve, but we also want to listen directly to the education sector about what they're seeing on the ground and what they need from us.
Commissioner, do you have a view about the use of mobile phones in schools, particularly in primary school levels?
I would say, as a mother of 3, including 2 twins in 6th grade, who say, "Mom, we're the only kids in 6th grade who don't have a phone," I think they lament having their mother as the eSafety Commissioner. I don't think any parent wants their child, on Snap or on TikTok during a math class or even across the schoolroom. I think it's very reasonable that there is more guidance for primary school students, probably many of whom they're certainly too young to be on social media sites. I think leaving it to the secondary schools about what makes the most sense for their environments is up to them. What I would say is just taking a prohibition or abstinence-based approach to mobile phones. There are legitimate reasons a child might have the phones without teaching the fundamentals of self-regulation, and the 4 Rs, as I said, is we need to balance, taking away the devices or holding them with providing that education and training. We can't leave it until after they leave school to be learning these really important skills.
Commissioner, thank you very much, and I thank you for all your work. We're very proud of the Office of the eSafety Commissioner, which of course is a a very important world first initiative by the former coalition government. I wish you all the very best in your continuing work, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time coming along and the important work that you do.
I think we're actually going to make our flight.
Yay! Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you.
Glad to hear it. We will now suspend. You may go. And we will return at 7:15. Welcome, officers from the NBN. By video conference. I understand you've had your board meeting today, so thank you very much for making the time in your day to come and talk to us. We do very much appreciate it. And welcome Mr. Stephen Maree, the Chief Executive Officer. Would you like to make an opening statement today?
I would, but I'll be very brief, Chair. But actually, I'd like to start where you are, and that's just to thank the committee for enabling us to do this by video conference. We do appreciate allowing us to do that. We, as I think you know, we take our appearances at estimates very seriously, but due to commitments we did have, we couldn't be in Canberra itself tonight. So thank you for your understanding and the flexibility you've given us. I have with me tonight Catherine Dyer sitting beside me, our Chief Operating Officer, Gavin Williams sitting opposite me here, who's our Chief Development Officer for Regional and Remote, and Will Irving to my right, who's our Chief of Strategy and Transformation. So as I said, I will be brief, but I want to start by emphasising the importance of fast and reliable broadband. The NBN network is the connectivity tissue to our economy and our society. And I say that because it connects students to teachers, it connects customers to businesses, employees to their work, patients to their doctors, and of course connects friends and families wherever they are in the world. And our national broadband network with near ubiquitous access right across what's actually one of the largest nations on earth, as we know, does set Australia apart, which is good for our economy, for regional communities, and all of us in our daily lives. But of course, technology is moving fast, Senators, and we need to make sure that the network continues to meet the growing and indeed the changing digital needs of people right across Australia. So that's why we're moving quickly on our Fibre Connect program to push fibre deeper into the network, making our highest residential speeds available and delivering reliability of fibre to more people. Yesterday, we announced the latest suburbs and towns where more than 1 million additional homes and businesses currently served by fibre to the node will be able to upgrade to fibre to the premises on demand. And once construction is completed in the suburbs and towns announced yesterday, customers will be able to order a higher speed service which will trigger a fibre upgrade. So there are now more than 1.3 million FTTC and FTTN premises, so fibre to the curb and fibre to the node premises, that have progressed through the design and construction. And we're starting to see a strong flow of orders for fibre upgrades in these areas. We remain on track, I'm pleased to say, to make NBN's highest residential wholesale speed tiers available to 90% of the fixed line network by the end of 2025. We're also making, I can report, good progress on a $750 million investment with the Australian government, which is designed to deliver significantly faster speeds for many in regional areas. So in early October, we enabled more than 1,000 homes and businesses in the satellite footprint that do not have an NBN connection to be able to move into our fixed wireless footprint. These customers can now order an NBN fixed wireless service via a participating retail service provider. And we're aiming to migrate even more premises from satellite to fixed wireless over coming months, and again we're on track to deliver this program by the end of 2024. A fortnight ago I joined the Minister for Communications and the CEO of the Smith family for the launch of the Australian Government's School Student Broadband Initiative. And this is a great example of how NBN is working to lift the digital capability of Australia. There are 9 retail service providers signed up to this initiative to provide a year of free broadband for up to 30,000 Australian families with no internet at home. And we're also working with state and territory education bodies, with charities and community organisations who will identify eligible families and support them to access this service. And finally, Senators, I want to mention our ongoing work with the ACCC and the industry on the Special Access Undertaking, or what we call the SAU. The SAU sets out, amongst other things, the regulatory framework governing NBN's prices over time and how costs can be recovered. It's very important, in fact, it's vital that the balance is right, so there is sufficient revenue to continue investing in the network to support the needs of Australian homes and businesses well into the future. On the 29th of November last year, we lodged with the ACCC our SAU variation and supporting materials. If this variation is accepted by the end of March, we're fully committed to implementing new wholesale prices by 1st of July. If it's accepted after the end of March, we've committed to implement within 3 months of that acceptance date. The ACCC is currently inviting industry feedback on the SAU variation, and we look forward to continuing to work constructively with the ACCC, with retail providers and consumer advocacy groups towards the acceptance of the proposed variation. And Chair, again, in conclusion, thank you for facilitating the opportunity again to appear virtually tonight, for giving me time to make these opening comments. And with that, I'll pass over to you, and I and my team are happy to answer any questions you have. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for putting the fibre down my street over Christmas. My neighbours are all very delighted.
Right, we look forward to your work, Sandra. It'll be great.
We will start with Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, and thank you for being here today, and I appreciate the reason that you have to be appearing before us virtually.
No, thank you, Sandra.
So you had a board meeting today. Was the issue of community expectations in relation to your bonuses discussed at the board meeting?
The discussion around remuneration was not on the agenda of board meeting today, Sandra.
Has the board discussed the letters that have been sent from the shareholder ministers in relation to the salaries and bonuses of you and your executive team?
Yes, Sandra, and the chair of the board responded to that letter that she received from the ministers.
Mm-hmm. And when do you expect your next bonus, Mr. Rao?
The short-term incentive payments are made in August, Sandra, and it's discussed by the board during the period from, say, May through to July.
Yeah. Looking at the most recent annual report, the 2022 annual report, it has yourself and your executive team's salaries and bonuses. Surely you understand why people are asking questions about the extraordinary amount of money that you get paid, given the tough times that everyday Australians are feeling right now.
I think, Sandra, the board has always been very keen to lay out a very detailed remuneration report, which I think is what you're referring to, Sandra. It's in the middle of the report. I think it starts on page 83. I think so. The board's always been desirous of laying out a detailed remuneration report, including a letter from the chair of the remuneration report, which in this particular case also the chair of the board, discussing the various principles around remuneration of company personnel, and also laying out, like you would see in a listed company, various remuneration of executives.
So your your salary plus your bonus for the last round was $2.9 million. Does that sound about right?
That's what the report says, Sandra.
Yeah. Do you think that's within community expectations?
Senator, I have in these hearings in the past, I've been asked to comment upon my remuneration arrangements, and that's not a matter for me to comment on. That's a matter for the board to comment on, Senator.
Do you expect to get a bonus, a larger bonus this coming August?
The short-term incentive plan, Senator, this year lays out some targets for the company, and we will see as we get to the closer to the end of the year where we sit within those short-term incentive arrangements.
And what about the rest of your What about the rest of your executive team? $1.5 million in bonuses for the last financial year.
Well, again, that includes me, Senator. So, as I said, I don't wish to comment upon myself. But if you look at the arrangements for the executive team, you will see that the short-term incentive plan and its components, indeed remuneration in general, is laid out very clearly in the remuneration report. The way, not just the quantums, but also the breakup between fixed pay and short-term incentive payments are the philosophy behind that are clearly laid out in the remuneration report.
What's the average wage of what's the average wage of workers at NBN Co?
I don't have that with me, Senator. I'd have to take that on notice. I'll see if we can get you that during the hearing, but I doubt we have that exact answer to the question. We're certainly happy to take that on notice.
Most of the staff that you're responsible for, that you lead, would be on a lot less than $2.9 million, wouldn't they?
The staff within NBN Centre have a very large range of experiences, qualifications that you'd expect. So we have, for example, cybersecurity experts that protect not just NBN, but actually protects downstream people within Australia. We have engineering experts, we have people with doctorates, we have IT experts, we have experts within operations, all of which Senator, sorry, I should also say we've got finance and treasury experts. We're borrowing the largest amount of any corporate company. So we have a range of very strong skill sets we need within the organisation.
What about the people who are actually out there doing the grunt work, laying the fibre, responding to the complaints of the fact that customers can't ever seem to be able to get a stable NBN. The NBN was promised and then it's well behind schedule. They're still paying a mint, but the service is slow. I mean, those people, those staff at NBN Co, they're not the ones on the big pay packets, are they?
Well, Sandra, I don't agree with your categorisation of the performance of the company. But leaving that aside, once again, we've actually just done, and Mr. I can talk to this if you like. We've actually done a significant amount of work in terms of remuneration arrangements of people in the field, which I think is what you're referring to, who are extremely valuable employees of NBN and indeed employees of delivery partners who work for us. And I can assure you that we are very aware that those individuals need to have what we call fair pay, and we have ensured that's the case.
$2.9 million is an extraordinary amount of money for anyone, let alone in the times that we are in right now, and for a government-owned company. And do you honestly think that you're worth $2.9 million?
Again, Sandra, I'm sorry to be repetitive, but it's not for me to comment upon my remuneration arrangements.
Well, would you do the job for less? Well, would you do the job for less?
Sandra, it's not for me to talk about my remuneration arrangements. I'm sorry.
I mean, have you discussed with the board whether these salaries that are so obscene should continue at the levels they are, given the stagnant wages of everyday Australians, the rising cost of living, interest rates going through the roof, and the fact that you are a public company, a community company, a taxpayer-funded company?
So Senator, there's again, if you leave me out of it, but the principles around remuneration, again, are laid out in this very detailed report, and has been for years. The expectations of the board is very much around the community expects that they can work from home, that they can educate their children from home, that they can have medical appointments, that they can run their small business, they can continue to communicate with friends and families, and that was very much the case during the COVID period, for example, whereby there were so many people working and living from home, and large pressure on the telecommunication networks in general, not just NBN, but also our partners and the retailers. And we as an industry are very proud of how we supported the community during that period. In terms of remuneration, the principles are, Senator, that we need to ensure that we can attract individuals who will be able to do all the things I talked about, the cyber security, the operations, the engineering, supporting a network for Australians, and those individuals are in very high demand. So we need to ensure that our remuneration arrangements are such that we're able to attract and retain people to operate what is critical infrastructure. Quite right, Senator, owned by the Australian government. We're proud of the fact they're owned by the Australian government. And we make sure our remuneration philosophy is not then to pay at top of market, it's to pay at median, Senator. And so therefore we need to be able to attract people, but a lot of people work at NBN, Senator, because of the higher purpose that we have, which is to support the community and support the social fabric of the country and the productivity benefits that will be driven by high-speed broadband. And we are determined to continue to upgrade our network and continue, as data needs grow, to have that support for the community. So since the remuneration strategy, as laid out in the remuneration report, is to ensure that we can attract people who are able to provide that service, manage the business, but also to do all those things that I talked about.
Well, to be fair, the Prime Minister doesn't get paid this much. The head of the Health Department doesn't get paid this much. The head of the Federal Education Department doesn't get paid this much, and neither do their staff. They don't get $700,000 in bonuses. And so I hear you arguing about you need to be able to attract, the NBN Co needs to be able to attract the best. Well, this is a public company, a government entity, and there is a different standard and different expectation and different value on whether you're doing it because it's in the public interest, not just about the pay packet you get.
As I said, Senator, the board, again, leave me out of it, but what the board does is it looks at the executive remuneration. It does an annual review of comparator companies, including other GBEs, but comparator companies, and it ensures that the remuneration arrangements for the executives are at a level, not at the top of the market, to your point, for exactly the reasons you described, but are at a level that can attract people who are able to organise, who are able to manage and operate a critical infrastructure for this nation in a competitive environment. And that is as I said, that's laid out very clearly in the annual report.
Mr. Wu, what did you do to deserve $700,000 as a bonus?
Well, again, Senator, you're asking me to comment upon my remuneration arrangements, and that is, sorry, Senator, it's not for me to talk to those. That is for those who set my remuneration arrangements to talk to. It's not for me to talk to. I haven't done it in the past, Senator.
Have you asked for more?
Last question.
Senator, my arrangements once again, you're asking me to comment upon my arrangements, and that is
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Yes, Senator Henderson.
Chair, point of order. Look, the CEO of NBN is required to answer Senator Hanson-Young's questions. She has asked a reasonable question. What was he required to do to earn his bonus of $700,000?
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
It's not appropriate for him to deflect the answer.
Thank you, Senator Henderson.
So, Senator, I'm not deflecting the answer. I'm simply saying it's not for me to talk about my arrangements. The remuneration report lays out the...
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Senator Henderson, thank you. We've taken your point of order. Thank you very much. I wonder if you would like to consider some pages out of your annual report which lay out some of your targets and such like, and maybe you could walk through some of those in terms of answering the question.
I'm sorry, is that you, Chair? I can't...
Yes, sorry. Yes, it is.
No, not a problem. So if you turn to page 91 of the remuneration report, you will see the short-term incentive corporate measures for fiscal 22, which talks about connected premises, customer service delivery, trust and reputation, transformation, financial stability. And you'll see under that the actual performance as judged by the board, and you'll see under that the outcome of the short-term incentive plan, which was at 66% of maximum. And you will see detailed in the report the board's considerations of coming to that conclusion.
Well, I think it's hard to argue that $700,000 in bonuses is appropriate at a time when everyday Australians are struggling, when mortgages are through the roof, when most people in those situations are trying to weigh out whether they can afford the internet bill they're paying or that keeps coming in month by month. So I understand the position you are in, but I think it is grossly unfair to sit there and say that, oh, well, nothing to do with me, when you're sitting on $2.9 million a year.
Right. Thank you,
Chair.
Senator Hanson-Young. We'll now go to Senator Hughes.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of really quick questions. Well, I hope they're quick and you have the information. What has been the impact of Starlink on the rural and regional business for the NBN?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Gavin, Mr. Williams is best placed to answer that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, so, I mean, Starlink, low Earth orbit satellite, new technology, it's certainly gained some interest in regional communities. I mean, you'd need to ask them what their performance is in terms of take-up. I'd assess it as having so far a modest implication on our Sky Muster satellite in terms of, as a matter of record, we publish our Sky Muster active premises, and they've declined by about 10,000.
So they've declined by 10,000.
So.
Sorry, Sky Muster's declined. Yeah, I'm to be honest with you, I'm surprised only 10,000 people have left Sky Muster, because the service levels compared to Starlink are just, that it is out of this world. And, you know, I lived on a property 80 k's west of Moree, and we had 3 internet services so that we could open emails. My kids had never had access to a video game, more's the pity, because the Sky Muster absolutely provided no width at all for anything other than very, very
basic access.
Yeah.
And a couple of weeks, and that was a few years ago. But, I spent a lot of time around rural and regional New South Wales in particular, and people that have moved to Starlink have huge width, speed. I am absolutely shocked you've only lost 10,000 people because the services just don't even compare.
Can I, I think that there's a number of attributes to service, Senator.
Sorry?
One thing that Starlink, there's a number of attributes to service, and one thing that Starlink does, it charges an upfront charge, which is a fair bit to some families, and a monthly fee, which is substantial for some families. There's probably three other service characteristics that are relevant. One would be download speed, another is latency, and a third is plan size. Now, in terms of download speed, it's true, there's readily available reports of Starlink offering speeds. I think they claim speeds at least 50 megabits per second, but you can hear many reports of significantly higher than that. The Skymaster service Skymaster Plus service offers speeds up to bursting above 25 megabits up to around 50 megabits. So if your personal experience wasn't that, then I'd suggest, and if your constituents have got experiences that don't reflect that, my encouragement to communities when I go out and talk to people is raise a ticket with your service provider, because it sounds like there's something not right. Then there's the plan size. So currently Starlink offering unmetered, uncapped accounts. That's not something that so far we've been able to do with Skymaster being a capacity constrained network. We've got 2 satellites in the sky that we've needed to accommodate for 7.7 million square kilometres and a notional premises footprint of 400,000 eligible services. But what we did on the 1st of July is increase the timeframes that we offer unmetered traffic from midnight to 3 p.m. So during the workday, you can go nuts on video, or any time of day you can Zoom, and it doesn't contribute to your allowance for Skymaster Plus. So the allowance that
What's the difference between Skymaster and Skymaster Plus?
The simple way of thinking about it is basic Skymaster is from NBN's point of view, it's like a dumb pipe where we don't know what's travelling through the pipe. In the case of Skymaster Plus, it's a smart pipe that we're able to better manage the customer experience.
But what I'm trying to understand is, do families sign up to Skymaster or Skymaster Plus, or
Yeah, just in the same way, with the same retailers.
But so it's a different plan. So the families with Plus would pay more?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's different pricing, yes.
Yeah.
So typically the dollars per gigabyte is lower on average.
But it's
so anyway,
Plus.
That's Skymaster Plus is, and then the bit that Skymaster can't change is the laws of physics. The Skymaster satellites are 36,000 kilometres above the Earth's surface, and the Starlink low Earth orbit is significantly lower. So your kids keen on gaming. By the time you've pressed the shoot 'em up button on a Skymaster, and it takes half a second to come up and down from space, that means for those time-sensitive games, it's not appropriate. Yeah. So look, on balance, I'm excited that the technology that's included in Starlink and the other low Earth orbit constellations that are being rolled out or planned, I'm delighted that they've been invented, because 3 years ago this just wasn't the case. It's made enormous progress and there's been significant investment.
So will that make Skymaster, basically obsolete within a period of time? Because obviously the more people that go onto Starlink, the more affordable it will come, and it is chalk and cheese in comparison to products. There are people in rural and regional areas that don't have any streaming services, for example, because they have no access to internet that can handle that, and then they get to Starlink and they can have whatever they want. Is Skymaster going to become obsolete?
So Senator, a few things. I mean, the Skymaster Plus is important, and I'm really pleased you asked, because that is an important message to get out to your constituents, because that does provide the ability for streaming that you talked about. Secondly, the fixed wireless program, the $750 million co-investment with the government I talked about, part of the real advantage of that is it actually takes, of that 400,000 footprint Mr. Williams talking about, takes 120,000 of that off that onto a fixed wireless service that can deliver speeds of up to 350 megabits per second. So that's actually going to provide a way better service even than the one you're talking about with Starlink. And at the end of the day, our satellites will eventually run out of fuel, which is why Mr. Williams is pleased that the technology continues to move on. But Sky Muster absolutely continues to have real, provide real benefits to many people in rural and regional Australia. And we continue to develop the products. And I'm sure Mr. Williams' team will continue to improve the service.
Senator, there's some myths around Sky Muster that it doesn't support streaming video. It does.
It does.
I use it all the time. There's some myths that...
I would have loved to have invited you to my place to try it out, because, yeah, okay.
And if it didn't work, the next visit would have been from one of our technicians. And that would be my encouragement.
Try getting them 80 k's west of Moree or 40 k's or 60 k's, you know,
Senator,
east of Cooma.
We cover 7.7 million square kilometres.
No, I know where you cover. Try getting a technician.
That's what we do every day.
We do every day.
All right.
Seriously, Senator, if there's, I mean, we'd be happy to take any representations through your office.
Yeah.
If we're not doing a good enough job, if the service isn't doing what it needs to do, then our job is to fix it.
Yeah.
We do have techs that can come out, that will come out to your site wherever you are, not just west of Moree or Coona or wherever. We go to the middle of nowhere in outback stations. We do that because that's our job, and that's not something that Starlink does.
All right. Well, look, I'm going to pass to Senator Cadell if I can. He's just got one follow-on. But, you know, I just appreciate you didn't refer 80 k's west of Moree to the middle of nowhere.
Self-interest follow-on from that. I had NBN fibre and we were having problems with, in rain, our whole street. We live in a village of about 2,500 people, and I've had to go to Starlink on this sort of stuff, and it says I can qualify for 100 megabits per second. Signed up for that, getting 40, good ping, and I've had to keep that for, as you say, the kids gaming, because Mitchell likes nothing more than pinging someone on a World of Tanks. But I'm getting 120 ping on Starlink, I think 40 on NBN. Where are the maps on the rollout of the fibre on demand? What are you talking about? Numbers of residents? Are they capital cities? Are they regional? Are there maps available of where that rollout is?
So as we've been announcing the various suburbs, that information is available on our website. In relation to the more granular boundaries, if you like, we release those literally much closer to the time that we activate the network. The reason for that is in construction, we do settle the network and the network boundaries. But in terms of the list of suburbs and the sequencing where we're going, that is on our public website.
And Senator, there's a large proportion of where we're upgrading in regional Australia. I mean, Gavin, do you want to talk to that?
Of that NTP, there's around 660,000 NTPs and FTTCs to fibre to the premises. So it's, I mean, we're upgrading regional Australia between the fixed wireless and satellite upgrade, the $750 million program that Mr. Rue spoke to, and the work that KD and the team are doing on fiberisation. You add to that the work we've done on business fibre zones. There's been significant, actual transformation of underpinning telecommunications technology in regional Australia.
Okay. So, Senator, if you want to have a specific question around your constituents or area, please send us the details. My team answer these questions all the time. We're very happy to support you, and not just you, Senator, any senator, of course.
Can't do that. I won't do that to you.
Since you asked the question, we're happy to support you with the information that you've asked.
Thank you very much.
I was about to suggest that they both ring your service line,
That's right.
but I think we're okay. We'll hand over to Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and Mr. Rue and others, good evening. Thank you very much for your time. Mr. Rue, have you entered into any sort of contract with Mr. Ben Hubbard at all?
not to my knowledge.
If you could take that on notice and check, that would be appreciated.
In fact, I'm very happy to take that on notice, and certainly hasn't crossed my desk.
Thank you. Have you entered into, since the last election, have you entered into any contract, short or long, or any sort of engagement or employment arrangement with any former Labor staffer at all?
Since May of last year, you're saying?
That's right.
Again, not to my knowledge, Senator, but again, I'm happy to, I'll hopefully I can answer both those questions tonight, Senator, but not to my knowledge, but my team will tell me if that's the case.
Is there anyone around the table now who could tell you? I mean, we've just heard that Australia Post, without a tender, has contracted Ryan Liddell, the former Chief of Staff to the former Leader of the Opposition, Mr Shorten. You don't have a contract with Mr Liddell or any other former Labor staffer at all?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, if you could take that on notice, I'd be really grateful.
No, I'm happy to, Senator, and I'm hoping to not just take it on notice, I'm hoping to answer you tonight, but I'll if I can.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Roux,
Thank you
while
very
you're there,
much.
maybe you would like to see if you've employed anyone else who worked for a political party ever, noting, of course, that they all deserve to earn a living. Senator Henderson?
I'll take that as a comment, Chair.
Indeed.
Look, I do have the call, so I would just like to ask a few more questions if I could. Mr Roux, I just want to pick up on the excellent questions of both Senator Cadell and Hughes. And I have to say, I also raise very similar concerns about Starlink. There are so many farmers in regional areas who are really struggling with Sky Muster. Now, of course, under our government, we put a very significant investment into upgrading satellite and also fixed wireless, and that will make a big difference, as you say. So it's a $480 million commitment from the coalition, the $700 million in total. But for many farmers, for many people living in regional communities, Elon Musk is running rings around you.
Is that a question, Senator? Because again, Mr.
Yes, it is. So what are you, the question is, what are you going to do about it? Because Sky Muster is looking more and more obsolete technology. Elon Musk has rolled out this incredible technology, which is changing lives. I spoke to someone who lives on a property just a couple of weeks ago, and he was saying, you know, it is incredible, the difference. And I am concerned that NBN is not adequately addressing this huge threat to your business in regional communities. And also I raise the question, why are Australians being required to pay the full freight for Starlink when, of course, you have an obligation to provide a workable broadband connection to those families as well?
Yeah, it's not just Elon Musk, Senator. There are also other low orbit satellite companies as well, by the way. Maybe
Starlink is the one that's been taken up by many people that I know.
Maybe you can answer that, but also our fixed wireless upgrade.
Yeah, so I mean, one point to make, I think, is that the Sky Muster constellation, these are two of the largest, highest capacity commercial satellites that were available at the time.
Yeah.
Starlink was not invented then. So when we invested against the expectations at the time and subsequently, we bought leading edge, not bleeding edge capabilities, but frankly the low Earth orbit capabilities, low Earth orbit constellations that have been released and are in view, they were just not in frame. So
yes, and I appreciate that. The technology was not there when, of course, the former coalition government, rolled out Sky Muster in partnership with the NBN. But things are now very different. The technology is moving at a rapid rate. So the question to you is, what are you going to do about it? Because if I was living on a farm in anywhere in regional Australia, I would be going to Starlink as a first option.
So there's a range of things that we do to eke out every bit of capability of the assets that we have through the satellite and fixed wireless technologies. First of all, with the $750 million investment, the regional upgrade program, it does some very important things to the fixed wireless service. It takes what was a notional benchmark speed floor of 6 megabits per second in the busy hour up to 50 megabits per second minimum, and introduces higher speed tiers.
Can I just interrupt? We haven't got your video on. We can't see you. We don't have your video.
Yes, we can.
And I'm just.
Senator Henderson, we can see them very clearly. I think maybe because
you
you're
can.
dialing in.
I can't see them. Okay. It says video is not currently available because of low bandwidth.
We can see you, Senator.
I am suffering from low bandwidth at my end. Okay.
I assume it's not an NBN satellite connection. So the peak speeds available, we're moving to a peak information rate of 200 to 325, but with a 15% burst on a higher speed tier. So it'll be available over 85% of our fixed wireless network. And it's not the current fixed wireless network that covers about 200,000 square kilometres, which is about the size of the island of Great Britain. We'll be expanding it to the tune of about 120,000 notional satellite premises. So today, the satellite footprint of eligible customers sits at about 400,000 round numbers. We'll be reducing that by 120,000 by extending the range of the fixed wireless network beyond its current geographic capabilities. So, that would extend to roughly the size of Great Britain and the island of Ireland.
So there is, Senator, to very quickly answer your question, there is a fixed wireless upgrade which will make a big difference to regional Australia, and also will take, and many farmers who have a fixed wireless, to use your farmer analogy, that has fixed wireless service. That will also enable people to move off Sky Muster to a fixed wireless service. That in turn will mean that there is more bandwidth available per customer because there's fewer people on the Sky Muster service. And the team are working on ways to improve Sky Muster Plus further. On top of that, Senator, we have a $300 million co-investment fund with state governments, whereby we discuss with governments their own policies around regional Australia in their state, and whether they would like to co-invest with us to move services off a satellite service onto a different technology. And again, that fund is available, and we're always open for business to speak to state governments around that. So
are you going to be able to?
And then long term, Senator, we long term, and clearly as the satellite won't last forever, we need to think about ways that we're very conscious that those communities need to continue to be served, and it actually takes a lot of our headspace up actually to make sure we serve the community.
Look, the chair has been kind enough to give me the call because I've got some commitments, so I'm just trying to race through and finish in the next couple of minutes. So thank you again, Chair, for that. Look, I just wanted to raise a quite misleading media release issued by the Minister, Michelle Rowland, on the 13th of February, talking about the expansion of the NBN, in which she says that the list of eligible suburbs announced today contains premises that are still currently served by the outdated and unreliable copper network, a legacy of the former coalition government. Now, I am concerned that the minister is misrepresenting the rollout, which is in fact the coalition's plan. So Labor's promise to deliver fibre to the premise of every house in metropolitan Australia, except for communities under about 1,000. That's now been abandoned by this government. They have now adopted the coalition's rollout model, of course in partnership with NBN. And I just wanted to ask you to respond to the fact that in 2020, our government announced a $4.5 billion NBN network investment plan that is currently giving up to 75% of fixed line premises across regional and metropolitan Australia access to ultra-fast broadband by 2023. So when the Chair talks about getting fixed wireless down her street at Christmas time, that is courtesy of our government. So I just want to set the record straight in relation to that rollout.
Senator Henderson, I wonder if you would
ask how the rollout.
We've been listening all day to you go on about this.
Yeah,
you lost the election. There is a new government. It's time to move on. It's time to move on.
Chair, point of order. That's not an appropriate interruption. I have the call, and it's not appropriate to try.
And neither is it appropriate for you to cast poor reflections upon the minister either.
No, I am completely within the standing orders, Chair, so it's not appropriate for you to interrupt me as you just have. So I'm just going back to my question. Mr Roux, could you update the committee on that particular rollout, the 75% of fixed line premises, which is expected to be completed by the end of 2023, please?
We are, as I said before, Senator, I'll leave policy out of this because that's not for me to comment on. But we are on track to deliver, and Catherine can talk to this at length, but let me give you a high-level answer. We're on track to deliver the 75% of the network gigabit capable of, able to order a higher speed tier, to be precise, by December 23, and we're on track to deliver 3.5 million fibre to the node premises capable of ordering a higher speed tier by December 25. Catherine, do you want to add to that, please?
Sure. So just, Senator, in relation to the two numbers that you're talking about, the first announcement in 2020 was around the 2 million premises to be upgraded from FTTN to FTTP, and then the subsequent announcement made by the current government was for a further 1.5 million. So I think the reference that you were referring to yesterday was related to that recent 1.5 million announcement, where the Minister was announcing 1 million of that 1.5 million.
Yeah, no, I wasn't. No, just to clarify, I was asking about the announcement in relation to the fact that under our government, we delivered, in conjunction with NBN, fixed line connectivity and ultra-fast speeds for 75% of premises. And yes, I understand that that's now gone up to 90%. But I wanted to understand and ask how that is on track, because that work was due to be completed by December 2023.
Yeah, so we're on track for December 23 for 75%, Senator, and we're on track for 90% for December 25.
All right, thank you very much. And just on the fixed wireless and satellite upgrade, the $700 million project, $480 million from the former coalition government, how are you going in terms of the timing of delivering that project?
On track, Senator. The first releases included the upgrade of our Sky Muster plans in July, and the subsequent commitment was around taking what were satellite premises into fixed wireless to enable a lifted experience, to the point that you made just before.
And another major
announcement.
Sorry, Mr. Roux.
So I was just going to say in my opening statement, I confirmed that we're on track to deliver that by December 24.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roux. And the 284 business fibre zones, are they on track to be delivered?
Well, they're in market, and there's more than that. There's over 300 today.
Over 300. All right, fantastic.
They're in market, and in fact, I encourage all of you senators to, when you talk to your constituents, it's a great product we're delivering. We're pleased with the orders on the enterprise Ethernet through those business fibre zones. It's delivering great services to many businesses across Australia, and that's actually why we've expanded beyond 300 business fibre zones today. Many of which, again, going to the questions earlier, many of which are in regional Australia, by the way, which is the other thing we're doing for parts of Australia.
Well, thank you very much for your time this evening. And again, Chair, thank you very much for your indulgence in extending the call to me now.
Thank you. We'll now go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Thank you for your opening statement and mentioning that, you know, the government's excellent projects and investment will hopefully deliver fast, reliable and affordable broadband to all Australians. Can you please outline to the committee the Australian government strengthening telecommunications against natural disasters sort of scheme that basically plays a crucial role in strengthening NBN's capabilities to provide that on-the-ground support during an emergency?
Yeah, it seems to be your night, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. So the program was a multifaceted program that funded a range of assets, as you say, to enable NBN to best support communities in times where they most need it. It included the purchase of 5 what we call muster vehicles. So these are vans that can run off-grid communications through satellite communications, so that people in need can recharge phones, keep in touch or understand where the weather threats and all that kind of thing, and even play Teletubbies on streaming ABC for some respite for the kids, through to co-investing in 40 hybrid power cubes, which we've deployed to some of our hub fixed wireless towers, so that when the power's out, we have access to solar and off-grid diesel and battery. But one of the key proactive elements of that program was the installation of just under 1,100 emergency evacuation centres, so pre-installed off-grid satellite connectivity, so that evacuees can come into these evacuation centres when mobile telephony is out, when fixed networks are out, and again keep in touch with their families and others. And actually, of that circa 1,100, there's about 100, just north of 150 also supporting fire depots and such things. So very welcome investment. We were very pleased to complete that evacuation centre program just before Christmas, and we've seen it in use and seen all those assets in use quite a number of times.
Thank you very much. That's all from me, Chair. Nice and short.
I have a follow-up.
Senator Davey.
On the STAND program, which, as you say, is a highly successful program, and it is designed to assist particularly in post-disaster.
Sorry, Senator, to interrupt. I'm really sorry. We did not hear the start of your question.
Sorry, and it's Senator Davey. I've just stepped in, so I apologise. But I just wanted to confirm we're talking about the STAND program and its success. So can you explain, for those listening at home, the purposes of the STAND program and how it assists particularly in post-disaster and disaster recovery?
Of course.
So I'm not sure part of the previous answer, whether you got the whole answer. So a range of assets, if I'll summarise it again. So proactive installations in evacuation centres right across the country, so that evacuees can go to a pre-designated evacuation centre and have connectivity even when mobile services are down and fixed services are down. Satellite-based services into fiery depots or emergency response depots, so that emergency responders have connectivity when they most need it. It supported vans that are off-grid that can go and support evacuees or emergency responders. Some elements that I didn't discuss in my previous response was around flyaway kits. So these are transportable units. We've got 12 of those that can augment, and they were widely used, for example, through the Lismore flooding crisis, through to power resilience in the hybrid power cubes, and a range of network assets such as network on wheels, such that an example was when a regional exchange caught fire. We were able to wheel in one of these devices and set it up, and an outage that could have been weeks turned out to be a day or so. So much welcome uplifting in the disaster and resilience capability in the NBN arsenal, and this for the good of resilience in our network and for community.
And it builds on, because I remember post the Black Summer bushfires, and when I went out, I was out in communities around Cobargo, and I saw the Sky Muster utes out there that were so welcomed by communities who could go and connect and lodge their insurance claims. And this builds on that, but increases the capacity post-disaster. That's correct?
That's correct.
So,
yes. We learned significantly from that experience, and as you say, with our service delivery partners, we scrambled to get units, satellite installations to the showground down at Bateman's Bay. The owner of the Harvey Norman getting into his store to get some Wi-Fi routers so that we could cobble them together. So what we cobbled together for benefit at that time, reactively, we were able to put in place a proactive program to set ourselves up such that you don't have to scramble, it's there ready to go.
So the STAND program, which was initiated by the former government, the coalition government, how much did that provide to the NBN? How much did the NBN get out of the STAND program to increase that capacity?
In terms of dollars, Senator?
Yes.
I probably need to take that on notice. I might be able to get the...
That's fine. Take it on notice. And does that program continue under the new government, or was it a program that sort of ceased while still being rolled out, the finalisation of standing up assets, but the funding, does it continue under the new government post the October budget?
Well, we've completed our commitments under the STAND program.
Right.
So the acquittal of that was...
It was the acquisition of assets, essentially,
yeah.
Senator, and those assets have been acquired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Davey. Thank you so much for making this work this evening. We do appreciate your time, and we will now let you go back about your business. Thank you so much for your time.
No, thank you, Chair. And again, thanks for letting us appear by video. It was very good of you, so appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. And I will now call officers from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts for Outcome 6, Program 6.1, Arts and Cultural Development. Are they not coming over? Are they online as well? No. Oh. We might just suspend for a moment while we try and work out where we left the department.
We lost them.
We're not even...
No. Yep. Welcome. Again. Would you care to make an opening statement, Mr. Betts? No? Okay. We will go directly to questions then. Welcome. Thank you for coming. Senator Davey.
Senator Smith.
Oh, sorry, Senator Smith.
Great, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the officials making yourself available this evening. I'm hoping to ask some questions in regards to the government's new national cultural policy. I'll check I'm at the right place. Thanks very much. My questions are quite niche. They go to the connected and contemporary collecting institutions initiatives detailed at page 74, and in particular at page 77 under actions, the action to modernise the Archives Act of 1983 to enhance the National Archives of Australia's ability to manage government records and information that reflect the digital age. So could I just have a general update in regards to that particular action, and then I'll follow up with some questions?
Certainly, Senator. Stephen Arnott, Deputy Secretary. So there's been, calls from the National Archives for some time to modernise that Act, which, as you can see from the text in the National Cultural Policy, was first established in 1983, well before the advent of digital records, and obviously they have a very big role in digitising government records, and they have a very active program of digitisation, but that's not reflected in their legislation. Anne Campton, who looks after the collecting institutions, may have more to add, or may just want to wait for your further questions.
Well, I'm happy to hear from you, Ms Campton.
Anne Campton, Assistant Secretary, Collections and Cultural Heritage. As Dr Arnott said, the department is developing amendments to the Archives Act in light of the previous Tune review and also subsequent consultations with the National Archives. Amendments were flagged in the National Cultural Policy announced in January, as you'd be aware.
Great, thanks. I should have disclosed earlier that I am the Senate's representative on the National Archives Advisory Council, so my apologies for not the full disclosure. My first question was, what work is being done to date to enliven that particular action?
We are looking at the development of a bill that was started in the former portfolio. You might be aware, if you're on the Advisory Council, that the National Archives transferred to this portfolio on 1 July last year. And so we are working through a series of amendments that were flagged with the Attorney General's Department previously and consulting with the National Archives on those amendments. It's quite an extensive list of amendments.
Okay, so you'll just have to speak up. The acoustics here are very, very poor.
Do I need to sit closer to the microphone? Sorry.
So my query was going to go to whether or not we are having a whole new Act, or whether or not the intention is to bring forward amendments to the existing Act. So am I correct? Am I correct to say that the proposal is for amendments to the existing Act?
Yeah. At the moment, we are considering amendments to the existing Act rather than replacing the current Act, but that was one of the issues that was previously considered by the Tune review.
Right. And the amendments that are being considered or prepared, are you satisfied that the level of consultation, public commentary, private commentary that has existed for some time around the suitability of the current Act is sufficient enough to prepare those amendments, or do you think it might be necessary to have a pre-consultation process in advance of bringing those amendments to the Parliament? Just again, to be totally frank, I'm someone who would like to see this matter done thoroughly but expeditiously. So it's not a trick question. I'm trying to work out what is the most optimal way to bring forward the amendments to get the Act amended so that the archives can sort of continue its important work. So that's where I'm coming from. Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's a mixed answer at the moment as part of our review. I would say some of the proposed amendments have been consulted with and there's probably no outstanding issues from my perspective. There are some that we feel require some further, at least within government consultation on some of the proposed amendments.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Have you actively considered the consultation process that the government itself would normally go through before bringing forward amendments? Then in addition to that, the amendments themselves might find themselves before a Senate committee if the Senate decided to review the bill prior to bringing it forward for a vote in the Senate. So we might find ourselves with two consultation processes. Have you thought about that?
Well, it's normal practice for a bill to be referred to a Senate committee for a bills inquiry, so that's a normal process.
If the Selection of Bills Committee approves, that's right, agrees, that's right, yep. So to that extent, you don't have much influence over that element, that's right, yeah.
But obviously, the government's objective would be to introduce the soundest form of amendment, so it would depend on whether we feel there's consultation prior to introducing or whether we even go down a path of an exposure bill which gives the public an opportunity to comment on that. And that would be subject to government decision.
Exactly right. So this is what I'm trying to sort of get clear, amendments to an existing bill and, I was going to say exposure draft, but you could have exposure drafts of amendments as various options. So these things are still all being worked through?
Yes.
Right, okay. Is there a timeline that the department is working to in terms of consultation around possible amendments, public consultation around possible amendments? Is there an expected parliamentary period in which the government would like to have the amendments debated and?
At the moment, we're working towards trying to have the amendments ready for introduction in the first half of this year, but that timetable will depend on the full analysis of the proposed amendments and what consultation is required.
I think the National Archives the National Archives Advisory Council, if they're watching, would be pleased to hear that. Yeah. They might be watching, actually. Yeah. The particular action item talked about the importance of managing government records and information that reflect the digital age. Is there any plans or expectations that additional funding would be provided again to support the digitisation of records? Of course, funding has already been provided, but my question is in regards to additional funding to support the digitisation of records.
Well, that would be a matter for future government decision. I think the funding that was provided is still being rolled out for the next year or two, so that decision will be taken down the track.
Has the Minister met with the Chairman of the National Archives yet?
I
Perhaps take that on notice.
Information, but I can take that on notice for you, Senator Smith.
There has been an ambition of many in the community who support the work of the archives and believe the archives to be a very significant national institution. Have plans progressed about giving the National Archives a larger, more prominent building in the parliamentary triangle?
There's no such proposal currently being considered by government.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that something you might be prepared to take to the Minister, Senator Brown?
I'm happy to take that question on notice for you, Senator Smith.
Great, thanks very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. We'll now, Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you can tell me how many pieces of legislation are going to be required from the Cultural Review?
I can certainly give you an indication of some of them. We've obviously just mentioned a National Archives Act, which will need to be amended, and you're aware of the content obligations on the streaming platforms. That is a commitment in the cultural policy. There's also a commitment to develop standalone legislation to protect Indigenous cultural expressions and cultural knowledge. And there will need to be legislation to expand the functions of the Australia Council in line with the policy's actions.
So,
We've also, sorry, yes, I'll let you write, there's a couple more.
yep,
We've also expanding the public and educational lending rights schemes to include digital books, which will
Yep.
require legislative amendment.
yep.
And we're also going to be updating the Protection of Movable Cultural Heritage Act, which is a commitment under the cultural policy as well. That act hasn't been updated for many years, decades.
And is there a time frame by which these are going to roll out?
I think that's still being worked out, although the bill for the Creative Australia functions is, I think, listed for introduction this week into the House.
Will be introduced this week?
I think that's right, it's on the program for this week.
And that's effectively, what is that doing? That's setting up the basically the new agencies that fall within that.
It'll do a couple of things. It will obviously allow for the transfer of Creative Partnerships Australia into the Australian Council and that expanded function. It will allow for the name change to Creative Australia and will include some other elements which we'll see when it's introduced into the House.
Okay. And Minister, Senator, has the Minister got a timetable by which he wants all of these things completed? I mean, is this all before the election, or is some of these going to be after the election? What's the? There's a lot here.
Well, I'll have to take that on notice for you, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. I'm sorry, I just don't have that information to hand.
Okay. Mr. Arnott, what's the priorities for this calendar?
Sorry, I have been advised that the aim is before the election.
Before the election. Could you maybe ask your magic device there what the priority is for this calendar year? Is obviously, if we've got the Creative Australia Bill about to be introduced, is the objective to have that passed before the end of the year, and also streaming services?
Well, sorry.
No, please, Minister.
What I was going to say was that just so that we get it all correct, that it's probably best that I do take all the detail on notice.
Okay. Mr. Arnott?
I can just add that the timing for the content obligation of the streaming platforms in the cultural policy says aiming for introduction in Q3 this year.
Okay. To take effect as of July 1, the next a new financial year, yeah?
That's correct.
Following, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. The fake Aboriginal art and the responses and the obligations and commitments in relation to that, will that also, that's not just an issue for the Minister for Arts though, is it? It's also Minister Husic, is he involved in that through IP?
Yeah, so there's four departments and agencies that are working on that legislation.
So that's a bit messy then.
So it's a complex piece of work.
Yeah.
We have done a fair bit of work on it already, but there will need to be consultation on that with First Nations people and so on. So we're still working through that, but that will take some time.
And what's the time frame on that one, do you know?
We haven't settled that yet because we still need to do some consultation.
Okay. Can you unpack for me what the consultation is yet to occur in relation to the streaming obligations? We've been talking about this for you and I, Mr. Arnott, Dr. Arnott, have been talking about this for a long time. There has been several inquiries, several reviews.
Yes.
How much more consultation is needed?
Well, I mean, we've got a timeline, so the government's committed to getting the legislation into the Parliament in the second half of the year by Q3. We do have to do some consultation on some modelling on what the impact of certain kinds of options might be to achieve the result that we all want to achieve, which is to see more Australian content on the streaming platform. So there's a bit of detailed work to do, but we expect to be in a position to provide the legislation in Q3 2023.
And does the department have a view on whether streaming services that have that are associated with, say, free-to-air services that have other obligations should be in or out of such a scheme? Like, how is there a view already of how broad-reaching this obligation framework will be?
No, there's not a view, Senator. We will put a number of options to the industry and to government, and ultimately it'll be a matter for the ministers and eventually the cabinet to make a decision on how the scheme will operate and who will be covered by it.
And what commitment is the government giving to ensuring that children's content will be considered through this process?
Well, we're obviously very mindful of the situation for children's content, so that will be considered as part of our work and advice to government.
Has the department kept a record, or have you done any data analysis as to the impact that the former government's changes to the free-to-air obligations has meant for children's television?
Well, Screen Australia published its drama report late last year, and that measures their level of production of children's content post those content quota changes.
Is it up or down?
It's significantly down.
So something needs to change if we want to make sure we protect children's content. It's significantly down.
That's what the drama report shows. That's correct, Senator.
Senator Brown, has your government got a commitment to lifting the amount of children's content on Australian screens?
Well, as has already been indicated, there's a consultation period for this half of 2023, and then, of course, the commitment to have legislation at the second half, the third quarter, as I understand it, and that consultation would be undertaken, and then a decision and recommendation will be made to cabinet.
But
there has been.
Sorry.
As you know, and I think nearly everybody, all senators and members would know, there's been significant lobbying on this issue, and the government and the ministers are well aware of those concerns.
Mr. Arnott, there has been obviously quite a bit of conversation around the 20% figure. In fact, that was reported in the papers the day or so before the cultural review was released. Does the department already have modelling or any data around what the 20% revenue commitment would mean for Australian production?
Yes, we have done some preliminary analysis of current expenditure by the streamers, and we'll be modelling in some detail what the various levels of expenditure requirement would mean. Because obviously we need to be able to deliver on the government's commitment, which is to increase the amount of Australian content which is being shown.
And does the department have any data in relation to how much, what type of level would need to be set to ensure that we get children's content, the amount of children's content lifted, seeing as you've said, as Screen Australia's own figures show that it's dramatically down?
Yeah, as I said, we're certainly looking at options around that, about how much children's content they're currently investing in and showing, and how much content is being produced generally across all the distribution networks. So we will obviously, that information will form part of our advice.
Does the cultural review look at all in relation to local content requirements in relation to music?
So there is mention of that in the review. It's certainly something that we heard about during the consultations. So yes, there will be some work underway, and the new body to be established within the Australia Council, Music Australia, which will start from 1 July this year, will be tasked with having a look at that issue and what might be done.
In relation to music, and obviously there's the commitment to Music Australia, how much of the 280 million will go towards establishing Music Australia?
So Music Australia's budget over the first 4 years of the policy is 69 million, approximately, 69.4 million.
Over 4 years, did you say?
Over 4 years, yeah. And the expectation that would be that they would invest the vast majority of that directly into initiatives that support the industry to grow and thrive.
And can you explain what these live music grants are? Is this a revamp or a reworking of the RISE type funds, or can you explain what they are?
Sorry, Senator, I'm not sure.
Is there any live music grants or live music funds that the government's committed to?
Well, we currently run a program called Live Music Australia, which has had several rounds and has, I think, another 3 rounds to go, which we will roll out. Music Australia is obviously tasked with supporting the live music industry, but the detail of how that will actually be rolled out is still to be worked through. We've committed to consulting with relevant stakeholders on the arrangements for Music Australia, and the intention is that the Music Australia body would set the priorities for that $69 million worth of expenditure.
So the existing fund or a bucket of money, that's not going to be extended. You're just getting to the end of that, are you?
Well, that is terminating at the end of next financial year, obviously.
So at the end of next financial year?
Correct.
So June 30, 2024?
That's correct.
And how much money is left in that bucket?
7.5 million, I believe.
Pardon?
7.5 million, 7.5 million.
7.5 million. And how much was in there originally?
There was 15.
Okay. So half of it.
I think there's more than that, actually. I'll just have to get that number for you. So it's 5 million per year over 4 years, so it's 20 million.
You need to rotate.
Am I correct? Yes.
How long will it take to get that $7.5 million out the door?
Well, what we've been doing, Senator, we've been running 2 rounds per year of 2.5 million each. So we have, we have 2 rounds per year to run.
And can you just give us the timeframes of the next 2? So we've got two to go?
Yeah, so we've had one that has opened and closed this financial year, and we'll have a second one this financial year, and then we'll have 2 more rounds, subject to any changes the government wants to make in the next financial year.
Mm-hmm. I think the chair wants to rotate. Thank you.
Thank you. We can come back. Senator Davey.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Hanson-Young, for doing a lot of my questions. But back to, I'll quickly just flip back to the streaming content because it's fresh on my mind. Following on from where Senator Hanson-Young was going, at the moment, the local content requirements for free-to-air and for subscription services require investment in new content. Will the requirement on streamers also be new content? Just to clarify, because there are, lots of commentary about we don't want to be watching reruns of As Good As It Was. The Castle is a fantastic movie, but it will not be just on relicensing old stuff. It'll be actually new scripted content or new content of a variety.
Look, that's still being considered, but obviously new Australian content is important to the industry, important to audiences, so that's certainly being considered. My colleague Rebecca Rush might want to give you a bit more detail.
Thank you, Dr. A. Rebecca Rush, Australian Screen Industries. Certainly, ministers have been quite clear that this commitment is about growing Australian content and commissioning new content, particularly, and to the questions earlier from Senator Hanson-Young, looking at vulnerable genres. It's just a question of what the ultimate model looks like in order to support that.
And with free-to-air, we now have a point system instead of the old model of X amount for certain genres, and it's a point system. Is it envisaged that we might take that point system across, or would we look at actually defining genres? Or
That's a really good question. It's a really tough question, and certainly that's one of the options that is in play. With a view, because this is happening within the broader media reform context, it's how can we, with these, the ambition of Minister Rowlands in particular, but for both ministers, is how can we harmonise the regulatory framework going forward. But again, as I said, there's been no decision about explicit models.
There is a question about, and I think the whole concept of requiring streamers to invest in Australian new content is commendable. There is a question about the niche streaming services which are often provided through another streamer. Mm-hmm. Things like BritBox, which are very much a specific genre, a specific target market. So BritBox is British television. Mm-hmm. So is there going to be scope for those niches, particularly if they're provided through Apple or Paramount or one of those others, to, as long as the umbrella streamer is meeting the requirements, to be able to continue to provide that very, very specific service?
And that's, you've gone straight to the heart of some of the complexity of this issue and the multitude of the business models that are in place. So that is why I can't give you an answer to that at the moment, Senator, but certainly that's one of the reasons that we need to do additional consultation so that when we pressure test these models, and as Minister Burke said recently in his press club speech, we don't want unintended consequences that would impact on either, development of, quality Australian content, or indeed upon existing or emerging business models. So that's our challenge, should we choose to accept it.
And just coming back to Senator Hanson-Young's question about the 20%, that was published in the papers.
Yep.
And there was a lot of conversation about that Was that actually something that had been briefed out by the department as part of the consultation, or is that something, or did it come from the Minister's office, or Senator Brown, you might know if it came from the Minister's office, or where did the sort of 20% number come from? And
Sorry. No, it's okay. I think that was just a bit of journalistic licence, but I can take it on notice unless Dr. Arnott...
I recall that I gave evidence at the last committee that that was something that had been called for by industry, so that's a number that has... Oh, you gave evidence. Well, we gave evidence as a department that that was something that was called for by industry. It's not something that's been developed by the department. We are still working out the details of that scheme.
So sorry to interrupt, but this might be helpful. Minister Burke in his press club speech a couple of Mondays ago did say why everybody's asking me why I won't commit to 20%, and that's because I need to consult and I need to pressure test the model. So yes, I think there was. Sorry?
So he's not opposed to 20%?
No, I don't think so. No.
Exactly.
Well,
so
that's good.
Consultation's ongoing.
He's got an open mind, Senator.
Is there...
Well, let's have 40.
So is there a discussion paper out at the moment?
No.
Or will there be a public discussion? Obviously, you're consulting with the industry. Will there be a public consultation paper? Because like 1 July 24 is going to come and bite us very quickly. And we just want to understand the timeline, the process of events, if there's going to be a discussion paper, if you're going to be taking submissions, or if it's just going to be industry consultation. How's the...
Well, ultimately, that's Ministers Rowland and Burke will need to decide that in terms of process. But I do note that we've had an extensive consultation process via the National Cultural Policy process, and there were a number of submissions that were made in relation to this. So we know what the views are amongst the stakeholders, their positions. I guess what we're most concerned about is pressure testing any models, if you like. So rather than go through another discussion paper, because if you like, the National Cultural Policy process, enabled that kind of detailed putting of views, we would, subject to ministers' views, be putting the models or model out there that Ministers Rowland and Burke decide upon, and then pressure test them, because ultimately myself and my team, we need to put together a regulation impact statement that is very clear about what the impacts will be on the market.
So potentially the next step is an options paper of we're looking at models, looking at these and getting feedback from industry. That's okay. I will move on to the development of the National Cultural Policy. So many questions here. So if you need to rotate, just cut me off and come back to me. That's okay.
Absolutely. I will just say that this committee, under the references, is undertaking an inquiry into...
Yes, I know you are.
So we're very excited about spending a couple of days talking to people about this. So anything that gets left out can be...
And I can be a participating member in that inquiry, because I know that the Australian Council just loves it when I walk in the room. The 286 million from the new for the new revived policy, as it's now being called. Can you explain the split between departmental versus administered?
Not quite as straightforward as that, Senator. So the majority of that funding is going to the Australia Council, 199 million over 4 years. All of their funding is in fact departmental. They don't have a administered line. So I can tell you that that amount will be all departmental money, but obviously will be used for grants and other projects. Similarly, the new games funding, which is going to Screen Australia, will be departmental, but again, it will be used for grants. So I think it's not necessarily straightforward to do a split, and not particularly
illuminating. So yeah, I mean, I can tell you that certainly the Regional Arts Fund will be administered funding coming to the department, which, as you know, we pass on to Regional Arts Australia to fund.
So with the... So in a breakdown year by year for the next 4 years, is it above or below the 21-22 funding that went?
Well, we can't tell you that information yet because we haven't had the 23-24 budget. So this was obviously done early in the budget process, or between budgets if you like, but there's still a ways to go in this budget process, so we don't have the numbers for 23-24 at this stage.
Senator Davey, I wonder if we were to preempt the fact that we do have this inquiry on foot and ask for various elements on notice that maybe can be provided post-budget, which can help us in our deliberations on that where there's gaps, if that works for you?
Maybe. There are things, so things like... We are. For example, the 20 million in RISE funding that we had the cancellation of the RISE program. Has that been subsumed into the 286 million?
That was...
Or what happened to the remainder of the RISE fund?
That was dealt with in the October 22-23 budget, and as I think we went through last time, a number of initiatives were funded in the October
so
budget.
that, and does that include the temporary interruption fund, which originally this government announced it would be extended to June 23? Has the temporary interruption fund been extended or
it was extended at the last budget to June 2023, that's correct.
And so it's still ongoing?
No, it's not, because the arrangements for which the temporary interruption fund were needed are no longer in place because there are no public health orders that will cause...
So that money has gone back to the money that was set aside for it in the eventuality that it was needed to be extended to June 23. Where's that gone?
That's gone back to the budget. Yeah.
Gone back to the budget.
I mean, well, no, actually, that's probably not quite right. It's been reallocated in the budget.
So reallocated to the 286 million? Or?
Yes.
General revenue.
No, not general revenue. No, it's remaining in the arts portfolio.
Right. Okay. In September last year, Minister Burke announced the Live Performance Support Fund with 22 million attached to it. It was to run from November 22 to February 23. Did any of that money roll out, or what has happened to that 22 million?
So no, none of that money rolled out because it wasn't needed, because the National Cabinet ended the public health order for which required isolation. And that money again has been reallocated within the arts portfolio.
So when you say reallocated to the arts portfolio, does it go into the 286 million for the Revive policy or back into the general sort of arts portfolio?
I'd have to take that on notice because the details are not quite settled because we haven't had the budget yet. So that money was allocated in 22-23. Until the budget is settled for 23-24, it's a bit hard to be very specific about how that money is being treated. But you know, we can either give you more details on notice or answer after the budget.
I'm always happy to take things on notice, Dr. Arnott. The location incentive program, 400 million, which was in total. Is that program continuing, or is the program going to have new guidelines, or is it also getting reallocated back into the department?
No, so that program is continuing on. We're still accepting applications for that program. I think a number of announcements have been made about allocation of funding in that program. So that's continuing on, and I think the money goes out to 26, 27.
Great, that's good news.
We might
well, you can rotate and then I'll come back because I'm actually going to a new topic after
Excellent, excellent. Now, I'm obviously very excited about this cultural policy, and I've heard so much positive feedback, and that's not a plant question, like genuinely people in my community are very excited. And I get a very strong... The Centre of Arts in Australia, I think, Senator Hanson-Young.
There are some things we can wholeheartedly agree on.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But there does seem to be a very strong sense of ownership within the arts community. And I'm interested to know, like, there was a lot of consultation, and you've touched on it in various questions so far. Is there anything specific in terms of the actions that have come out in the policy that came directly from those consultations?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, Senator, the government consulted extensively, even though we had a very short period of time to prepare the policy. You know, we did have well over 1,000 public submissions. The minister and the special envoy held many town hall meetings. We had face-to-face consultations, and we had a number of policy advisory groups that advised the minister on the policy. And certainly some of the things, I mean, one thing that stands out is the call for Music Australia came directly from the music industry. In many submissions that was called for. I think it's fair to say that the kind of self-determination in First Nations decision-making and the creation of First Nations board in the Australia Council certainly called for by submissions. Digital lending rights, the establishment of the Poet Laureate, Writers Australia, indeed, the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces. A lot of these came from ideas that were put forward by the sector during the consultation.
I had been lobbied significantly by various arts organisations prior, and the level of detail and consideration that they'd obviously put into that before the consultations even started was quite impressive. And I think the challenges that they've seen in the last number of years has obviously really played into that. I don't want to take up a lot of time because we are going to have this very excellent and exciting inquiry. But the First Nations languages are mentioned throughout the policy. Can you explain to me how that's going to play out and what that's going to look like?
Yeah, sure. So under the Closing the Gap National Agreement, we have a target 16, which is to increase the number of languages and number of language speakers around the country. We have a Indigenous Languages Program, which invests in 23, I think it is, art centres. Pardon?
$27 million.
27 language centres around the country.
Centres, sorry, $27 million a year it is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so I think it's 23 language centres around the country. 24 centres.
It's in the 20s.
With another 3 to come.
Yeah.
Through Closing the Gap funding. Hello.
Yeah.
Marie
Thanks,
Gummel,
Marie.
Assistant
Now,
Secretary
we've got on
Access.
for the Hansard. Would you just like to say that again so we've got the right numbers?
24 Indigenous language centres and another 3 to come that has been funded as part of the Closing the Gap implementation measures.
Fantastic. And do we know when we're likely to see those?
So we're currently consulting with Indigenous communities about where those 3 should be located. We have an idea, but we've got a bit more consultation to do. Yep.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much. We will now go back to Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Just chasing up on some of those questions I was asking about the live music fund, the money that's left there, the 7.5. The criteria, of course, had been amended to allow festivals and temporary kind of pop-up venues to access it. Is that remaining the case, that those types of events and venues can access the remaining 7.5?
I think the kind of priorities for the next rounds after that round are still to be determined. So it was originally for venues, and we did those first rounds for venues.
Yep.
It was clear that festivals, obviously had been significantly impacted, and the Minister revised the guidelines to give access, or give priority really, to live music festivals.
Yep.
And I think the next rounds, will still need to be determined what the priorities for those are, although my notes here say we expect it to resume focus on venue-based music activities. But those guidelines haven't been finalised yet.
Okay, so it could change back again. Just to be clear, you changed the criteria has been changed once, and now you're suggesting that they could change back. They haven't yet, although there is an internal priority to go back to venues anyway, regardless of the criteria.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's ultimately the Minister's decision to decide on what the priorities are for
Yep.
upcoming rounds.
Okay. I mean, I must say, I would imagine that there'd be a number of festival stakeholders who would be pretty worried about that, given things haven't gone back to normal this summer. What is it? 4 summers in a row now, from the bushfires to all of those summers with COVID, and then this summer we've had floods where whole venues, festivals have been washed out. It's not like they've really recovered.
That's right. Anne-Louise Dawes, Assistant Secretary, Creative Industries Branch. Senator, you're quite right that the summertime is the festival's focus, and while there are festivals during the year, each time the 2.5 million becomes available, it takes only the minorest tweak in the guidelines to change the focus. Festivals will remain eligible each round. It is just the test of where audience are returning and what the sector is putting forward that might bring back the best outcomes, and that becomes the focus of the round.
And of course, until Music Australia is set up and the 69 million can be starting to be allocated, some of these particular music festivals and live events are desperate for any type of stimulus at the moment. Given that, is there any proposals being considered for the May budget to get live music venues and festivals through the next 12 months or so, or however long it's going to take to establish Music Australia? Maybe it's probably going to be more like 24, I'd suggest. Or is 7.5 million the only figure on the table?
Well,
Music Australia is starting from the 1st of July this year.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is it really going to be in a position at that point to...
They will have an allocation of funding for 2023-24, so they will get money from 1 July 2023.
So when would you expect money from Music Australia to be getting out the door then?
Well, it's hard to predict at this stage, but I'm sure, given how involved the industry is in setting up that particular body, there'll be very high priority of getting funding allocated as soon as possible.
Okay. Chair, that's it.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. So the Australian Council is getting rebranded to Creative Australia. Congratulations, very exciting. Is there an estimate of the cost of the rebranding?
I don't think there's been any estimate. You might want to ask the Australia Council when they come whether they've done any preliminary work, but I would imagine it would be modest.
I will be happy to. Modest is subjective. We've heard from other agencies over this estimates period that rebranding or just changing letterheads can cost in the hundreds of thousands. So, yeah, it will be interesting. With the creation of the new entities and how they work, so who will have ultimate responsibility for funding arrangements? Will it be the Australia Council, or will these 4 new entities have discretion over how they roll out their funding?
Well, we've described that in a little bit of detail in the policy. So for the First Nations Board, the policy is pretty clear that they will have a level of autonomy over the funding that will be allocated to them. And likewise, Music Australia and Writers Australia. It's true to say that the Australia Council Board will remain the accountable authority to the Minister and the Parliament.
So, post 1 July next year, when all of this is rolled out, this year, sorry, the next estimates, will we have the Australia, or Creative Australia, or will we have Music Australia, Writers Australia, the Centre for Arts and the First Nations Board, and Creative Australia?
Yeah, so there's a bit of staggered timing there. So, you know, the renaming of the Australia Council to Creative Australia will be complete by then, subject to parliamentary processes. Music Australia and the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces need to be able to commence from 1 July 2023. The First Nations Board, its funding commences in 1 July 2024, so there's a bit of time to do that. So certainly by next estimates there'll be more detail and more work done, and the Australia Council will be able to talk you through where they're up to in establishing the various arrangements that they need.
I am fascinated by the sort of distribution of funds through the 4 bodies. Music Australia has 69.4, we were corrected earlier, million, whereas Writers Australia has 19.3 million. Is there a reason why music is valued more highly than literature?
No, Senator, it's simply a matter of timing. So Writers Australia funding doesn't commence until 2025. So that really only covers 2 years funding for them.
Okay, right.
Music Australia is the full 4-year funding.
So they're 25, whereas Music Australia is 23. I think I'm following the bouncing ball. You don't make it easy for me though, do you?
We try to, Senator.
So, and each one of these organisations will have their own board, is that correct?
They will certainly have
a board,
a membership.
A membership.
The final form of what that takes is still to be worked through. Although there is a commitment in the policy that the First Nations will have a board.
Yes, I see that. And has it yet been decided how people for that board will be appointed or selected, or will it be ministerial appointments? Will there be a merit-based selection process? Will it be nominations from Indigenous nations? Is that one of the reasons why it's not being implemented earlier?
Yeah, so the Australia Council is consulting on implementation at the moment and working through those details. Ultimately, it will be a matter for government to determine the final governance arrangements, but that hasn't been settled yet, no.
And will each of these organisations have their own secretariats, their own staffing? Because at the moment we've got the Australia Council, which is one body with a board, but it's also got various advisory groups and one secretariat, so one agency. We're now creating 4 agencies or bodies. will there be a streamlining of administrative arrangements, or are we going to have 4 new bureaucracies to make Canberra very happy and increase the job security in Canberra, but potentially have duplication of administrative arrangements?
No, so one of the reasons the government's decided to set up these bodies within the Australia Council is that they can then take advantage of the various corporate services and corporate structures that the Australia Council has. So payroll, HR, grants management will all be managed by the Australia Council within its existing administration, although there will be some additional resources provided to the Australia Council to grow its functions, which are growing substantially. But the intention is to have as much of that money as possible invested in the sector and not going to administration.
One of the key absences in the cultural policy is the national collecting institutions. Is there a reason why they were left out? I don't know if you've got any advice there, Minister. I think when Minister Burke has been asked, he sort of has said wait for the budget, but it's sort of a bit of a glaring omission when we're talking about a national cultural policy when our collecting institutions play such an important role in our cultural heritage.
I think what Minister Burke has been talking about is that there's been ongoing issues around core funding of the collecting institutions for both capital and operations, and that's been a sort of piecemeal nature of the funding by the former government, and so future funding for the Australian collecting institutions and services is actually being assessed separately as part of the budget process.
So when we were in government, the coalition, we commissioned a review of the financial sustainability of the national collecting institutions. Has the Minister received the report from that review that you're aware of?
I'll just, the department is telling me yes.
Yes.
Are we able to talk about the recommendations, or is the report going to be released? Or
It's not our expectation that the report will be released, Senator. It's part of the cabinet process.
Okay, so it's under consideration by the Minister, is what you're saying?
Yes.
I did want to just make the point that the announcement around Revive is about cultural policy, and the issue around the National Collecting Institute is around the buildings and not cultural policy. So it's...
Okay, so that's the report's about the sustainability of the buildings and storage facilities. So, and that's still under consideration. So there's no answer as to whether we're going to have a single storage facility for national cultural institutions, or whether there's been locations chosen for anything like that. That's not.
Senator Davey, can I just alert you to the fact that there are 3 minutes left in this session? Do you wish to run over?
No, I think I'm just about done. I think, have you got any more questions? But I have lots of questions for Australia Council and Screen Australia regarding regional Australia. I just would like to ask, in all of this, we've talked about the cultural policy, and we know that regional arts was part of one of the pillars consulted on. In the new Creative Australia, we've got Music Australia, writers, etc., etc. And there's no doubt that the First Nations Board will flow into regional and certainly remote Australia a lot. But will there be a focus to ensure that the other parts of the consultation paper for the cultural policy that included youth arts and regional arts, will they now be sort of pillars under which Music Australia, Writers Australia will sort of have guidelines or priority areas to look at ensuring funding is distributed?
You might want to ask the Australia Council that question, but certainly, obviously, investment in regional arts is a strong focus for the policy. It's clear that it's something that is, an objective of the policy, and we would expect that the Australia Council would take that into account as they allocate their funding.
There has been an increase of funding to the Regional Arts Fund that the department administers, and of course the government acknowledges the importance of regional arts. And
8.5 million increase to the Regional Arts Fund.
Which will be good, and I'll be watching it. No, I'm all good, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Davey. I do just have a couple of really quick questions and then we'll break. Can you let me know how many appointments were made to arts portfolio boards between February and April 2022?
I can tell you that between the 5th of March and the end of April, there were 43 appointments made to
43
arts portfolio boards.
Cool. And were any of those senior positions, like chief executive positions?
They would all be considered significant positions under the Cabinet, in terms of the Cabinet handbook, Senator. Yeah, all of those positions would be considered significant. And there were a number of chief executive appointments that were comprised that 43. I think there was 3 off the top of my head.
Sorry, did you say 3?
Ms Karp, who's the now the Director of the National Maritime Museum, Mr Froud, who's the Director General of the Archives, and also the CEO of Creative Partnerships Australia.
Okay, thank you. And did anyone step down after the change of government?
Okay, so we, since the change of government, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thanks.
7 step down?
7 appointees have resigned, that's right, Senator.
Cool. And the rationale, not judging, the rationale being that they were appointed very close to the change of government and maybe there was a different perspective?
Look, I couldn't comment as to their motivation.
A number of different reasons.
No, okay. Thank you. We'll now suspend until 9:30 and we will return with the Australia Council. Thank you so much for spending the time with us this evening. And we'll look forward to spending much, much more time with you through the inquiry. From the Australia Council, welcome. Mr. Collett, would you like to make an opening statement?
Well, I know the hour is getting on, but this is an important moment, I think, for arts and culture, so I'd like to make a very short statement, if I may.
Of course.
I begin by acknowledging the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to acknowledge the launch of the National Cultural Policy, which sets out the Australian Government's vision of a place for every story, a story for every place. Artists, whatever medium they choose, are central to the new cultural policy, as they are to the cultural organisations and the broader creative industries they inspire. Creative industries are generative. We are delighted that the policy speaks directly to the value of artists, creators and the creative industries to Australia's employment, to health, education, infrastructure, foreign affairs, tourism and our future prosperity. The policy is a testament to the tremendous time and effort that the sector has invested in the consultation process. With over 1,200 submissions, engagement from across the arts and creative industries has never been higher. We held a whole-of-sector briefing after the launch of the policy, which was attended by over 1,400 people. Overall, the feedback has been that artists and arts workers feel both listened to and valued. In becoming Creative Australia, the Australia Council will be a bigger, more impactful champion and investor in Australian arts and creativity. And in establishing a First Nations First board, we carry forward our 50-year commitment to First Nations arts and culture. There is much detail to be worked through in the coming months and beyond as we transition to Creative Australia and establish First Nations First, Music Australia, the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces and Writers Australia. Our objective, however, is clear. With artists at the heart of what we do, Creative Australia will connect Australian stories with audiences and build the marketplace for those stories to be shared on a national and international scale, enhancing Australia's reputation and bringing out our rich culture to the world. Thank you.
Thank you,
Happy to
Mr.
answer your
Collett.
questions.
Excellent. I will just, it was remiss of me not to mention that we have released the National Museum of Australia, so they will not be appearing at 10:30. And the Creative Partnerships Australia will be brought forward. I should have said that before. Thank you, Mr. Collett. We will go first to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, and thank you all for appearing here today, or tonight. What is the Council's total budget for this financial year?
I'll ask my colleague Tim Blackwell to answer that.
So, Tim Blackwell, Executive Director, Corporate Resources at the Australia Council. So, for 2022-23, the budget is $220.5 million. That's the government appropriation.
Thank you. How much of that is direct grants to art and how much is other costs?
Direct grants would be roughly 87% of that.
Okay. So it's about 170 million.
Yeah, probably a bit more than that.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
And then indirect?
We have, probably so I can elaborate on this a little bit. So if you look on page, I think it's 23 of our annual report, we do actually break this down, Senator, and we look at, as a percentage, overhead and depreciation of the total budget of the Australia Council is about 5%. And then we've got an indirect investment amount of 7%. And then the remainder is what we call direct investment in the arts.
Okay, thank you. The Council has elected to use the retailer Green Power as your electricity provider. That's in your annual report. Yep. That makes it sound like all your power is coming from wind and solar, but I presume your offices are plugged into the national energy grid, so it's actually coal and gas that's keeping your lights on and the air conditioners going. Was a cost-benefit analysis or tender process done to ascertain whether this was the cheapest electricity retailer available?
I'd have to take on notice, Senator, the exact process to do that.
Thank you.
But I do know that we did use Green Power, and that was an initiative through I think it was the City of Sydney Council. In addition to that, we have the highest neighbours rating for our premises at 6.
Highest what rating?
Neighbours rating.
What is that?
That's a sort of energy efficiency rating.
Okay, thank you. So, is it the cheapest electricity provider? You're not sure?
That I'll have to take on notice, Senator.
Because I'd like to know, if it's not the cheapest, all electricity comes through the same plug, why aren't you using the cheapest? In your corporate plan, you assert that there is a climate crisis and tie it to Australian floods and fires. The best evidence suggests that there is no increase in the severity or frequency of weather events, and it certainly doesn't amount to a crisis. Despite this, your corporate plan states, and I quote, "It is clear that now, more than ever, there is a need to remain committed to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals to tackle climate change." End of quote. I want to know how your alignment with the United Nations agenda interacts with your grant processing. Given you say there is a need to be committed to the United Nations agenda, could there ever be a scenario where art that may criticise the United Nations agenda would not find favourable treatment from the council in a grant application?
I think I can answer that pretty directly, that one of the purposes of the Australia Council, soon to be Creative Australia, is to uphold freedom of expression. So what we look for in grants are applications of artistic merit. So no application would be disqualified from grant making on an opinion it expressed. It would be assessed on its artistic merit.
Okay, thank you. There is no doubt you have a huge influence on what Australians see and hear, no doubt at all, and you drive culture in this country, or among the drivers of culture in this country. But do you have an example of a grant being given to something that would be classified as politically conservative or right-wing? Anything that might be critical of globalism?
I would certainly have to take that on notice, and I'm flattered that we drive culture in this country. I think at best we serve it. And the agenda for culture and artistic expression in this country is not set by the Australia Council, it's set by the extraordinary artists and organisations that we fund. But I would take that on notice. And it's not our habit of mind to think about grant investment or grant giving in terms of left and right. It simply doesn't enter into the thinking of the organisation. We are always looking for artistic merit and increasingly the telling of Australian stories.
Well, we've seen even science agencies in this country distorted by doing what is politically correct. So, final question, Chair.
Wonderful thing about artists is they never do things that are politically correct.
Some, most of them, yes, I'd agree with you, free-spirited. On what basis do you say, as I quoted before, it is clear that now, more than ever, there is a need to remain committed to the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals to tackle climate change? End of quote. What's the basis for saying that?
We are signatory to some of the United Nations principles on cultural expression and human rights. I'm not sure I can give you a direct answer to that, but we've already heard in the former session of how many cultural events have been disrupted through natural disasters over the last 2 or 3 years. So at worst, we're reflecting many of the thoughts that we are hearing from artists and arts organisations that we fund.
So it's not based on the science, but based upon artistic.
Well, I will reflect upon the argument that it's not based in science.
Well,
That's not an argument. That
science.
is not an argument I am qualified to enter at this point.
No, well, you're head of the organisation that made that quote, and I just want to know what the basis was. Because and what I've seen in my life, and I've used this, is there are many things that drive behaviour, but culturally, in an organisation anyway, and the same applies to a nation, the two biggest drivers are the systems that drive people's actual behaviour and the leadership. Your system affects a lot of people, and they in turn affect many, many people. So I think you're selling yourself short by minimising your perception of your influence.
I think what I'm saying is there is ample evidence in climate science that argues for the effects of global warming and climate change. Legion. But if we're going to have that debate, it's something I would have to reflect on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator
thank you.
Roberts. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Welcome back. Is this the last time we refer to you as Australia Council, or do we have one more before you actually become Create Australia?
I can't answer that exactly, Senator Davey, but that depends on the legislation and when it's introduced and when it's passed through the House. The working model for us is that by July 1, we will refer to ourselves as Creative Australia.
I did ask the department before, and they said perhaps I should ask you whether you've done any preliminary work on costings of what the rebranding exercise will?
We haven't done any preliminary work. This is very new out of the blocks as of last Monday week. We will do that preliminary work, but I want to give you this assurance. My personal and professional view is that brand is not built by logos. Brand is built by what you do and the number of people you take with you. And as an organisation, we know how precious the dollars invested through us, not to us, but through us, are to the sector that we serve. So we won't be splashy or expensive in our branding. We haven't begun the process, but it will be a priority of our executive and indeed our board that we are not going to spend unnecessary money on branding Creative Australia. We'll brand it by what we do.
I will be very interested to watch the progress, and I will be fascinated to see what logo comes out. Just because we have seen rebranding exercises in the past that, for all good intention, have not necessarily come to the right sort of outcomes. You, in your opening comments, you said how excited you were with the new cultural policy. You mentioned engagement has never been higher, and at the risk of actually hurting one of my own, I'm not sure I know when I was on the outside of this place, the engagement as a result of the Brandis changes when he first took over the Arts Ministry was quite high, and certainly the Senate committee that did the inquiry into that had a significant level of submissions and representation. So one thing you do know about the arts sector is that they are very invested in their own futures, which is commendable. On the cultural policy, when was the first time that you actually met with the minister to talk about what his view was, and whether it was prior to consultation, whether you assisted in actually guiding the consultation, or can you talk us through that?
I didn't have formal meetings with the minister. Within a couple of days of being sworn in, he came to the Australia Council to talk about his commitment to creating a cultural policy for the government. And he stressed that this was a cultural policy, not an arts policy. It was a whole-of-government policy. But artists and artistic expression was central to it. The significant appointment, I suppose, that was made during that time was that Minister Burke appointed me to his advisory council. He had a very structured process around the 5 pillars with advisory groups to each of those 5 pillars. And then he had an advisory council of 7 people to look at the advice coming from those groups and make final recommendations to him. So it was more in that capacity that I had a couple of meetings with Minister Burke as part of that council.
I find it, because I do find it interesting, the 5 pillars that were consulted on, and they were very widely welcomed. And of course, I was extremely excited about the regional focus and the both getting stories out, but also telling stories in place. But in the cultural policy, how do I see those 5 pillars then, other than the Indigenous one, which is blatantly obvious, but how do I see those 5 pillars represented in the way the funding model is going to be set up and the 4 new bodies that are?
I think that's really the work ahead of us. I think the cultural policy itself articulates a number of new programs, initiatives, bodies to be stood up within Creative Australia. That's a very high priority. But the priorities of our corporate plan, of many of the priorities that were articulated in the cultural policy, it's our job to deliver on. So, for example, our commitment to regional Australia, as you know, Senator, has been growing significantly.
I know, I like to take some credit for that.
I would like you to take some credit for that. But it is significant, never enough. But at the moment, one of our priorities internally is this idea of creative regions. The message loud and clear is that regions and communities that reside within regions are producing extraordinary work that, of course, have extraordinary benefit to community. So that's not going to cease to be a priority. The question for us is how we best deliver on that, given the new bodies we have. And remember, very importantly, we got the return of funding cuts which will bolster our existing programs. So we should be able to deliver in an even more impactful way on those priorities to the regions. And I think I heard you mention earlier that one of the strongest messages coming out of all those submissions was around youth engagement, youth arts. And we're very conscious of the fact that through our multi-year funding schemes in particular, that the investment in youth arts, the number of organisations we've been able to invest in has reduced, and it is a stated priority of our board that we have to invest in youth engagement and youth arts. So the way we approach standing up these new bodies does not deflect us from the overarching priorities of Creative Australia.
So that sounds good.
The work is ahead of us.
I think it sounds good, obviously, and as you're well aware, I will be watching closely. I like to hear that you will increase investment in youth arts because you've noticed the decline over time. I encourage you to invest in youth arts and regional youth arts. I just want to pick you up on, you said that you've had funding that was cut reinstated. Now, was that funding that was cut from the arts budget, or was it funding that was in the arts budget that has been redirected back to from other programs like the Temporary Interruption Fund, like the Life Support program, like the RISE Fund, 20 million suddenly?
We can be quite specific here, I think. There's a sum of $44 million over 4 years in the cultural policy, which is the return of funding to the Australia Council, or to Creative Australia. And they were funding cuts to our budget between the years of 2014 and 2016. The cuts to our budget over that period were significantly returned, but there was a gap of the value of funding. And my colleague Tim Blackwell can go into some detail on that, but it is a very specific figure.
But when you say cut from your budget, but was it cut from your budget but still spent in the arts portfolio, or was it cut from your budget, taken from arts altogether? And particularly, I mention that because since early 2020, we needed to take steps to support the arts industry through COVID, which your structure may not have actually been appropriate for, and therefore funding might have been taken from your budget but still kept within the arts.
My impression is that those funds, the funding cuts to council through 2014 and 2016, remained within the arts budget. I may be corrected.
Yes, we should just be clear, Senator Stephen Arnott, Deputy Secretary.
So the money, the $44 million that's come into the Australia Council is new money and is ongoing money of $11 million per year. Yeah, sure, look, there's, money moves around in the arts budget, but this is new money provided to the Australia Council from next year for $11 million per annum ongoing.
Senator Davey, would you like to share the call?
Not really, but I will.
No, but you're going to anyway, because
Yes.
you're just a collective kind of gal. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Davey. I'll give it back to you very quickly, don't you worry. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Just on the theme of the precious dollars that go through you, I would like to bring your attention to the Australia Council funding trajectory, the table that basically outlines the total government funding from the years 2013 all the way to 2023. Now, there's some inconsistency in the funding, and I was wondering if you could outline, for example, what the main sort of differences were, or why there is an inconsistency from like 2015 to 2016 figures, as opposed to like the 2022, 2023 figures.
Senator, there were a number of moving parts over that. I think that's a sort of 10-year period that you've outlined. And maybe I can summarise some of the larger ones. In 2013 budget, so applicable financial year was 2013-14, there was the Creative Australia National Cultural Policy, and that had a significant uplift to the Australia Council's appropriation. The following year, which was May 2014, there was a cut to the Australia Council's appropriation for that year of 9.6 million, with an ongoing effect of a nominal 6.2 million, I think it is, from memory. The year after, there was a significant cut to the Australia Council's appropriation. I think all in all, it totaled probably around 32 million. The year after, that money, some of that money came back. I think it was about 20.2 million, and that came back for the 16. So that was the May budget in 2017. That was about, as I say, about 20.2 million, and that was started in 17-18. And that I think is the major, just from memory, that's some of the major movements over that period. There was some bits of the pieces, like the Book Council was out for 3 years, but then that money effectively came back. And we had a measure from, I think it was 2012, for about 1.8 million, which was a 4-year cut, but that money then came back. So it's not part of the ongoing figure. Now, I don't know whether that's enough detail for you, Senator.
Yes. It's quite a lot of cuts, and I think there's a general consensus that, it's so important for this, for there to be sufficient funding for programs that are as essential as this. Now, Revive will expand the remit of your work. Can you outline what that will look like and the impacts it will have?
Of Revive?
Yeah.
Well, it's early days, but clearly, as I said in my statement, this will make for a much more impactful Creative Australia and our ability to invest in extraordinary Australian arts and creativity. Some of the big initiatives, and that 44 million that we've been talking about is important in restoring the impact of many of our existing programs. And our priority there will be to get success rates back up, because we know there are programs of excellence that generate value that need investment. So that in itself is very, very important. And then, of course, Senator, we have the standing up of the various bodies where most of this investment through the Australia Council will flow. Music Australia, First Nations First Australia, the Centre for Arts and Entertainment Workplaces, which is so important to support and ensure safe workplaces for our artists and arts workers across the industry, and Writers Australia. And these are what we would call dedicated funds. So they're not grant-giving programs per se, they are dedicated funds where we will take the best possible industry advice to design investment programs over time to build the strength of those art forms. Certainly in investing directly in artists and arts workers, but also in looking at things like market development, export. Music Australia will definitely be focusing on the issue of discoverability for Australian artists, because that has just been flipped on its head in the last 10 years. Big industry issues. It gives us the chance to address those for the long term. So most of the investment, the new investment, is going to the establishment of those bodies that will be able to look at really important strategic issues for those parts of the sector going forward. And importantly, we really welcome Creative Partnerships Australia coming into council. We've been working very closely with the leadership of Creative Partnerships Australia to make sure that it's an efficient and respectful transition to Creative Australia. And this will strengthen our ability to engage with what's very important to arts and creativity, which is philanthropic support. So you have public investment, philanthropic investment, and an invitation to engage with the commercial sector. That's the full investment model for the way things get done. And for the first time, I think Creative Australia is set up to do that.
Thank you. That's all from me, Chair.
I'm excited.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Davey, you can
just
take the
a
remaining
few
time.
final questions for you, particularly about the 4 new entities that you've discussed. And you said they won't necessarily be grant giving, they'll be dedicated funds to design investment programs. So does that mean, so what happens to the grant programs going forward, and how will they be managed with this new sort of 4-pillar, 5-pillar Create Australia?
Next time we meet, I hope to give you a more definitive answer, but I think we've got additional funding now for our existing grant-giving programs. That can only be good news.
Yep.
There is a possibility that Music Australia, Writers Australia, First Nations First Australia will also want to give grants through their dedicated funding, the 69+ million, etc. But the reason I can't be definitive yet about how those investments are made is we have to establish that over the coming weeks and months. The legislation has to go through, and then we will take the best possible industry advice of the overseeing committees, boards, however they are set up, which ultimately is a decision for the Minister and the Government. And until we get that advice, I can't tell you to a certainty how those dedicated funds will be invested. So the best advice may be some part of that should continue to be direct grant giving. It might be you should be investing in international touring because it's the only way you can break Australian artists. You know, we're kind of back to the future on that. It might be that you have to really concentrate on further export development. But until that advice is given and we draw up the terms of investing these funds, I can't give you a definitive answer.
So that would be the same answer for, because I was going to ask, will they be advisory bodies or fiduciary bodies? That's yet to be determined.
I think in all this, the accountable authority will remain the Australia Council, which will be the name of Creative Australia's board. How those governing bodies, oversight bodies are set up is very much for the Minister. It's not something I can comment on. The one thing I can say, and my colleague Dr Arnott made this point earlier, is that First Nations First, that board is very clear, will have a very high degree of governance and very clear decision-making rights about how the First Nations Fund is invested. Those decisions will be made by First Nations leaders and people.
So, Senator Davey, I would just point out that we've reached 10 o'clock. You, of course, can keep going. And many of these things we may find...
2 more questions.
Yeah, we may find that when we come to the inquiry into the cultural policy, which will be before any legislation is introduced, that may well be a good time as further detail it becomes available.
Yeah. So it's yet to be determined whether people who will sit on the boards of either Music Australia, Writers, etc., or on the board of the First Nations, which it's clear that's going to be a board, will be remunerated, or to what level, that's all yet to be determined, or?
Well, that's ultimately a question for the Minister. So we hope those questions are resolved in the legislation.
And it might come through the committee. Okay, well, I'll leave it there because, as you say, we're going to have a whole fun period of committee process.
Yay! Yay! Can't wait. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Sorry if I'm a bit overexcited. We do appreciate your time. We know it's late, and good luck with the transition. We will look forward to inviting you back to talk to the inquiry in good time. So thank you very much. I'll now call officers from Screen Australia to the table. And I welcome Mr Graham Mason, the Chief Executive Officer, and invite you, Mr Mason, to make an opening statement if you wish.
I'm fine, thank you, Chair. No.
Straight into it?
Straight into it.
Straight into it. Okay. Senator Davey, let's go.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you for sitting up and waiting quite late for us. I'll get straight into it too. In the National Cultural Plan, what is there for the screen industry?
The specific thing in the screen industry, obviously there's the return of our games funding. There's the work which has been announced on the streaming obligations to be set for next year. And I guess it would be remiss of me not to mention, of course, that there's a return of funding to the ABC, which is a key part of the screen sector.
So with the streaming obligations, we have heard earlier from the department that there's still a body of work and consultation to go under the bridge before it's actually finalised, but the intent is to have it finalised by 1 July 2023. I keep getting my years wrong. It's like millions and billions.
That's why you got me.
How involved are you in that process?
We talk to, obviously, the department frequently, and we talk to the Minister's office frequently, because obviously, as you're aware, Senator, we're sort of like a bridge between government and the sector, so we're much more involved in that granular level, so we provide advice or suggestions regularly.
And are you also having those conversations with industry? Because as you say, you're the bridge, you're the...
And one of the things that we see, obviously, Senator, is because we both directly fund a lot of television content, but also the producer offset sits with us.
Yes.
And so certainly I see all of those, so we're aware of what people are currently doing or what they're not doing. And also, Senator, you might recall we do something called a drama report. So every year for 30 odd years, that is a snapshot of drama spend, which again includes all forms of television. So we have a pretty good sense of what's going on.
And we did discuss earlier with the streaming obligations, and the level is yet to be determined, but also the concern about the breakdown of genres and ensuring that certain genres like children's programming is covered. Have you put any thought into, because now for free-to-air, it's a point system to meet their local content quotas. Have you put any thought into whether that point system would be fit for purpose for streamers, or whether you would have to actually look at genre-specific targets, or have a free-for-all and just cross your fingers and hope that all genres get picked up?
I think, Senator, again, that sort of crosses into ACMA's territory a little bit more than us, because they normally would work with the department monitoring that kind of stuff, which is what they used to do with free-to-airs, or they still do, the obligation of the amount of Australian content. What we're more attuned to would be just, I've been very public, and again, the Minister had asked us even to put a submission into the cultural policy, and I had very publicly said that I did think there should be particularly at-risk genres, so children's, scripted generally, and documentary should get attention or support. And I also think it makes commercial sense for those streamers, by the way, because, you know, you've got to do an offering for everybody, because in the new world with money's tight, I think it makes sense to have an offering which would appeal to more households, which includes children's content.
Just don't get rid of my free-to-air. At the same time, I'm cheap, but I'll say it. When you're making your decisions as Screen Australia, and when you're looking at funding, do you take into account what genre the proposals are coming to you from, and have you got breakdowns of genre priorities as Screen Australia, or is it just
free-for-all?
Well, free-for-all is the wrong sort of, makes it sound a bit too laissez-faire, but yeah.
No, Senator. I mean, obviously, again, Screen Australia existed. It is governments of all persuasions going back quite some time, and the legacy agencies. We exist for a cultural reason, because everybody thinks we need Australian voices and to see and hear ourselves. So we primarily, we really operate in a lot of support for kids. We have a sort of a set budget. We do scripted of both film, television, and we work online as well, and we do documentary. They're really where we operate the most. There's notional allocations, which the sector is aware of. It moves a bit, ebbs and flows, but certainly, again, I'm very keen to see more kids' content particularly made. Like Bluey, something we were still very proud of that we did, obviously.
Oh, look, Bluey is great, but it wasn't filmed in regional Australia, so just putting that out there.
I guess by South Brisbane production companies. That's pretty good. So it's not in Sydney and Melbourne.
Let the record state that Screen Australia thinks South Brisbane is regional, but anyway.
So, Senator David, to be fair,
I will also note there are some very, very good children's animated content producers who are located in regional Australia, so you don't have to be physical production, you can be animation. We love our animation industry, it is formidable. Just wanting to get your understanding of the cessation of the Temporary Interruption Fund, and the funding for that, has that... I asked earlier, and I sort of asked the department, and it was a bit vague, but your understanding of the end of the Temporary Interruption Fund, and also has that had an impact on productions that are being filmed in Australia? Has it created a bit of caution in the industry?
As you would recall, Senator, obviously we ran the Temporary Interruption Fund, so we administered that. It was very successful. So almost $1 billion worth of productions were supported by the Temporary Interruption Fund. It ended when the National Cabinet, not the Cabinet, the National Cabinet removed the health order requirements, and that was the central pillar that it was there for. So at that point, it ceased, and so obviously the money was still sitting, technically, it was always sitting with the department, not with us. We were just running the scheme on their behalf. So anything that happened to that money, I'd throw to Dr Arnott.
Right. So, but I think we heard before.
And sorry, Senator, the second part of your question is obviously there have been some challenges because at the moment, obviously, COVID, the insurance market has not replaced that yet. But what we have seen is productions, like all businesses, have almost just got used to COVID being a thing. And particularly since productions aren't shut down now with the health order, we go back to our normal thing. And like if you, God help you, you broke your leg or you got chicken pox and you've just got to work around it. So that's how the sector is working. It's adding costs, but again, there's just general costs that everyone has because of supply chain issues and stuff.
Right. And we did hear earlier that the location incentive program is ongoing. I just want to get a vision from you as to, because I know you work in partnership often with international production companies, how successful that program has been to attract productions onshore, and whether that program continues to add value and continues to attract productions, given that at one point in time we were the go-to location because we could actually operate during COVID, whereas others, international places, couldn't, and now everyone is sort of COVID normal. But does that incentive program still attract productions onshore?
The suite of offerings that the various offsets offer, and of course the state governments, because also they give incentives, makes us attractive. We look at it as a whole ecosystem. We need everything here. I mean, one of the things obviously that Screen Australia was very excited about last year when we did the drama report was it was a record spend, just shy of 2.3 billion on drama spend, and the vast bulk of that, 1.5, 1.6 billion of it, was local. So that's a really exciting thing. And obviously, so what we're still seeing is, what I love the most is when those foreign investors want to invest in local talent or local content, and that's incredible. I mean, obviously, we've just had Furiosa, which did shoot in Broken Hill, so that's regional.
I know.
You know, so that was fantastic. You know, we've had a lot of those kind of bigger shows with inward investment coming from a studio, but we're thrilled. We've got Planet of the Apes going at the moment in Sydney. There's a whole range of things. So I think for a healthy screen sector, you need all of them. But my dream is local content creators being backed.
Oh, me too. However, I'll take money from Hollywood any day. I welcome it. Also, the opportunities for training our industry through, you know, some of these bigger international productions. Is there any return of service requirement? So, return of service is probably the wrong terminology, but is there any obligation for international productions to, you know, have interns or training programs as part of their onshore work?
Most government funding comes with that requirement, whether it be federal, and obviously again, and Dr Arnott's team look after the location incentive, and they've got very great rules around that, what people need to do when training, leave behinds, talks, the whole kind of stuff. We do it again.
Post-production.
We do it onshore as well with local things. The states do it. So, and one thing is we're actually working with the department now to best coordinate and leverage across all productions that government is investing in, how we can do sort of better coordinated training. And all the states are on board to work with us and the department on that process.
Great. Well, that is great to hear. I don't have anything further. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. I'll just go back to, you were talking about the value of the video game, well, you were talking about the video game sector in Australia. Can you tell me what the value of that is in Australia currently?
I would have to take it on notice for you, Chair, or we will get it for you. I can tell you, though, that it is larger than the film and television industry combined. Games is the biggest.
Because this is, I was just quite interested in what it looks like now and what it could potentially look like into the future, given it's internationally quite spectacularly successful.
I mean, we're very excited, obviously, as you're aware, that we've got our games funding back, and we've been doing it. We did it last year for the first time. We went back into it. I think every state and territory is now back in the space too, with their local governments doing it, because again, it is so huge, creatively, culturally, but it's an enormous business. And what we're doing with our direct funding is trying to match the offset which Austrade and the department are looking after. I think we've just been told it's... Michael has it in front of me, I don't have my glasses on.
I'm happy to take it on notice, given that, you know, we are having the inquiry into the policy, and that's the point where we want to be able to gather everything together and understand the whole gamut. So I'm happy to take that on notice. I'd be very interested in how we're faring here in Australia, and as you say, we've been able to get right back into it from last year. What we're looking like, what the potential is, and how we compare internationally.
So we can say that there was about a spend of $226 million out of the games studios in Australia, and we have done some work looking internationally at places like Canada, where it's a similar size. And just back of the envelope, there's probably a potential there for like a 33% growth in the Australian game industry, because we've got a smaller number of developers and similar number of people in the country. We could see ourselves growing to be that size as well.
Wow, that's exciting.
It is. It's
on so many fronts.
Yeah.
Excellent. The other bit I'm interested in is the commitment to market development and export for the contemporary music industry.
Osco, not us.
Okay, not a problem.
We do that already in Screen.
Do you do any...
Sorry, Chair, I interrupted you.
No. You do some market development and export?
Yep, we do a lot of that. I think a lot of the things actually, you know, I think we're very flattered that obviously a lot of things which the new Creative Australia is going to do is things which we already do in the screen sector. And like Music Australia, for want of a better word, is something that Screen Australia already does. So we promote acts overseas. I'm going to Germany tomorrow. We have 6 films, 1 retrospective, Muriel's Wedding, and 1 television series screening at the Berlinale. I'm hosting an event with our ambassador to Germany. We're supporting various producers to attend, to promote it. We do that at TV markets, we do it at games markets. We try and introduce people to investors and funders. We monitor all the sales of Australian content overseas. So we're really in that space and have been for decades.
And value?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, in fact, that is my whole background. I've worked in international sales and distribution and production for decades. I came back to do this job, and
good call.
It's a real focus for us. I think we need to grow that, because if I look at what, again, Canada or the UK make in hard cash back into their countries from export of their screen content, it's phenomenal. And I'd really like to see that again. I mean, grow for us. We had a little film made by 2 twins from South Australia, the Philippou brothers, called Talk to Me, which is in the Sundance Film Festival this year, and it sold for millions and millions and millions of dollars, which is fantastic for the boys and the producers, and it will, that will lead on to other things for them and raise our profile internationally.
Excellent. I look forward to that. So my last really quick thing is... on that point, that a lot of the stuff that we're seeing come through in Revive are things that you're doing in one form or another. You have a First Nations screen department, yes?
Yes, this year is the 30th anniversary of the First Nations team. Obviously, again, Screen Australia only has existed since 2008, but the legacy agencies. So we have been in that space, as I say, for 30 years. We were the first to be in that place. There is a reason why First Nations over-indexes from population of on-screen and off-screen talent, because First Nations personnel within us have supported that for, as I say, 30 years this year.
Okay. So in seeing that sort of roll out through the Revive policy in general, what's your sense of how that might roll?
I mean, I'm really excited. I mean, obviously, I think for Mr. Collette, it's going to be a question of obviously... In some ways, ours is broad, but at least it's screen, whereas he's got to be doing that across writing, arts, painting, whatever. But yeah, so we're already in that space, and obviously we're delighted to do anything we can with your good selves and obviously with the Minister's office and the department where we can provide intel of how that's worked for us. Similarly, we've been in the gender space and the inclusivity space for 7-8 years. So all that kind of respectful thing. The writers thing, obviously we support screenwriters and have done for decades, most of whom often are adapting books or articles. So again, anything we can do to help with that as it rolls out, we're here for it.
Great, thank you, Mr Mason. We'll go to Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gaming, just a bit on that. On the funding model now that's back, is it just traditional game Steam? Is it social gaming as well? What is it? What can we spend on?
Normally what we are doing, as I say, is we're trying to balance against the offset, which is coming through, which again will be run by the department, which is much more high-end. Ours is about smaller studios trying to really create IP, and it is, again, a range of content. As you could imagine, Senator, the only things which are probably off the table for us are things which would be really problematic, like violence. So we have a huge range of things from very much kids stuff through to fantasy, through to, you know, anything.
So the bigger ones like Fire Monkeys, EA subsidiary off the table. Aristocrat has a gaming side, but they've got a very big social gaming side there. Out of this sort of realm? Or?
I mean, again, the money that we're supporting is much smaller, so it's normally, it's
League of Geeks, those sorts of things. Okay.
Smaller things.
But picking the product as well. What, sorry?
It's mostly about...
We just realising that we have a gamer.
I mean, exactly, Senator, what we're normally looking at is we're looking at the content itself and we're looking at the team behind it. Do they really need us? Yep. And can we make a difference to an early point in them? And as I say, it could be a studio of one or it could be a studio of multiple people.
Good to know. Thank you. Excellent. I'm sorry to the rest of the committee for that.
We're more than happy. It's up on our website what we have invested in, and if you're interested in Senator, we could definitely send you some links.
Got a connection with ours.
Fantastic. Thank you, Mr Mason, and thank you for sticking around to share with us the great things that you're doing. We now release you to go and do even more exciting things. We will now call the Creative Partnerships Australia coming in via video conference. Welcome, Ms Fiona Menzies, Chief Executive Officer. Would you care to make an opening statement?
No thanks, Chair.
Okay, fantastic. Senator Davey, would you...
This could be a very, very brief thing. In the preparation of the National Cultural Policy, how many times did you meet with the Minister during the consultation process or following his initial announcement that he would develop a National Cultural Policy?
I didn't meet with the Minister, Senator.
Okay. Do you know what might have been driving the decision to merge Creative Partnerships Australia with the Australia Council?
No, all I know is what's written in the policy, which is about bringing expertise in philanthropy into the Australia Council.
Right. And with your philanthropic expertise, what sort of funding do you bring into the arts portfolio through your philanthropic work and partnerships and the relationships and networks that you've built up over the time? Have you got a sort of an annual figure that you attract?
No, so our agency, the role of our agency really is to build the skills of the arts sector to be better fundraisers. So they're the ones bringing the money in, not us directly. Right. We do have a program called the Australian Cultural Fund, which is a facility whereby individual artists can attract funding. So that money does come through Creative Partnerships, but it's money in, money straight back out again. But about the last time we did a survey, about $560 million of private sector support goes to the arts each year. That includes, obviously, cash, in-kind support, and sponsorship and volunteering.
Yeah, and it's a very important sector because a lot of the private sector support for the arts helps to then bolster in grant applications. If you can prove that you've got a private sector interest, it helps to make the whole application a little bit more sound and attractive. Would that be?
Yes, governments are increasingly encouraging arts organisations to have private sector support. I'm not sure it should be, government support should be conditional on that, because I think it's much easier for some arts organisations to attract that support than others.
I couldn't agree more. Particularly the regional arts sector is often forgotten by the philanthropic sector, not maliciously, but just out of sight, out of mind. You're a smallish organisation. How many staff have you got at the moment?
There's 17 staff plus
17.
me, Senator.
Will you all be absorbed into the Australia Council on merger, or is that yet to be determined?
No, so we've negotiated that all Creative Partnerships staff will go across to the Australia Council at the time of the transfer, other than me.
Other than you?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm sad. Thank you for looking after your staff, however.
Yes.
I'm sure it's much appreciated. And as of yet, because it's still a ongoing process, I guess we don't yet know exactly how the operations will work within the Australia Council, or have you had those discussions, high-level discussions at this stage?
Look, I think how the Australia Council chooses to do it once it's theirs is their decision. So I'm not part of those discussions. I have a good relationship with Australia Council CEO and executive, and they know that I'm here if they want any advice. But I think that's really for them to work out, and it's probably also now that they have to work on all the initiatives of the National Cultural Policy, not even probably what they thought it might be when it was first announced.
Okay, well, thank you very much for staying up late. That's all from me. I'm not sure if anyone else has anything.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much.
I'm new in the building. Working on the philanthropic funding, did we see a major drop over COVID, or how did, in the stuff you were managing, stuff you were working, how did funding go over that period?
Yeah, we do a survey each year, but there's a lag in the survey results. So we don't have our official results yet. Yep. Anecdotally, what I would say is that I haven't noticed a steep decline, although I would qualify that by saying that I think that the organisations that had donors programs and already had established relationships with donors and trusts and foundations found that those relationships continued, often when at the height of COVID, particularly in Melbourne, where the arts was hit the worst around the country. They even got additional funding to help them through that difficult period. But we'll know probably mid this year when we get our results of that survey for that period of time. But anecdotally, we heard good stories, and there were also some really great initiatives of the philanthropic sector to put additional funding into the arts. In particular, there was one called the NAPA, the National Assistance Program for Artists, which was initiated by the Myer Foundation, and they gathered, I think, about 20 other donors and pooled their funds, and those funds were distributed directly to individual artists at the height of COVID.
Nice. are you seeing on the advocacy, on the networking and everything you do for artists, are you seeing greater demand as people come out of lockdown with these great ideas to try and get into the market, try and get some funding? Has there been pent-up creativity that is now emerging?
Well, I do think that a lot of artists actually use the quiet time of COVID to do a lot of thinking and creating. So I think some of that work was ongoing through that period, and we certainly didn't see any drop in the funds that went through the Australian Cultural Fund during that period. In fact, we saw an increase. So I think the hardest thing if you're an artist is actually asking for money. But when things get really tight, I think people, you know, bite the bullet and do it perhaps a little more willingly than they might in better times.
Thank you. And my great friend, Senator Davey here, I endorse, thank you for looking after your staff. There's so many people in this world that put themselves first. Well done to you, and thank you for what you've done.
Thank you, Senator.
Great. Well, thank you very much for coming along. Really appreciate it. And sorry that you're on so late and you've had to wait so long, but we really do appreciate your attendance.
It's fine, Chair. One of my young adult daughters is having a Galentine's Day party downstairs.
Oh, okay, right. Somebody find some more questions.
So I'm up.
Right, well, may your evening pan out as well as it possibly could, having been in your situation before. I feel for you. So that actually concludes today's hearing. I'd like to thank all the witnesses who appeared today. I'd particularly like to thank Hansard Broadcasting for their assistance and to the Secretariat for all their dedicated service to this committee. And I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be logged with the Secretariat by the 24th of February. The committee stands adjourned.